One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 561 to 580. Chapter 561 _ Godzilla with a fighting strength of 100,000, a huge monster that has conquered more than 300 planets in the universe, was defeated like a monkey. This result made everyone stunned for a while, but their emotions were very excited. They shouted Seiya's name aloud, with adoration in their eyes. It is the nature of every creature to yearn for the strong and worship the strong. Seiya stood on the contest stage, looking at the boiling atmosphere below. His heart was also agitated. Then, he took a deep breath and calmed down again. He clearly saw that this little strength was vulnerable to a single blow when facing the Great Elder. Next, ask this group of 5 powerhouses who won the final battle to stand on the high platform in the middle and wait for the arrival of King Frieza. The referee shouted loudly, and the voice traveled far, so that the atmosphere of the scene gradually calmed down, and finally, it became calm. King Frieza. Yes, King Frieza is coming. He will personally meet these 5 strong men and then promote them. Shish, be quiet, King Frieza doesn't like too much noise. The crowd whispered, but did not dare to speak louder. While everyone was talking about it, the glass cover on the top of the mountain suddenly hummed and slowly opened. From it, a small figure floated out. Although this figure is short, its expression is cold, and there is a strong coercion surrounding it. Evil, cruel, and bloody aura surrounds him, and his hands are stained with the blood of many cosmic races. On the high platform, the 5 winners of this final stand side by side. Seiya was in it, and he looked up at Frieza, who was slowly falling from the air. His eyes suddenly sharpened. The other 4 bowed down respectfully. In the crowd, Yang Qing looked at Frieza in the air with a flat expression, and there was no trace of breath rising and falling all over his body. You guys are great. Frieza tapped his feet on the ground, then stood firm, and hoarse, cold words spewed out of his mouth. 4 of the 5 were caught by Frieza's aura, and there was a hint of panic on their faces. Only Seiya had sweat on his forehead, and his eyes began to flicker. So powerful, such an evil and huge aura is unimaginable, completely unimaginable. Seiya was shocked, he had never felt such a majestic and boundless aura. Just when Seiya was shocked by Frieza's strength, Frieza's icy eyes suddenly looked at him. Immediately, even greater pressure shrouded him. The Saiyans are indeed a strange race. Before you, there were several young Saiyans who surrendered to me as my subordinates, and you are so loyal, I will not treat you badly. Frieza spoke indifferently, making Seiya unable to resist at all in his heart. He is too powerful, if I resist him, I will be killed. Seiya is calm on the surface, but his heart is already overturned. Since the 5 of you have won this competition, then, I am going to set up an action team recently, and you will be the action captains of 5 of them. How about it? Strong strength has won your status. The other 4 bowed respectfully and excitedly. Thank you, King Frieza. Seiya was the only one, his eyes dazed and hesitating constantly. What, Saiyan, what other thoughts do you have? Frieza asked coldly with a flash of cold light in his eyes. Phew, Frieza. Under Frieza's pressure, Seiya's voice was hoarse and nervous, making his whole body stiff. I don't want to do things under your hands. At the same time Seiya said this, the 4 people next to him looked at Seiya in surprise. There was even a trance in the eyes of the audience under the stage. What? This Saiyan turned down Frieza. In the universe, who doesn't know Frieza's cruelty and cruelty? He is the most ruthless and ruthless emperor. No one dared to defy him and refute him, because all those who dared to oppose him are already dead. He is not only powerful, but also cruel in character. Interesting. Frieza stared at Seiya coldly, and when the latter's heart almost jumped out of his throat, he suddenly laughed. Afterwards, Frieza flew away without saying anything. It wasn't until Frieza's back disappeared that Seiya let out a long breath. At this time, he glanced around, but he had found that everyone looked at him with the same expression as looking at a dead person. Yes, offending King Frieza is a miracle, right? In the crowd, Vegeta also looked at the stage in shock, while Nappa and Raditz beside her were gulping. "This guy, is he crazy? How dare he refuse King Frieza?" Nappa said with a horrified expression. "I think he doesn't want to die." Raditz also nodded. "Speed up, we're going to see him now, we must save his life." Vegeta said grimly, "Saiyan, there are not many now. Prince Vegeta, I still want to subdue him." Nappa and Raditz looked at each other and both understood Vegeta's plan. They watched Vegeta quickly disappear into the crowd, and they also squeezed in and followed closely. Seiya didn't care about other people's eyes, and after jumping straight off the stage, he disappeared into the crowd. Then, quickly came to Yang Qing's side. "This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading." The two looked at each other, did not speak, and quickly left here. "Elder, what should I do? Frieza won't let me go." Seiya was bold just now, but now he is nervous after returning to the house. If Frieza were to deal with him, he would definitely not be able to escape this planet. "What are you worried about?" Yang Qing smiled lightly. "Go and pour me a cup of tea, the tea from Ensiduo planet is pretty good." "Do you really have a way to deal with him?" Seiya still couldn't believe it. The breath of the great elder he felt on weekdays was far less daunting and powerful than Frieza's. "Ha ha." Yang Qing just smiled, and then pointed to the doorway. "Go and open the door, we have guests coming." Seiya was stunned for a moment and looked at the door, but there was no knock on the door. But he didn't have any doubts. He took a few steps to the door and opened it. When he opened it, Seiya was stunned again, and when he saw the person who was about to knock on the door, he immediately called out. Prince Vegeta. Chapter 562 Standing at the door was the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, and behind him were Raditz and Nappa. The three of them were still a little nervous when they saw the powerful Seiya for the first time. After all, in terms of strength, Seiya at this moment has far surpassed them. "You recognize me?" Vegeta asked suspiciously. Of course, Seiya has seen Prince Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta, Seiya was also very surprised, and then he bent down. "Get up, where's the Saiyan with you?" Vegeta nodded grimly, and began to look through Saiyan for another person. When he saw Seiya like this, Vegeta knew that the other party already knew his identity, and he was not the kind of person who would mess around. Another person. Seiya was stunned for a moment, and before he could finish speaking, Vegeta walked in directly. Yang Qing was leaning on the chair at the moment, holding the tea and blowing lightly. When he saw Vegeta coming in, a smile appeared on his face immediately. And Vegeta, at this moment, was shocked and unbelievable. Big elder. Not only him, but even Raditz and Nappa behind him were shocked. They hurriedly bent over and saw this person with a very high status in the Saiya clan. "Meet the elders." Yang Qing waved his hand, looked at Vegeta who was still in a sluggish state, and said with a smile, "Vegeta, long time no see." "Elder, you are not dead," Vegeta said with complicated eyes. "I'm not dead, I'll tell you when I have time." Yang Qing nodded, then said seriously, "Now, let me ask you, do you want to leave here with me, or stay by Frieza's side?" "Get out of here." Vegeta was taken aback. "I promise your father will take good care of you, so I hope you can leave Frieza with me and live in peace. Or, are you trying to kill Frieza with your own hands?" Yang Qing looked at Vegeta deeply. "Kill Frieza?" Vegeta's face was full of questions. "Frieza is the culprit who destroyed our Saiyan family," Seiya said bitterly on the side. "What?" Vegeta was shocked, and then an angry light burst out in his eyes. "It's actually him. There is no need for Seiya to deceive him, and the elder is someone he is very familiar with, so there is no need to deceive him." In other words, Frieza turned out to be the biggest enemy of their Saiyan clan. No wonder Seiya would rather die than yield to Frieza and do things under him. "Leave with me, Vegeta, I will teach you well, let you grow into a strong man who is not inferior to your father, and become a Super Saiyan," Yang Qing said seriously. Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists, and the three beside him were all surprised. He began to hesitate, and then Vegeta gritted his teeth and made a decision. No, I don't have time. I'm going to stay by Frieza's side, observe everything about him, and then personally kill him for my father. Avenge the entire Saiyan nation. Frieza, you are not an opponent now. Yang Qing frowned. Follow me, I will naturally teach you well. Vegeta, you don't have to stay by his side, it's dangerous. Yeah, Prince Vegeta, the Great Elder is very powerful, and under his guidance, you will definitely grow up quickly. Seiya also persuaded. Even Raditz and Nappa were the same. Face looking forward. Among the Saiyans, who does not know the power of the Great Elder? This Great Elder, the level of teaching people is very advanced, and his own strength is also unfathomable. You should be able to deal with Frieza, why didn't you kill him? Vegeta suddenly raised her head and gritted her teeth. I killed his brother. If he said that, I think you would prefer to kill him with your own hands. Also, Raditz's father also saw that in the future, there will be a Saiyan descendant who will personally take action and destroy Frieza. Yang Qing said slowly, keeping his eyes on Vegeta. You are still young. If you want to grow up, you must go through some hardships. Only in this way will it become stronger. Vegeta clenched her fists and nodded heavily. I won't go with you, I want to become stronger by myself. Shaking his head, Yang Qing was not disappointed either. According to the original book, Vegeta's character was stubborn by nature and most believed in his own strength. Also, he doesn't know how powerful he is. So, choose your own cultivation and become stronger. Well, the purpose of our coming here has been achieved. Yang Qing nodded, then threw a golden leaf to Vegeta. If there is danger, crush him and I will come to help you. Vegeta took the golden leaf and nodded silently. It's time to go, Frieza is coming soon. Yang Qing waved and took a sip of tea, then stood up and walked outside the room. Vegeta, take care of yourself, if there is danger, call me. Vegeta glanced at the golden leaf in her hand. Although she didn't quite believe that a golden leaf could help him, she still held it tightly. Great Elder has a very good relationship with his father. When he was a child, he had also been instructed by the other party. In his heart, Vegeta respected this person very much. Afterwards, Yang Qing and Saiya quickly left here and disappeared in the aircraft. Prince Vegeta, we should really leave with the Elder. With his protection, you will be able to become stronger quickly, and this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. And grow up, prosperous Saiyan in the future. With his help, it will be much easier. Raditz sighed. Yeah, a person as powerful as the Great Elder is still alive, it's really great for us. Nappa agreed. Humph. The revenge of the Saiyans, we will avenge ourselves. Elder, he also has his own business to do. Besides, don't you want to avenge your parents by kissing yourself? Vegeta said coldly. Raditz and Nappa looked at each other and both clenched their fists. Vengeance, of course. Then stop talking nonsense. Vegeta snorted coldly and turned to leave. A day later, Vegeta and the others suddenly received Frieza's call, causing the three of them to change their expressions. Frieza. Nappa's forehead was covered in sweat, and they were afraid that Frieza was going to kill them. I have to say that living under the hands of the enemy is really exciting. Let's go and see what he has to say. Vegeta stood up, gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of anger. Chapter 563 Earth. Vegeta was full of anger towards Frieza. But after leaving the room, his mood has returned to calm. Forbearance. His strength at the moment is far from enough, only forbearance can kill the opponent. Soon, Vegeta and the other two came to the place where Frieza was. Vegeta, long time no see. Seeing Vegeta coming, Frieza had a cold smile on his face, very stiff. King Frieza. Vegeta had a cold face, bent down on one knee, bowed her head, and her eyes were full of coldness. You Saiyans, although the remaining ones are wrong, they are very powerful. Frieza sneered. That Saiyan, do you know him? I don't know. When I was in the clan, I didn't see him. Vegeta said simply. Oh, Frieza raised his brows slightly, his eyes cold. So, do you know where he went? I don't know, Vegeta said. His face became even colder, and Frieza became impatient when he faced Vegeta's expression. Go back. Yes. Vegeta bent down and saluted again, then left. Outside Frieza's door, the three of them quickly flew away side by side. Prince Vegeta, Frieza, is trying to deal with Seiya. Raditz asked. Insidious and cruel guy. Seiya disobeyed his orders. He will naturally deal with Seiya, but fortunately they left early. Vegeta said coldly, then turned to face the two of them and spoke again. After we go back, we will work hard to cultivate, and we must become stronger. If you die because you are too weak, I will not avenge the two of you. Yes. The two were stunned for a moment, then immediately said. Saiyans are inherently ruthless, and Vegeta has such a big hatred in his heart, which is naturally more ruthless. At the same time that Vegeta left Frieza, in the universe far away from this planet, an aircraft was driving fast. Elder, where are we going next? Seiya asked suspiciously. I'll give you a coordinate, drive there. Yang Qing said. Immediately following, Yang Qing said a series of numbers. Seiya was confused and quickly entered the string of numbers into the destination. Immediately following, the spaceship quickly spewed out a flame and accelerated. Yang Qing ignored the driving of the spaceship, sat cross-legged and entered into meditation, and then began to cultivate his divinity, which is his soul. Seiya himself opened the gravity chamber, entered it, and began to practice. He is a person who pursues strength and hopes that he can continue to become stronger. In this regard, he is very similar to the Monkey King in the original book. After 2 full years, Yang Qing woke up from the meditation and saw a blue and beautiful planet. Earth, Yang Qing murmured with complex eyes. That's right, it was the Earth that he and Seiya came from. They have seen many planets in the universe, including races. Even in Frieza's conference, basically most of the powerhouses in the universe have been included. Most of the races in the universe, their fighting power comes from their own blood. They are born like this, or they can add some training the day after tomorrow. In fact, due to the genetic problems of their own blood, there are few ordinary cosmic people who can burst into power. They all have their own limits, and it is difficult to break through him. Those who should see have seen, and those who should learn have learned. Yang Qing naturally thought of the Earth at this time. In his opinion, the Earth in the original book is actually very good for the development of martial arts. Humans are very fragile beings. A strong adult's combat power is only 5, which shows how poor their talent is. However, after cultivating martial arts, Master Wushan, Qilin and the like can increase their combat power to hundreds or thousands. It can even develop unique martial skills one by one to enhance its combat effectiveness. Through Turtle Qigong, the Turtle Immortal can even destroy the moon. Yang Qing felt that on Earth, they should be able to learn a lot from them, or create their own unique skills. Elder, the destination has arrived. Is it this planet? Seiya looked at the Earth in front of him curiously. It's right here. Drive the spaceship into it. Yang Qing nodded. The spacecraft hummed and plunged headlong into Earth's atmosphere. On the way to the landing, the roar continued, and after half a quarter of an hour, Yang Qing and Seiya fell on the sea. Elder, we fell into the sea. Seiya said. Yang Qingbai glanced at the ladder, then opened the hatch and flew up. Seiya touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. It was indeed his control error just now. The two jumped up and flew down the sea to the landing. They flew very slowly, and it was only 2 hours later that they saw the ground in front of them. Elder, I saw the land. There should be creatures on it. Where do we start to destroy? Seiya said excitedly. Before, every time they went to a planet, they would first send a Qigong wave to destroy a large area, attracting the attention of the strong on the planet, and then they would act. This time, it should be the same. Take it quietly, don't shoot if it's okay. Unexpectedly, Yang Qing glared at Seiya, causing the latter to shrink his neck immediately. Also, take back your aura, this planet is not for you to challenge. Seiya said, oh. This chapter is not over, Click on the next page to continue reading. Obediently restrain your breath. When they landed on land, on a small island in the sea about a few hundred miles away, an old man with a bald head, a white beard, and a turtle shell on his back, his face changed suddenly. What a huge, evil aura. His face suddenly became serious, and there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. This kind of breath was much stronger than him, just like the island in front of him was compared to the sea. Who is it? In Turtle Immortal's perception, this huge breath has even surpassed the original Piccolo Demon King, and it is far beyond. However, the aura just disappeared after a while. Feeling that breath in the distance, the Turtle Immortal was terrified. He restrained his breath. Who is it and what is he going to do? On an island in the sky, an old Namekian looked down with worry and fear. Chapter 564 Robbery. This Namekian looks old-fashioned, and the money on his clothes has a big word, God, printed on it, which is the God of the earth. His sound side bow and bow stared at God a few times, and then looked down a few times. God, what happened? What a powerful evil aura has appeared on the earth, it is too strong. It far exceeds all the human beings on the earth. God said with some fear in his eyes. Is there no way even God can do it? Bo asked. I am far from his opponent. God said worriedly, now we can only hope that he is not here to bring disaster to the earth. That palpitating aura was so powerful, terrifying and despairing. God has never seen such a huge aura. On the ground, Yangqing and Saya quietly fell from the air. Sayama watched the humans on this planet with interest, and when he saw the other party, they were also looking at him curiously, and he couldn't help showing a hideous smile. Elder, these people look very similar to us, but they are too weak. He could not detect a strong breath from the humans on the ground. It's not them we're looking for. Yangqing shook his head, looking at the familiar human beings in front of him, as if he had returned to the earth in his previous life, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The two strode forward, and the humans on the ground were also looking at the two nervously at the moment. Then, those two people can fly. People looked at the two of them in horror. In their knowledge, human beings have never been able to fly. Let's find a place to eat. I haven't tasted the earth's food for a long time. Yangqing shook his head and said. Sai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. In his understanding, the Great Elder once came to this planet. Soon, the two disappeared into the countryside. Their forward speed has not reached the limit, but it is already fast. About 2 hours later, the two had come to a bustling city. Western capital. Looking at the advertisements on the billboards in all directions, a flash of clarity flashed in Yangqing's eyes. 3 minutes later, the two sat in a dining room. I want this, and this. Yangqing quickly pointed to the food on the menu and ordered it. 2 minutes later, a look of shock appeared in the waiter's eyes. He hesitated, but finally, after Yangqing ordered three foods again, he opened his mouth. With all due respect, this gentleman, did you order it just for the two of you? Yangqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. If only the two of you eat, these amounts are a bit too much. The waiter suggested. What the elder said is what it is. You scum with only 5 combat powers, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Saya scolded loudly. He is strong in combat, and he is a Saiyan himself, not a good person. This anger was immediately suppressed by a strong momentum. It actually scared the waiter back 3 steps, a fart. Shares sat on the ground. Saya, don't make trouble. Yangqing scolded lightly, then apologized to the waiter. I'm sorry, he has a bad temper. Just serve what we just ordered, don't worry. The waiter didn't dare to talk anymore, and quickly backed away. The food was served quickly, and after a while, the table was already full of plates. Seeing these good-looking and fragrant foods, Saya drooled a lot. Elder, I'm welcome, it looks delicious. Saya's eyes were full of light, then he grabbed his chopsticks and moved towards the food on the table. After eating this, Saya's eyes brightened immediately. Ah, so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food. Then, he frantically moved towards the food on the table. With a smile on his face, Yang Qing also picked up the chopsticks. His eating appearance was much quieter, but it was also surprisingly fast. After a while, the plates on the table were piled up as high as a hill. But at this time, the two of them have not finished eating, and they are serving on the side. The waiters kept adding food to the table. Their amazing food intake immediately attracted the attention of a large number of people. Those two guys are so good to eat. Really, they can eat so much, aren't they afraid of dying? Two cruel people, I have never seen two people with such a good appetite. Look at the table in front of them, there are at least 100 plates, and they haven't finished eating yet. Everyone was talking a lot, and they were all shocked by the appetite of the two people. But as time passed, everyone gradually got used to it and ignored it. Only the plates on the table are constantly piled up. The two also swept the food on the table, ignoring the opinions of others. Suddenly, 4 or 5 strong men with automatic rifles and their faces covered with black cloth rushed into the door of the restaurant. Don't move, I will kill anyone who moves. The two who came in at the beginning shouted loudly. Their guns were immediately aimed at the crowd, and the brutal momentum swept the entire restaurant. At this moment, the entire restaurant panicked, and the screams of the woman kept coming out. The cashier woman at the front desk was so frightened that she was instantly stunned, and clasped her head with her hands. Bump the money into the whole bag, hurry up or I'll beat you to death. The first two entered the store and controlled the crowd, while the latter two pointed at the cashier with money and drank fiercely. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Road. In addition, there is a man holding a pistol, standing at the door, constantly looking out. Hurry up. The two shouted loudly, making the cashier come back to her senses, tears welling up from her eyes, and she started to put money into the purse with trembling hands. The occurrence of this scene also slowed down the two Yang Qing who were eating, but they did not stop. Big elder, what are they doing? Saya, don't bite the barbecue in his mouth, don't ask vaguely. I am robbing money. Yang Qing replied. What is stealing money? Saya didn't quite understand, but regardless of this, he continued to struggle for the food on the table. What's the matter with those two guys? At this time, the people standing at the door of the store also saw Yang Qing and the two of them, and their faces darkened. Go and teach them a lesson, can't you see our guns? The two looked at each other, then strode forward. It will take some time to pack the money, and it will not affect them to pack up the two guys. As the two of them advanced, the ordinary people in the store were in chaos, and they all became nervous. Yang Qing and Saya, on the other hand, ignored them and continued to eat. Chapter 565 Pink. They knew exactly what was happening behind them, but the two of them didn't care at all. Finally, after the two approached, the two gun barrels were aimed at Saya's head. Compared with Yang Qing's slightly thinner figure, this stout man is obviously more threatening. Therefore, these two robbery guys chose to clean up Saya first. Hey, boy, one of them shouted. There was a hint of doubt in Saya's eyes, but the movements in his hands did not stop. Compared with these two people, the food on the table was obviously more tempting and seductive. In this scene, even ordinary people who didn't dare to lift their heads were secretly looking here. In particular, one of the young women with long wavy peach-colored hair widened her eyes. Is that big guy dying? And that handsome young boy, they're so daring. In the face of the gangsters, they dare to eat in a big mouth, how rough the nerves of these two people are. You're looking for death. The gangster finally became furious. When the barrel of the gun turned, the butt of the gun aimed directly at the back of Saya's head, and then stabbed it fiercely. He wanted to let this stupid boy know how unfortunate it was to annoy them. Mad, gangsters rob, but there are victims who are not afraid. How unprofessional is this? If it is spread out in the future, if it is known by the peers, it will be laughed out of the teeth. The people who were peeking from the back couldn't bear to close their eyes when they saw this scene, as if they had already seen the blood dripping from the big man's head. The young woman with long pink hair let out an exclamation. Bang! The voice came out the next moment, but it was not Seiya who fell. The gangster who shot, drew an arc in the restaurant, and then slammed into the table behind him, causing the people around him to shout. Afterwards, they saw that the man with the gun trembled twice and stopped moving. And, scum, Seiya snorted and continued to eat his food without even bothering to care. Yang Qing raised her head slightly and glanced at it, then ignored it. At this time, the other person standing behind Seiya was already shaking all over. In the scene just now, he didn't even see what was going on, and his companion had already flown out. You bastard. The gangster aimed the pistol at Seiya and took a few steps back, his eyes full of tension and anger. What did you do to him? Seiya ignored it and continued to eat the food. Speak. What have you done to him? The gangster shouted loudly and squeezed the trigger with his fingers. This scene made the people around him scream. The pink-haired woman covered her eyes and dared not look. Seiya still ignored it, and the gangster finally broke out completely. I'm going to kill you. The next moment, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot rang, and Seiya turned his back to the gangster. It stands to reason that the bullet could not be seen at all, but his figure seemed to be distorted. The next second, his hand was released, and a bullet with a twisted tip fell to the ground. The gangster took a few steps back in fear, and sat down on the ground. The other two who came to support from the rear also looked at Seiya's back in fear. At this moment, the strong man sitting there eating brought them unimaginable fear. Go! Several gangsters shouted. They are scared. The person who can even catch a bullet, is it still a person? However, just as he turned around and left, the gangster who shot just now pointed his gun at Yang Qing with all his might. Perhaps it was his self-esteem that did not allow him to be so timid and afraid. When the pink woman saw this scene, she immediately shouted, "Be careful." Yang Qing's head just lifted at this moment. Bang! The flame sprayed, the pistol in the gangster's hand trembled, and a bullet spiraled through the void and shot towards Yang Qing fiercely. Seiya, who had been sitting in his seat, moved at this moment. His right hand trembled suddenly, and the flying bullet was stopped by him again. However, at this moment, he finally stopped eating all the time. His face became extremely gloomy. He slowly put the chopsticks in his right hand on the dining table, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then, he stood up abruptly and faced the gunman. You guys, how dare you attack the Great Elder? Looking for death. Raging anger burst out from Seiya's heart. Originally, he was already furious when he attacked him twice before. But the expression on the Elder's face clearly shows that he doesn't want to take action against these weak scumbags, and he has no interest in preventing this from happening. But, these guys who could be killed with a single finger in his eyes dared to take action on the Great Elder who he most respected. They are courting death. Seiya is stout and burly, standing there like a small tower. Just the appearance, it is very shocking vision. As soon as he stood up at this moment, he was 2 or 3 heads taller than the gangsters, which made these guys almost urinate. Run! He's not human. The gangsters screamed loudly, and the man at the front desk urging the cashier to quickly collect the money heard such a terrified voice, glanced back, and then saw San Daofei. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He rose up in the air and headed towards the person who was smashing hard. Bang! A loud voice came out, and the 3 were directly pressed against the wall, blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, and after a few tremors, there was no movement. The man who was about to take the purse was completely frightened at this moment. Next, he saw that the tall man actually held the rifle that the 3 of them had just left in his hand. What kind of toy is this? Gently rubbing both hands, the rifle made of steel was actually crumpled into a mass of scrap iron by him. This shocking scene made everyone in the restaurant swallow their saliva. Seiya strode over, grabbed the man standing at the front desk with one hand, and mentioned it. The latter's full weight of 160 pounds was lifted directly like this. Then, Seiya threw it out of the restaurant. The adult man, like a ball, was thrown out easily and slammed into the telephone pole. The sound of clicking came from his body again. Finally, it slowly slipped down and lost its breath. Humans, in Seiya's hands, are too fragile. After that, Seiya just returned to his seat, showing a flattering smile. Elder, can I order more food? You've finished eating, and I'm still hungry. Chapter 566 Daughter of the Richest Man. Ask me what to do. Yang Qing glanced at Seiya strangely, and pointed to the waiter and the others who were already stunned beside him. Give me some more food. To the rest of the restaurant, Seiya was not so polite, and ordered directly, order what you haven't eaten before. The waiters stared at Seiya blankly, and after a second, they made a smart move, and then looked at the few gangsters who didn't move on the ground, only to feel that their calves were shaking. Then, they moved quickly. After a while, the table was filled with food again. Seiya smiled with satisfaction, and then opened his mouth to eat. There was a robbery incident in the restaurant, and there must be no way to eat anymore. Many guests left quickly, and after a while, the restaurant was empty. At this time, the woman with pink hair in the corner looked at the two who were still eating, and her curious eyes kept rolling. After thinking for a while, the woman walked towards the two of them. She first came behind Seiya and called out, "Hey, big man." "Why?" Seiya said rudely. "Also, my temper is really bad." The woman pursed her lips and looked at Yang Qing, who was very gentle. "Hey, you." She walked to Yang Qing's side again. "Huh?" Yang Qing asked suspiciously, with a smile on his face. "You communicate a lot better than him. Are you two companions?" The woman sighed in relief and asked happily. "That's right." Yang Qing nodded and slowly ate the food on the table. "I think you are very good at fighting, especially the big guy, he is very strong." The woman said quickly. "What's the matter?" Yang Qing asked. "I want to ask you to do me a favor, okay? I'll pay you enough." The woman suggested this. "I don't think you look rich." "Not much." Yang Qing shook his head. "I will pay you a lot of money." The woman was anxious. Yang Qing still shook his head. After removing the last food on the plate, he let out a long sigh. "I'm full. It's so refreshing." Seiya looked up at Yang Qing, then at the woman, and continued to bury his head in dealing with his food without saying a word. For him, everything is handled by the elders, and he is only responsible for obedience. 5 minutes later, the woman was still grinding hard, but Yang Qing didn't agree. Seiya had already finished eating at this time. He said loudly. "Elder, let's go, I'm full, the food here is delicious." "Hee, next time, I'll take you to eat something more delicious," Yang Qing said with a smile. Great. Seiya was excited. He discovered the first benefit that the Great Elder brought him to this planet. Neither Vegeta, nor Nova, nor any other planet in the universe has such wonderful food. At this time, a waiter came up and said with a look of fear, "Hello, a total of 20,000 yuan, thank you for your patronage." Yang Qing stayed and ate 20,000 yuan for a meal. He scratched his head, then looked at the mountains of plates in front of him, speechless. "You dare to take our money? I have traveled all over the universe, mad, but no one dares to take our money." Seiya was directly furious, and he lifted the waiter into the air. This time, the waiter was so frightened that he called out directly. He didn't want to receive a meal payment, so he let himself die. Yang Qing waved his hand. "Seiya, put him down." Seiya snorted and let go. After stopping Seiya from being rough, Yang Qing was in trouble. When it comes to coins on the earth, he really doesn't have any. And hard currency like gold is gone. There are various currencies in the universe. Each planet is different, and Saiyans walk the rivers and lakes. Oh no, walking in the universe does not need money at all. They are famous, who dares to accept their money? But if he is making fun of the earth, it doesn't fit Yang Qing's character. Why don't you do this? I'll help you pay for the meal, and I'll cover you with room and board. Do us a favor, how about that? The peach-haired girl said with a smile at this time. Yang Qing covered his forehead and said helplessly, tell me about you. I want you to protect me for a while, don't worry, I will pay you for the reward, I am very rich. The pink woman said confidently. Yes. After thinking for a while, Yang Qing agreed. On Earth, the two really have no place to live for the time being. He is going to look for Turtle Immortal and others, and he really needs to understand some of the conditions of the Earth before making some plans. Moreover, the current atmosphere of the Earth is very suitable for him to cultivate spiritual power. Seiya looked at these without any reaction, and stood beside Yang Qing obediently. Soon, the woman paid the cash for the two and the three left. The owner of the store really wanted Yang Qing and the two to stay as witnesses. After all, Seiya shot and killed 5 gangsters, which was also a big trouble. However, looking at Seiya's figure and ruthless face, he couldn't bring up the courage and could only let them walk out of the restaurant. The pink-haired woman had a smile on her face. That's it, I can play everywhere. My name is Yi Qi, what are your 2 names? Yi Qi asked happily. The 2 guys stood behind him, one was burly and looked like a bodyguard, the other was handsome and very eye-catching. This big guy. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. The strength, she has seen with her own eyes, can absolutely guarantee her own safety. My name is Qing, Yang Qing said with a smile. Objectively speaking, this peach-haired Yi Qi, with a beautiful face, a slender figure, and a wealth of money, is definitely one of the white and rich beauty on earth. In his previous life, he was the kind of goddess he could dream of. Seiya was silent. Hey, big man, what's your name? You are my bodyguard now, do you have to be nice to me? Yi Qi cried. Elder, why do you want to protect such a weak guy? Seiya didn't bother to pay attention to Yi Qi, and asked Yang Qing directly. We need her help temporarily. Yang Qing said softly. Seeing the 2 people talking without anyone else, Yi Qi turned her head angrily and ignored them. However, in her heart, she had doubts about the great elder that Seiya said. Elder, could it be that this thin guy is still the boss of the big man? When the 3 of them were walking on the road, in a dark corner, several people were staring at them coldly. Are you sure? It has been confirmed that it is Yi Qi, the daughter of the richest man in the western capital, Yi Qi. Chapter 567 Get ready, 1 vote, we will spend our whole life. One of them whispered with hatred. Look at the 2 people behind her, when did they start following her? The other person pointed to Yang Qing and Seiya. It wasn't there 2 days ago. We stepped on the point for 3 days before we decided to start. She sneaked out this time, and she did not bring bodyguards. The person before said. It's very likely that she invited her just now. This little girl is quite smart. There were smiles on the faces of the people in the dark. No matter whether Yi Qi had bodyguards or not, since they were about to start, they would not hesitate. Moreover, they have guns in their hands, so they are not afraid of bodyguards at all. This is not the first time they have done this kind of business. Following Yi Qi and the others all the way, they did not show any difference. They carried long packages behind their backs, covering everything up with smiles on their faces. But they don't show the difference, but they can't escape Seiya's perception. Elder, someone is following us. Seiya said. Well, come back after you have cleaned them up. Yang Qing said casually. Seiya nodded, turned his head and walked towards the back. Yi Qi noticed this scene and glanced at the 2 of them curiously. She didn't notice any difference, so she had to ask Yang Qing when she was born. What is the big man doing? Remove a little trouble, Yang Qing said with a smile. However, it seems that your identity is very unusual. It's good to know. Yi Qi snorted, her eyebrows raised, very sexy. Seiya came to the back alone and walked directly to the front of those people. The burly figure immediately blocked the way of several people. Big man, Get out of the way, don't get in the way. The leader, a man with a scar on his face, said fiercely. Saya didn't say a word, glanced at a few people, and then directly stretched out his right hand, but in an instant, one's head was caught by him, and then he threw it gently. Bang! The man was directly hit by the tree, the bones all over his body made a cracking sound, and he lost his breath in an instant. The other people were immediately startled, reaching for the package behind them. However, Saya did not give them a chance. He didn't even throw a fist, just as before, grabbing one's head with both hands, and throwing it lightly. It was like throwing garbage, throwing the two of them dozens of meters away, hitting the ground heavily, and losing them. Breath. Following closely, he strode forward, kicking the only two remaining. Light. Saya kicked very lightly. He swore that he was useless at all, but the two flew high and fell heavily. After doing all this, he just turned around and followed Yang Qing and the two of them with a dull expression. At this time, Yi Qi was already stunned. She had known the ferocity of this big man for a long time, but she could not have expected it to be so cruel. Killing someone without a word is simply unbearable. Elder, it's done, Saya said respectfully when he came to the two of them. Yeah, Yang Qing nodded without saying much. Yi Qi panicked and tried hard to ask Saya the reason for the murder, but the latter never told her. In desperation, I had to give up. Half an hour later, the three stayed in a 5-star luxury hotel. Considering Yi Qi's safety, the three lived in one house. The room is big, 3 people share a house. Saya looked around curiously, while Yang Qing entered the bathroom and shower on his own. When he finished his clothes and was about to boil the water, the doorknob suddenly clicked. Suddenly, Yang Qing's expression changed. His mental power radiated, and he immediately sensed that Yi Qi from outside was about to come in. Don't come in, Yang Qing immediately shouted. But it was too late. The doorknob turned, Yi Qi opened the door, and saw all Yang Qing's appearance at this time. The well-proportioned body, the strong 8-pack abs and muscles on the abdomen and the abdomen, the mysterious areas of the inverted 3 and horns, as well as the symbol of the strong and sturdy man, appear extremely ferocious in the thick and strong. Unable to help, Yi Qi felt a little dry mouth and tongue for a while, and then she became angry. Under Yi Qi's gaze, Yang Qing also felt her face blushing, and then her body actually reacted, and she couldn't help feeling even more embarrassed. Ah! Yi Qi finally reacted, screamed, and her pink-white face immediately turned red. You bird, beast! With a slap, Yang Qing slapped Yi Qi with an embarrassed handle, and pushed Yi Qi out of the bathroom and room, then slammed the door shut. Yi Qi's face was puffy, her heartbeat was unbelievably fast, and her mind was in a trance at this moment. She didn't know how to get back to her room and lay down on the chuang. When she closed her eyes, her head was full of Yang Qing's sturdy body and that strong body. Men are inherently masculine and strong, and have a strong attraction to the opposite sex. For a while, Yi Qi's face turned red, and her brain became a mess. That bastard. Saya was lying on the sofa watching TV, and when he heard the movement of the two, he glanced curiously, and then retracted his head. When Yang Qing was in the bathroom and room, recalling the scene just now, he also smiled, and finally shook his head, turned on the shower, and began to rinse. After a while, Yang Qing walked out of the bathroom and sat down to Saya. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Around. Elder, in the situation just now, shouldn't it be pushed directly to her? We Saiyans do things very simply and violently. Although that little girl has poor fighting ability, she looks pretty good. If she has a child, she will look good in the future. Saya babbled for a long time, and Yang Qing's face became ugly. Shut up and talk nonsense. At this time, Yi Qi was just going out, and Saya's words were heard in her ears without omission, and she immediately became angry. She was wearing slippers, showing her pink and tender heels, and strode to the two of them. Two birds and beasts, rascals. Yang Qing was embarrassed. It was obviously not his fault, but it was his fault, which was indeed a bit wrong. But this kind of thing, right or wrong, is his fault. Why don't you go in and I'll take a look at you? Are we humble? The old driver Yangqing finally got into the car, and this rhetorical question made Yiqi angrily pick up the pillow and slap it on his face. Shameless. Then, he turned his head and ran back to his bedroom. Elder, I just said, it should go directly. Aside, Saya smiled naively. Chapter 568 See God. Yangqing couldn't bear it any longer, and slapped Saya on the head hard. The latter immediately covered his head and cried out in pain. Afterwards, Yangqing went back to his bedroom and started to practice. After closing his eyes, he saw the faint divinity in his body, the spiritual power radiated, and went out to the sky, slowly extending, but he saw the universe starry sky in an instant. After that, Yangqing integrated himself into the void, began to experience everything in the void, and refined his divinity. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Yiqi is protected by Saya, and Yangqing is not concerned about her safety. In a flash, Yangqing discovered the loss of time and began to recover his spirit. Suddenly, the spiritual consciousness that fell from the void was startled, and he noticed that in the void that was very high from the earth, there was also a brilliant golden light blooming. There is no doubt that this is divine light. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and the golden light converged to form Yangqing's human shape. He began to move towards the direction of the golden light, and speaking, he came to this planet and had never seen the gods here. In a blink of an eye, the speed of consciousness was so fast, he was already standing on the circular building platform where the gods were. The moment he came, the god who was cultivating in the temple was shocked, his eyes opened, and he looked out in surprise. The gods felt the aura of the ordinary, and for so many years as the gods of the earth, the gods rarely saw gods from other planets. Of course, he himself knows that among the many gods, he is the lowest one, with a very low dimensional level. Spreading out his legs, God quietly walked outside. After walking out of the temple, the god saw Yangqing, who was wearing a dark martial arts uniform with a faint golden light all over his body. The faint golden light on Yangqing's body made him shrink his eyes immediately. As for divinity, it is so perfect to control it. He could see at a glance that Yangqing's body was formed by spiritual power. Because of this, he was even more surprised, because he couldn't do such a thing. God. Yangqing smiled faintly when he saw the god. Who are you? God asked suspiciously. He had never seen Yangqing on earth. I'm from outside, I think you should understand. Yangqing said with a smile. Does your body have the same breath as mine? Is it also a god on a planet? God asked curiously. Planet. That's not it. My method of becoming a god is slightly different from yours. Yangqing shook his head and said, I'm here this time, just to share my experience in martial arts with you. Martial arts. Shen was stunned for a moment, then said, God is not very keen on fighting. I think you are trying in the wrong direction. Indeed, for the gods, unless they are the gods of war, demon gods and the like who are innately fond of fighting, they have no interest in fighting and improving their combat effectiveness. Moreover, if you want to become a god and inherit this position, the first condition is that you must be kind and selfless, which is why the great demon King Piccolo was born. I only like martial arts, so in some places, I hope I can discuss it with you. Yangqing shook her head. The god's eyes flashed, and he took a deep look at Yangqing. He was sensitively aware that there was still a trace of evil in the other's body, and he did not expel all the negativity like the same. Yes, but according to martial arts, the spiritual body cannot be sensed. God nodded, and compared to humans on earth, in some places, maybe I am not as good as them. Of course I understand. Yangqing nodded. Indeed, sometimes weak people, because of their limited potential, can develop more powerful martial skills, the most suitable, the closest to the rules of heaven and earth, the original skills. Then, next time, I will come in person myself. Yangqing looked at God and said again, The body that had been transformed into spirit shattered and turned into golden light that dissipated in the air. After Yang Qing left, Bo and Bo approached God and asked dumbly, "God, who is he?" "Why, I sense the same breath as you in him." The God narrowed his eyes, stood on the edge of the platform, and looked down, trying to find the aura of the man just now, but no matter how hard he searched, the man seemed to have disappeared and could never be seen again. "I also really want to know his identity. It's true that his breath is a god, but his character is not like that kind of guy who will guard a planet. He is so mysterious. Also, I have a faint feeling that his strength far surpasses mine." God's words shocked Bo, and they looked down, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see through the sea of clouds. In the hotel, Yang Qing opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He did not disappoint when the gods went there, because he did feel that the gods had some opinions on martial arts, and even the waves on the side were extraordinary. Of course, this only refers to their own understanding of martial arts. As for combat power, in Yang Qing's eyes, there is no difference between them. Compared with Saya's instant burst of 100,000 combat power, whether it is Bo or God, it is too far behind. A week later, Yang Qing sorted out the feeling in the void, carefully sensed the increase in his body size, and sighed. Divinity is really a process of accumulation. In the body, although the divinity in the spiritual sea has increased, it is too pitiful compared to the king's huge size like the Milky Way. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. But Yang Qing had no choice but to allow time to accumulate and slowly change from quantity to quality. After getting up, he pushed open the door, and the first thing he saw was Yi Qi. He couldn't help but remember his previous encounter with the former, and his face was inexplicably embarrassed. "Hi, how are you doing?" "Humph. It's okay not to mention this, but when Yi Qi mentions this, Yi Qi will go crazy. Since returning to the hotel that time, this guy has disappeared, the bedroom door is tightly closed, and he doesn't know what to do in it. Every time, he wants to enter. Saya, the tall and rough man, will change from being extremely quiet to extremely moving, and then say something coldly. The elder is in retreat, and no one is to be disturbed. Don't disturb. I rely on it. Miss Ben is the employer, okay. Make you the boss." Chapter 569 Turtle Immortal. She was very unwilling, but Saya's series of brutal methods made her realize what it means to be cold-blooded and ruthless, and what it means to be powerful. In the past few days, she went out a dozen times in total, and each time she was followed by Saya. The cold, expressionless Saya listened to Yang Qing's words and tried her best to protect Yi Qi. In this short period of time, Saya killed a total of 56 gangsters who were either openly or hidden in the dark and plotted against Yi Qi. Each one is bloody, and the death is appalling. Such ferocity immediately shocked Yi Qi. She was just an ordinary mortal earthling. She had never seen such a battle like a war at all. What's more, what made her tremble even more was that Saya, no matter in the face of gunshots or cannonballs, was not harmed in the slightest. He was able to dodge bullets with ease, and blasted shells with one punch at will, but he was unscathed. This was beyond Yi Qi's understanding of human beings. Seeing the appearance of those gangsters, Yi Qi seemed to be able to imagine her own miserable future. If one day, this brutal big guy aimed his fist at himself, how would he resist? I'm afraid it can't be resisted no matter what. Moreover, she could clearly see the impatience in the big man's eyes, and he had worried countless times that the big man couldn't help but punch him and send him to the west. Now that Yang Qing finally appeared, Yi Qi's heart was greatly relieved. What are you doing these days? This lady paid the remuneration, is that how you protect me? Yi Qi walked up to Yang Qing angrily and said loudly. I'm cultivating, to protect you. Yang Qing touched the back of his head awkwardly, and then pointed to Saya. Wouldn't it be good to have Saya? Without him, basically no one can hurt you. Yi Qi was in a hurry and stomped her feet. I invited the two of you. Stupid earthlings, to protect a young creature like you. I've already been lucky for you to take action. You dare to ask the elders. If you talk more, I'll shoot you to death. Saya came here and said coldly, causing Yichi to shudder with fright. In the past few days, she has seen the other party shoot those gangsters into a ball of meat sauce countless times like a watermelon. Saya, don't scare her. Yangqing waved and smiled, then nodded apologetically to Yichi. I have something to do these days. Since you feel unhappy, then I will take you to a fun place. Quote. There was doubt in Saya's eyes. What he said just now didn't scare the girl. He really wanted to shoot Yichi to death. Any guy who dares to make trouble in front of the elders, Saya is bound to shoot him to death. A fun place. What fun place? Yichi became curious. Just follow me. Yangqing smiled mysteriously. This time, he was wandering in the void. Not only did he meet the gods, but he also found out where the immortal turtle was. Yangqing had a lot of respect for this martial arts deity on Earth when he watched anime in his previous life. After all, it is indeed admirable to be able to develop martial arts to such a state as a human being. Chuang in both hands. Yangqing and Yichi were sitting on the chuang. Compared to Yangqing's calm look, Yichi opened her mouth and slapped her face with horror and shock. Fly up. Big guys can fly. Seeing Yichi's surprised look, Yangqing couldn't help but smile. He can't just fly. What else will he do? Yichi asked. You still kill people, didn't you see it? Yangqing teased. Yichi's face darkened, and she didn't have time to pay attention to Yangqing at this time. The first time she saw a flying human, she had completely subverted her worldview. Moreover, when she sat on it, she didn't feel the slightest bump, and she didn't feel any sense of falling. Saya's fighting power is strong, and after staying under Yangqing's hands for so long, his skills are already very good. Controlling your body and flying smoothly is a breeze. As time passed, Saya flew higher and higher. Yichi looked down at the moment, only to feel dizzy, and all the buildings below turned into black spots. She can even see the sea level in the distance, a blue, very charming. Saya, fly over there. Yangqing pointed in a direction. Saya nodded, showed his body, and accelerated the flight. Although the three of them were at a high altitude, the wind was very warm and comfortable. Yichi looked left for a while, looked right for a while, and lay down again, looking at the blue sky, as far as the eye could see, without clouds. Ching, what are you talking about in the universe? Are there really aliens? Yichi suddenly asked curiously. She was lying on the chuang, her delicate face, her skin was shatterable, and her skin was like ice and snow. There are many planets like the Earth, there are countless races, there are evil cosmic emperors, and there are righteous and powerful gods. Yangqing said with a smile. Listening to your explanation, it's like telling a story, so I don't believe it. Yichi snorted. Earth has never seen aliens come to it for so many years. Yangqing shook his head helplessly. To be honest, you still don't believe it. I haven't seen it, it's just that your level has not reached it. Like a god, it is an alien. About half an hour later, the three had come to the surface of the sea, and Saya lowered the altitude and flew almost close to the sea. Yichi cheered at this time. She could see all kinds of fish flying around here. Ah, look at that fish, so big, that shape. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I have never seen it before. It looks like a 5-pointed star. And there, wow, that fish is dancing. It's so much fun. At this moment, Yichi was jumping on the chuang, excited, like a young girl full of youth and vitality. With a smile on her face, Yangqing quietly looked at Yichi who stood up. The black line on Saya's face wanted to destroy Yichi, who was jumping around in his hand, with one hand. Elder, it's coming soon. After another 10 minutes, Saya's voice floated up. His eyes lit up slightly, and Yangqing saw a small island that was already faintly visible in the distance. Above the sea, the area is not large, and there is a small wooden house on it, which is the room of the turtle fairy. Approaching the island, our destination is here. Chapter 570 Sun Wukong. While Yangqing and the three slowly approached the island, the white-bearded old man lying on the rocking chair also opened his eyes and looked at the sea level. Someone is coming, and the breath is blurry. Immortal Turtle's eyes flashed, and he became solemn. After cultivating to a realm like him, he has been able to distinguish a person's good from evil by means of the perception of qi. However, apart from the woman, none of the other two had any information passed into his mind as the three slowly approached. He stood up slowly, and the two children, who were staggering and sparring with each other, were immediately stunned when they saw his movements. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, are you awake? These two children, one has a butt and a tail on his butt, and the other has a bald head. It was Sun Wukong and Kaylin. At this time, they had already started to worship Turtle Immortal as their teachers. Go on, there are guests here. Turtle Immortal waved his hands, hunched his waist, and walked to the beach. Just after he took a few steps, the three people who were still in the distance had already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The gust of wind swept over as the three of them approached. The two Sun Wukong, who were practicing martial arts, shouted and were swept into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. It hurts. Sun Wukong rubbed his head and stood up, and Kaylin looked at the beach with some anger. Immediately following, the expressions of the two of them appeared dazed and sluggish for a moment. Chuang in both hands. There is a man and a woman sitting on it. The man has a light smile on his face, he looks very gentle and handsome, and the woman is very beautiful. Of course, what the two of them paid more attention to was not the appearance, but the man below. That guy, he can fly. It's amazing. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, full of admiration. Turtle Immortal, who always speaks bluntly when he sees beautiful women, this moment is completely different from before, his eyes are full of solemnity. He looked up at the three of them and said solemnly, who are the three? Seiya fell slowly, stepped on the ground, and then gently placed the solid wood Chuang on the beach. Elder, we are here. His tone was very respectful, but he completely ignored the Turtle Immortal, which made the former's eyes flash. What? The place you want to bring me to is a deserted island in the sea. Yi Chi jumped off the Chuang, with a dissatisfied tone, a broken wooden house, a bad old man, and two broken children. His words were filled with hatred, and black lines appeared on the faces of Immortal Turtle and Kaylin. Yangqing shook his head and nodded to the Turtle Immortal. This is not a bad old man. This old man is the strongest man on earth right now, Teacher Wu Tian. Teacher Wu Tian. A question mark appeared on Yi Chi's forehead, and she was a little sluggish. After a full 5 seconds, she just remembered this familiar name. What? You are the champion of the #1 martial arts club in the world, Teacher Wu Tian. Why are you so lewd and trivial? Turtle Immortal was still a little happy, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he immediately felt that his heart was stabbed hard. Okay, don't make trouble, I'm here to find him this time, but I have something to do. Yangqing waved his hand, and then went directly into the wooden house. Immortal Turtle's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Seiya who was standing by the side, raised his crutch, and followed Yangqing in. I am an old man, but there is nothing that can help you, even the little guy next to you, his strength has far surpassed me. Immortal Turtle said helplessly as soon as he entered the room. The people in front of you are very dangerous. Although it looks like immortal on the surface, the more you observe it carefully, the more you can appreciate the enormous power deep within his body. The way of martial arts, the master is the first, and it has nothing to do with the strength of the battle. What I want to ask the teacher is about the martial arts. Yangqing smiled. Is it martial arts? Immortal Turtle's eyes lit up, and he gave Yangqing a deep look. You guy, you are already so powerful, and you still want to pursue martial arts. The strong and the weak are also compared to whom, isn't it? The universe is very big, and the earth is very small. Yangqing shook his head and smiled. The universe is very big, the earth is very small. Immortal Turtle murmured and repeated Yangqing's words, then sighed, forget it, if you have any questions, we will discuss with each other. However, my martial arts have not grown for a long time. Perhaps, the end of my life is here. Thank you very much then. Yang Qing smiled. When the two began to discuss martial arts, there were some twists and turns outside. Seiya was originally standing quietly, but when he inadvertently glanced at the tail behind Sun Wukong, his expression was shocked. How is that possible? He hurriedly glanced at Sun Wukong again, and finally confirmed the identity of Sun Wukong. Saiyan. There are even Saiyan kids who are living abroad. Big man, what's the matter with you? Yi Qi asked aloud, seeing the difference in Seiya. My clan, Seiya replied, and then strode to Sun Wukong, blocking the latter's way of practicing martial arts. Hey, big man, you disturbed our martial arts practice. Kaylin said dissatisfiedly. Practice martial arts. Seiya glanced at the two of them disdainfully, and then said, if Saiyans really want to be strong, they have to practice in blood and fire, and earn money on the edge of death. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It takes blood and sweat to grow up. You guys, in my opinion, are just children playing a house. Kaylin's face was angry, like arguing, but when he thought of the strangeness of the other party's talents and the contrast between himself and the other party's figure, he was afraid again. Boy, as a Saiyan, why are you here? Ignoring Kaylin, Seiya asked Sun Wukong directly, also, what's your name? Saiyan. Sun Wukong wondered, my name is Sun Wukong, I'm not a Saiyan. Sun Wukong. Saiyan was also stunned, there is no such strange surname among Saiyans, you have a tail behind you, you are Saiyans, and I also feel the breath of the same family on you. You even forgot your own identity, what a stupid boy. Saiyan became angry, and the Saiyans had experienced disasters, and their hometown was destroyed. There are people from the clan who have fallen outside, even forgetting their own identity. Moreover, this kid is full of kindness and justice, which is completely contrary to the character of Saiyans. Chapter 571 Destroying the Star with One Finger. Ordinary Saiyans, because they have experienced war for a long time, are mostly violent, cold, cruel, and bloody. Even the Saiyans who are rarely involved in combat are kind-hearted, but the madness factor in their bloodline exists. Especially the newly born Saiyans. In fact, because of the ancient times of their natural bloodlines, the violent factors continue to stimulate their instincts, and they will be more fierce. With the passage of time and growth, this factor will gradually evaporate due to the battle and be controlled. But what happened to this little devil in front of him? It was a little cruel, and the evil breath could not be found. Even him, at first glance, almost didn't recognize him. Who are you? Why, I feel a familiar aura on you. Sun Wukong was also a little confused. He glanced at his butt, the tail behind his butt, and then at Seiya's tail. The two have the same characteristics, and it is clear that they have an inexplicable connection. At this time, Krillin also discovered the similarities between the two. Their tails, hairstyles, are exactly the same. Boy, have you even forgotten your own identity? Seiya walked over directly, his powerful breath slammed into Sun Wukong, causing the latter to take a few steps back. Stupid inferior warrior, remember your identity, you are a Saiyan. We are the most powerful fighting nation in the universe, Saiyans, a proud nation. As for whose son you are, perhaps the great elder knows. Seiya's tone was very stern, and his expression became extremely cold. There was confusion in Sun Wukong's eyes. He consciously began to be on the earth, and instinctively resisted the identity of Saiyan. I'm not a Saiyan, I'm a human. Sun Wukong shook his head seriously. Boy, you won't learn anything here. Follow me later, and I will take you back to the gathering place of our Saiyans. Only there can you grow into a real powerhouse as soon as possible. Saiyan doesn't care what Sun Wukong says at all. With his powerful power, he can completely subdue any Saiyan. Moreover, his status among the Saiyans is also very high. He is the first master of the younger generation of Saiyans, and he is almost the strongest among all Saiyans. I'm not going with you. Sun Wukong shook his head vigorously. Humph. With a cold snort, Seiya ignored it. He wanted to wait for the elder to come out to see how to deal with this kid. In the wooden house, Yangqing was discussing each other's martial arts with a mortal turtle. Pressure does make people keep moving forward and speed up. But in a stressful environment, the spirit is always tense and excessively tense, which will affect the understanding of martial arts. You can imagine if everything in the universe is under constant pressure. Then, what kind of situation would it be? Turtle Immortal was explaining his own understanding of martial arts. These words were very ordinary, but they contained profound truth. The sea will rage and boil under pressure, the tsunami will submerge everything, the earth will crack under tension, cause earthquakes, and volcanoes will erupt. Everything will no longer be calm. While human beings are under constant tension, they will overexpend his potential and affect his future development. There was a hint of enlightenment in Yangqing's eyes. All along, he was actually practicing under high pressure. The high-pressure training method may temporarily improve the strength and make rapid progress, but in fact, it has damaged the foundation. The way of cultivation, there are tensions and relaxations, lightness and relaxation, it should be happy, what you want in your heart, not what you resist and hate when you see it. There was a smile on Immortal Turtle's face, he was a little proud, and in some places, he was still stronger than the other party. I understand. Then, what about martial arts? Teacher Wu Tian, what insights do you have? Yangqing asked another question. Martial arts. Immortal Turtle gave Yangqing a strange look, and then said, aren't the so-called martial arts created by humans in ancient times, based on the movement of beasts and the actions of prey, simulating them? It is a method of martial arts, because beasts are naturally irrational and have no thoughts. Therefore, their every move, sleeping and walking, is most in line with nature, that is, the way of heaven. The martial arts we simulated, naturally, it also has the strongest combat power. Quote. As for qi, it is an energy generated by the connection between the human body's origin and the outside world. The use and manipulation of this energy is entirely up to your heart. For example, good people have qi in blue, while evil people are black, green, and red. Qi is also the essence of a person, that is, the breath of the soul. The use of qi is also varied, and it all depends on how well you understand your own qi. The Turtle Immortal explained it to him in great detail. Yangqing completely understood, and admired Immortal Turtle from the bottom of his heart. In this regard, even some of the strong men in the entire universe may not have a thorough understanding of Immortal Turtle. So, may I ask you how you raised your power to such a terrifying state? Although I can't feel how powerful you are, through comparison, I can feel that compared to you, my aura is like this small island, compared to this sea. The Turtle Fairy asked curiously. Qi in the universe is actually combat effectiveness. There is an instrument called a combat effectiveness tester that can measure each person's approximate combat effectiveness. That is, in an instant. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The energy intensity of the biological burst. As for strength, in my understanding, it has something to do with the origin of the organism, that is, talent. Every creature has its own innate ability to be good at, as well as its limit strength. This limits and no matter how hard a person works, it ends. Of course, this limit can be broken, but it is extremely difficult. Yangqing explained slowly. The various races in the universe do have their own talents. This is not fair at all. Every race is born with a meaning and division of labor. This is produced by the natural operation of the universe, and has its own laws and forms. Is that so, the limit of living organisms? Turtle Immortal sighed. May I know what kind of achievements the powerful races in the universe can achieve? For now, let's destroy the star with one finger. Chapter 572, Turtle School Qigong. There was a touch of shock on the face of Immortal Turtle. He really couldn't imagine a person who could destroy a huge planet with just one finger. How powerful is this kind of power? Suddenly, he felt a little dryness in his mouth. I've always been interested in your Turtle School Qigong, can you demonstrate it for me? Yang Qing said eagerly. Turtle School Qigong can be said to be the signature in the original work, and they are all very powerful Qigong wave tricks. Compared with the Qigong wave that is launched instantaneously, it gathers Qi faster, stronger, and more powerful. The turtle immortal did not refuse, nodded, and walked outside. Like his teacher Wu Taito, his dream is to carry forward martial arts, and naturally he will not hide his unique skills. After the two came outside, Seiya came to Yang Qing's side. Elder, that guy is a Saiyan. Pointing to Sun Wukong, Seiya whispered. He's Bardak's son. Yang Qing nodded and said softly. Then, he came to the seaside with the turtle fairy. Bardak, that Saiyan who burst into a powerful battle at the last moment. Bardak's strength is unquestionably powerful among Saiyans. At the last moment before his death, he seemed like a flash in the pan, blooming his brightest light. Unexpectedly, that kid turned out to be Bardak's son. No wonder the faces of the two are a bit similar. He also never thought about destroying the earth and forcibly forcing Sun Wukong to join himself. After all, there is a great elder beside him, who is currently the most powerful and highest status person in the Saiyan nation. The elders didn't say a word, so what would Seiya dare to do? When passing by Sun Wukong, Yang Qing stopped with a smile on his face. He stretched out his right hand and touched Sun Wukong's head, and said softly. Practice hard and become stronger. Sun Wukong, I look forward to your future. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded to this somewhat gentle man. I will definitely. Come on. Yang Qing nodded. He is looking forward to the future of Sun Wukong. His strength will definitely give him the motivation to go to a higher level. Immediately following, Yang Qing came to the side of Immortal Turtle. The two looked at each other, and Immortal Turtle nodded, indicating that he was ready. Then, I'll start. If you want to learn, just look carefully. Turtle Immortal said. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and the next moment, a striped road appeared in his eyes, which was the Eye of Reincarnation. After the reincarnation eye appeared, in the body of the Immortal Turtle, the blue air currents flowing, the muscles that swelled up, and the line of air travel were immediately clearly observed by him. At this moment, every detail of Immortal Turtle was easily engraved in his head. Turtle. Pi. Immortal Turtle's face was serious, his wrists touched, and then placed on his waist, his figure also slowly sank. A gleam of light formed in his palm, emitting a dazzling light. The sound of wind began to roar, and the sea in front of him seemed to be boiling. Under this rapidly growing breath, it became restless. Gas. Gong. Suddenly, the Qigong wave in the turtle cactus began to expand rapidly and became larger. In the next moment, he stared suddenly, his hands suddenly pushed out. Om. The air shuddered, and a brilliant light blue beam of light came out from the palm of the turtle fairy. The Qigong wave at the front was pushed forward for several thousand meters, and then slammed into the sea level. Boom. The waves churned, the sea began to boil violently, and the sea rose into the sky, as if dynamite exploded. Hoo-hoo. After such a blow, the turtle immortal began to gasp. In the rear, Sun Wukong and Kailin saw this scene and looked at the immortal turtle with reverence. Their hearts were full of shock. It's amazing. In their eyes, such an attack is simply not something that humans can issue. And Yi Qi also widened her eyes, looking at the rickety turtle fairy, rubbed her eyes and couldn't believe it. This old man is so terrifying. Seiya pouted, a little disdainful. In his eyes, this old man's tricks are exquisite, but his anger is too thin. How is it? Have you learned it? After the immortal turtle calmed down, he turned his head and asked Yang Qing who was on the side. Almost. Yang Qing nodded. Turtle Immortal was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect the other party to master his own trick so quickly. Then, Yang Qing stepped forward. The hands were just like the turtle fairy, gathered around the waist, and the dazzling light blue light began to shine. Turtle. Word by word, Yang Qing's hands were quickly filled with Qigong. However, Unlike the scene of the immortal turtle just now, there was no wind and no excess energy. This is that after becoming a god, unlike humans, his ability to control energy is already 100%, and there will be no extra waste. He has learned so quickly, and such energy controls the intensity. Immortal Turtle's eyes showed a touch of shock. He clearly saw that the other party did not even move his hair during the process of gathering qigong. This is too scary. He had never seen anything like this happen. In normal battles, no matter how many martial arts. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Such a profound person. Their chi will be wasted a little, and this waste will cause damage to the surrounding surface, or the sound of wind, the surging of airflow, and so on. However, Yang Qing had no such phenomenon at all. Pi. Gas. Gong. Wave. The last word was uttered, Yang Qing's hands slammed out, and a light blue beam shot up into the sky, rising high in the air. After a breath, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, the transmission of qi stopped, and the qigong wave disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was a bit rusty the first time, but I got the hang of it. Nodding with satisfaction, Yang Qing turned around and said to Immortal Turtle. Thank you, Teacher Wu Tian. Shaking his head helplessly, Immortal Turtle didn't know what to feel in his heart. You monster, alas. Yang Qing smiled, and then said to Seiya, cultivation here, you, follow them. Immediately after, he pointed to Sun Wukong and Kailin. Seiya's face changed, and then he said anxiously, Elder, I'm following these two little kids. Cultivation, basics. What? Your foundation is too poor, you are about to polish it, don't talk nonsense. With a scolding, Seiya suddenly put out the fire. Chapter 573 _ Seiya was helpless, and with a look of anger, he began to practice with Sun Wukong and Kailin. It has to be said that Immortal Turtle is indeed a good player in teaching disciples. He knows more than anyone about the foundation of cultivating a person. Doing labor, going out to buy things, walking, and every move in ordinary life are all transformed into cultivation in his hands. This is a very effective and informative way of cultivation. He told Yang Qing that life is cultivation, and cultivation is not necessarily only when cultivation is practiced. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. The practice of Sun Wukong and Kailin came to an end, and the Turtle Fairy told them to participate in the world's first martial arts meeting. Yang Qing was naturally very interested. During this period of time, he combined the Turtle Immortal and his own experience of cultivation to create a 3-stroke martial arts. The first one is called Sword Chi Slash. As the name suggests, he combines Chi and sword intent, and the fusion of sword Chi can form a powerful sword attack. The second is to imitate the martial arts technique created by all things in heaven and earth that belongs to him alone. He named it Wu Qingliu and divided it into many parts. Based on the rotation of the heavens and the earth, observing the wind, thunder, rain, electricity and other things, Yang Qing summed up their every move and created a martial art that can instantly burst into a strong combat effectiveness. The third type is the gas explosion wave, which is based on the turtle qigong. On this basis, Yang Qing integrates the explosive airflow into it, so that after the turtle qigong is emitted, it can realize the drastic changes in the air wave, and then unleash a powerful explosive force. The power is very huge. Of course, this trick must be used with extreme care. If you don't pay attention, you may hurt yourself. These 3 martial arts are not necessarily powerful, but they are the most suitable martial arts for Yang Qing. He developed his own school and became a generation of martial arts masters. In the future development, such a genre must be continuously improved and integrated in order to become a true martial arts. The world's #1 martial arts meeting will be held in a month. Qing, are you going to participate? The Turtle Immortal stood by the beach and asked softly, if you decide to start a school, you will need many people to help you. You are perfect. A single leaf obstructs one's vision, and a person's vision is ultimately limited. A family's martial arts must go through the evolution of many people, learn and progress, in order to be complete. Whether it's the master or me, or Hexian Liu, it was only after experiencing the training of many people that it developed to where it is today. And if you can get a good place in the world's #1 martial arts conference, then you will have the ability to accept apprentices. Through their understanding of your martial arts and practice, you will naturally be able to see the shortcomings. This is a compliment, a compliment. It is indeed difficult to rely on personal strength to achieve the perfection of a martial art. A flash of realization flashed in Yang Qing's eyes, and nodded. If that's the case, then I'll participate. He has no idea of bullying the small, and this trip is just to verify the martial arts, so don't make too much effort. After getting ready, the group got on the plane and headed for the place where the #1 martial arts club in the world was. 3 days later, Yang Qing and others had arrived at the site of the #1 martial arts society in the world. From what I have seen with my own eyes, this world's #1 martial arts club is much more lively than the one in the original TV series. This is a prosperous world in the world. All the people who love martial arts, like martial arts, and the participating martial artists, form a crowd of individuals and advance toward it. Yang Qing and others signed their names, signed up, and went to a restaurant for dinner. With Yi Qi, Bai Fu Mei, to eat and cover, they don't need to worry. Elder, I also signed up. When I meet the great elder on the field, I will never let it go. Saya looked at Yang Qing with excitement, and said loudly. Hee, come on, I also want to see your recent progress. Yang Qing said with a smile, not caring about Saya's disrespect at all. In battle, Saiyans are notoriously persistent. Yang Qing naturally understands. Sun Wukong and Kailin looked at everything around them curiously. After being taught by immortal turtles, their bodies became much stronger, and their fighting power also rose rapidly. A day later, the world's #1 martial arts conference began. Like the original, Sun Wukong and Kailin almost swept all the way. On the other side, the Battle of Saya has already begun. He was wearing a black martial arts uniform and stood there with a bored look on his face. The man opposite him was stronger than him, and he was constantly posing and shouting, and his aura was very shocking. Soon, with the referee's order, the battle began. Seiya's movements are quick and crisp. Of course, he already knew the rules of the competition beforehand and did not kill anyone. With just a wave of his hand, the other party flew up and fell heavily on the ground. Out of bounds. The Saiyan player wins this game. After the referee was stunned, he shouted loudly. The audience was confused, and they didn't even see that Saya make a move, but the other party was blown away by a strong wind strangely, throwing it directly out of the game. A doctor stepped forward quickly, and after examining the man's injury, there was a hint of shock on his face. Hurry up and rescue him, he's been hit hard on the head. Then, one of the doctors took a deep look at Seiya and was shocked. This guy's speed is too fast. Fast, the human eye can't keep up with his speed. Yang Qing's battle is also very fast, but he is not as straightforward as Saya. In the process of fighting against the opponent, he used his martial arts, sometimes transforming into wind, sometimes into electricity, quickly comprehending and merging, and there was a look of joy in his eyes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Sure enough, the earth did not come wrong. After the opponent loses the effect of enlightenment, he knocks it into the air and wins. In just 3 days, Yang Qing's ranks rose rapidly. Their names are also known by many humans. Saya, Qing, Sun Wukong, Kailin, these new names are very powerful. They all made it to the quarterfinals. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yang Qing and others gathered together and ate with a smile on their faces. Tomorrow is the final. I must get the first place. Kailin shouted, Wukong, I will not let you. When Sun Wukong stopped eating, he smiled stupidly, Kailin, I won't let you. Hee. Elder, forgive my offense. Seiya looked excited and excited. Chapter 574 Showdown. Yang Qing smiled and looked at Immortal Turtle. He knew that Immortal Turtle would also participate in this martial arts conference, and he changed his name to Chenglong. Immortal Turtle noticed Yang Qing's eyes, and his head was stunned, but he didn't think much about it. Not many people know about his incarnation as Along. In addition, this time the contestants include Yamucha and so on. At this time, they were also in the restaurant, sitting in a group. The atmosphere was very warm. Bulma was still a little girl at this time, and her whole body revealed a girlish breath. After eating, everyone went to rest. After Yang Qing walked around the garden for a while, suddenly his eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Why did the turtle Immortal follow me? Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, Immortal Turtle jumped from the big tree beside him. I knew it would be discovered by you. Shaking his head helplessly, Immortal Turtle came over, and then stared at Yang Qing with a dignified expression. This time at the martial arts conference, I also really want to see your power. I will fight you seriously. Yang Qing nodded. If he fights with the same strength as the opponent, the outcome is still somewhat unknown. After all, Turtle Immortal is almost the old guy who has the deepest understanding of martial arts in this world. I really want to see what your most powerful strength is. At this time, Immortal Turtle is still the most powerful person on this planet. He also has the pride of a strong man in his heart. When encountering a strong enemy, he naturally wants to fight against it. Yang Qing smiled. Maybe there is a chance, you will see it. Immortal Turtle's eyes narrowed, then he laughed, and then left here with his hands behind his back. Soon, the next day will come. Today is the day of the finals. The first game made people interested. Yamucha vs. Seiya. Sun Wukong, Kaylin and others were very interested. Only Yang Qing smiled helplessly. He naturally knew that the purpose of Seiya's participation in this martial arts meeting was to fight him. Therefore, Yamucha is expected to be very sad. The battle started soon, and Seiya was still the same as before, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, with an indifferent face, and he did not pay attention to Yamucha on the opposite side. On the other hand, Yamucha is staring at Seiya closely, and has paid attention to it. The game, start. The referee shouted, and the battle between the two began instantly. Yamucha reacted quickly and ran in an instant. His hands became claws. It was his own martial arts. The wolf's teeth bumped into fists. In just an instant, he was in front of Seiya, and he grabbed it and waved it out. A stream of light seemed to flash in the void, and the speed was astonishingly fast. At the same time, his lower plate also began to move. His legs kept staggering and attacking, and the sound of bang 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 kept coming out. He stepped on the ground with both feet, and the ground began to vibrate continuously. Seiya was expressionless, and under the attack of Yamucha, his expression did not change. He moved his feet quickly, and sometimes his feet were off the ground, floating in the void. Let the opposite Yamucha feel more and more shocked. With the passage of time, Seiya's head swayed slightly, and Yamucha's attack did not hit the strong one once. Soon, 10 breaths passed. A hint of impatience appeared on Seiya's face, and his eyes became sharp. Is that all that matters? Suddenly, he stopped dodging. Yamucha was startled, and the next moment, all his attacks fell on the opponent. Seiya at this moment, don't hide. It's like scratching a tick. Spit out this sentence with a little disdain, and Seiya suddenly threw a punch. Yamucha's face changed greatly and he was about to avoid it, but he immediately discovered that before his body could react, the opponent's fist had already landed heavily on him. Bang! In an instant, Yamucha's body rose into the air, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He was seriously injured. When he reached the ground, he was already unconscious. Soon someone checked Yamucha's injury, and when they found that the other party was not dead, they were all relieved. Yamucha is seriously injured. The winner, Seiya. Everyone in the audience was shocked by Seiya's strength. Because they found that no matter who the other side faced, it was just one move to win, and there was never an exception. Then in the next match, Monkey King vs. Kaylin, Monkey King wins. Immediately afterwards, a mortal turtle and another person went to the competition stage. The battle ended just as quickly, and the turtle immortal won. Afterwards, Yang Qing decided the winner with another person, and Yang Qing won. After about half an hour of rest, the top 4 of this game have been decided. It is Sun Wukong, Sai Ya, Yang Qing, Cheng Long. Next, this martial arts conference has reached its final moment. So, who will the champion be? Before all the results are revealed, let's enjoy a high-profile battle. The next game, Seiya vs. Qing. Among them, Seiya will show a formidable combat power no matter who he faces, and he almost always wins with one move. As for Qing, every fight he fought was easy and freehand, and he never showed any urgency. 2 people, their strength is unfathomable. Who will win the final victory? Who will be the first to enter the final? Let's wait and see. The host exclaimed with excitement. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Then, Yang Qing and Sai Ya appeared from both sides of the competition platform at the same time. Seeing the 2 figures, the atmosphere at the scene immediately rose to the highest level, and all the audience roared loudly. Then, the game begins. Seeing that the 2 were ready, the host didn't delay, and simply shouted loudly. At the moment when the host's roar appeared, Seiya made a promise with his feet. His eyes became extremely sharp, and he moved suddenly. Hey! Almost at the same moment, Seiya's people had reached Yang Qing's back. His elbows tightened, and they hit him hard. At this moment, Seiya's burst of power almost reached his peak. Call! The wind was surging, and the host was blown back a few steps, his face full of shock. With a smile on his face, Yang Qing easily avoided every attack from Seiya. Seiya gradually became crazy. He used his ultimate power to control perfection, and launched attacks against Yang Qing again and again. However, they all returned without success. Facing the Great Elder is like facing a god who can never be defeated. This powerful pressure and the smile on the other side's face all brought him enormous pressure. Yada! With another roar, Seiya rushed up. Chapter 575 Finally, there was a hint of satisfaction in Yang Qing's eyes. Although this kid's cultivation on Earth during this period of time has not improved his combat effectiveness, his foundation is very obvious. His fighting rhythm and grasp of timing are more pure. This represents his rapid growth, and Seiya has indeed improved. Taking one step out, Yang Qing finally stretched out his hand. Wind, fist. Call. As if the wind was blowing, but there was no airflow, Yang Qing's right hand suddenly accelerated, and it came first, and it was directly stuck on the neck of Seiya who came to attack. At this moment, Yang Qing's speed surpassed all of Seiya's attacks. His eyes shrank suddenly, and Seiya felt that his tongue and head were a little dry. Yang Qing's right hand only lightly clamped Seiya's neck, but Seiya's whole body meridians, including cells, were severely suppressed by a heavy pressure, and he didn't dare to move at all. That's right, the elder is laughing. However, the killing intent on his body made Seiya tremble slightly. I used the same combat power as you. Although you were defeated, it can be seen that during this period of time, your progress has indeed been obvious. Seiya, you are very nice. Rarely, Seiya actually heard the elders praise him. Thank you, Great Elder. The very respectful bent over and said. Seiya's admiration for Yang Qing at this moment was almost at its peak. Yang Qing nodded, and then said, "Go down." Seiya did not resist, and simply jumped off the competition platform. On the other hand, the battle between Chenglong and Sun Wukong also reached the final moment, because it was noon at this time, and Chenglong was eager to fight against Yang Qing. From the beginning to the end, there was no chance for Sun Wukong at all. In just a very short moment, the two have already divided the outcome. The host stepped onto the high stage, smiling and announcing loudly. The final quota has been decided, and the two who will fight in the final battle are Qing and Chenglong. Their fight will be in half an hour. Yang Qing walked off the competition stage and came to the back of the stage, and the turtle fairy had already arrived here at this time. The two looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. Finally, it's our turn. It's not long, it's nothing. Yang Qing said with a smile. Take a break and do your best. Turtle Immortal nodded. After that, both of them sat down with their knees crossed and began to close their eyes and rest. Yang Qing is also very cautious and dignified, because this is not a competition of pure combat power. He will not use his powerful combat power to directly crush Turtle Immortal. What he wants to pursue is more powerful power, understanding of martial arts and the world. If he competes in martial arts, he may not be able to beat the opponent. What he is better than the opponent is only the majestic breath in his body and the strong physique. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, the host's words came from the competition platform. The time has come, and now is the moment to witness the final battle. Let us, please call out the two winners of this game. The winner will be born from which of the two? Both Yang Qing and Turtle Immortal stood up and walked out of the competition stage, each occupying an entrance. At the same time, he stepped out of the backstage and stepped onto the competition stage. It can be seen that both finalists have come out. Yang Qing and Turtle Immortal each stepped onto the competition stage and stood face to face. After the host introduced the two again and mentioned the prize money for the winner of the competition, he waved his hand and announced the start of the competition between the two. After the order was given, neither Yang Qing nor Immortal Turtle acted immediately. Watching each other closely, the two of them took a stance, gathering the strength in their bodies. After more than 10 seconds, Immortal Turtle glared, stepped out, and launched the attack first. At this moment, his strength and speed reached the limit, and he came to Yang Qing almost instantly and punched out. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he raised his fist to fight. As if lightning broke out and a flash flood hit, the battle between the two broke out completely at this moment. Bang 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 bang. A series of crashing sounds spread out in an instant, and gusts of wind centered on the two of them spread to all directions. The figures of the two were as nimble and ferocious as apes and leopards, and they kept colliding on this small competition stage. Yang Qing's eyes are getting more and more excited, and he can launch a collision attack with himself at the same level. This Turtle Immortal is really powerful. If it weren't for the limitations of human beings, it is conceivable that his achievements must be extraordinary. Even Saya couldn't resist the blow after he used martial arts. But Turtle Immortal, to be able to collide with himself for such a long time. The strong wind swept across the competition stage, and the two were incredibly fast, quickly separated and then collided. Ray, fist. Wind, feet. Flash flood. Yang Qing used his newly understood boxing technique and kept attacking Immortal Turtle. His martial arts were mysterious and strange, and it was impossible for ordinary martial artists to predict. But Immortal Turtle, with his keen intuition, can accurately judge any direction of his fists and feet, and resist his attacks again and again. The two of them are amazing. Sun Wukong and Kaylin stared blankly at the two of them, exclaiming in admiration. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Even the audience under the stage was no longer as noisy as they were watching the battle before, and they were all attracted by the wonderful performance of the two on the stage. Bang! Finally, after the two collided again, they each stood in a place and stared at each other closely. But at this time, he could sense that Immortal Turtle's breathing had begun to become chaotic, while Yang Qing still had no change. HMPH, he is too far away from the Great Elder. Saya let out a sneer. Yi Qi glanced at him, then looked at the stage again, only to think that the young man in the black martial arts uniform looked very charming. Thank you very much. I feel that my boxing skills have been improved a little bit. The martial arts of Guixianliu really compliments and inspires me, Wu Qingliu. Yang Qing said with a smile. Immortal Turtle shook his head helplessly and said, our strength is too far behind. If you don't suppress your strength, I'm afraid you will be able to decide the winner in an instant. Yang Qing smiled and didn't object. It was indeed the case. Since this is the case, I will strike at the end. If you can crack it, then this battle will be won by you. Immortal Turtle narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Qing. Chapter 576 Decisive Battle. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face became serious. The next moment, he saw that the immortal turtle on the opposite side seemed to be drunk. His body began to sway from side to side, and his two hands also appeared to be holding a wine glass. His body swayed, moving very slowly, gradually approaching Yang Qing. Drunken fist. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and Yang Qing stepped forward with a move. The two fists were constantly swung, and Immortal Turtle shuttled left and right in Yang Qing's fist style, and his attacks became irregular. It is like a drunk man who is unconscious and throws a fist with instinct, but it has a very strong attack power. Because there are no tricks, it is impossible to predict, and it is more powerful. Afterimage fist. Suddenly, in front of Yang Qing's eyes, Immortal Turtle's figure suddenly divided into 3 into 6, and 6 into 9. At this moment, the 9 people were all using their drunken fists to attack where Yang Qing was. It's interesting. Yang Qing showed a smile on his face, his eyes narrowed. Wind, long wind, fist. Suddenly, Yang Qing punched forward. There was no movement in this punch, but in everyone's senses, there seemed to be violent long tornadoes swept up on the competition stage, with astonishing power. In an instant, the afterimage of Immortal Turtle rushing over was completely dissipated by the wind. When the Turtle Fairy came to Yang Qing, there were only 3 people left in the shadow of the Turtle Fairy. Taking a step forward, Yang Qing threw his fist again. Shish! 3 winds swept past, and the afterimages of Immortal Turtles all disappeared. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then glanced around. He immediately saw that in the 4 corners of the competition stage, there was a tortoise immortal fighting force. The gust of wind also spread through the bodies of the 4 of them and spread in all directions, so that the people in the audience could not open their eyes. It's all true. At this moment, Yang Qing was standing in the center of the ring, wondering if Immortal Turtle was scheming intentionally or unintentionally. Turtle School Qigong Wave. The 4 tortoise immortals shouted together, and 4 Qigong waves glowing with light blue light immediately whistled and charged towards Yang Qing in the center. Eyes flashed, Yang Qing lifted his footsteps, and the figure moved towards the air. Immortal Turtle miscalculated. Yang Qing could not only walk on the ground, but also fly. The explosion sounded, and a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 4 turtle immortals, and then all dissipated. Boy, in the sky. I'm just waiting for this last moment. Take my final blow. Immortal Turtle's voice came from the top of Yang Qing's head. With Yang Qing's combat power being countless times higher than Immortal Turtle, he was also deceived by Immortal Turtle at this moment. Yang Qing raised his head abruptly, and what he saw was a lightning-like long chain winding towards him. The shocking palm of all nations. Immortal Turtle shouted, and dense lightning flashed in his hands, which swept across Yang Qing's body in an instant. His careful, step-by-step battle finally broke out at this moment. It's like arranging a wonderful plot, and everything that starts is preparing for the final outbreak. After Yang Qing pondered and understood the battle layout of Immortal Turtle, a hint of clarity flashed in his eyes. Like him, Immortal Turtle's fighting rhythm is tight and silent, and each of his martial skills seems to have its own role. Then they combined the wonderful routine of a series of boats, the afterimage boxing, the turtle qigong, and the drunk boxing, all of which were pretense. It is to confuse him, distract him, and then hide his breath, sneak up on top of his head, and launch the final fatal blow. Ziz! Lightning flashed, and instantly wrapped Yang Qing's body. In the midst of thunder and lightning, Yang Qing was actually pulled in the air by this powerful thunder and lightning. Admit defeat, the power of this palm technique will electrocute you into coke. Immortal Turtle's voice came over, interrupting Yang Qing's thinking. Feeling the thunder and lightning all over his body slightly, a smile appeared on the corner of Yang Qing's mouth. If his strength is really similar to Turtle Immortal, it is really possible that he will be injured by this 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm, and finally be forced to admit defeat. But unfortunately, His body is much stronger than the turtle immortal, and this fragile lightning can't damage his body at all. Even he couldn't even feel the numbness unique to thunder and lightning. His body was too strong, so strong that thunder and lightning could not do anything to him. With his right hand pointing to form a sword, Yang Qing's fingers flashed a 10-foot-long sword energy, and then he waved forward indifferently. Crack! As if something had been cut off, Immortal Turtle's face showed a hint of surprise, followed by shock. His 10,000 nations shocking palm was cut off, and the sword energy rushing out of the fingertips was able to cut off his 10,000 kingdoms shocking palm. How is this possible? Immortal Turtle couldn't believe it, but the living facts were in front of him, and his last blow was really broken. He lost, and he lost very simply. With a hint of bitterness on his face, Immortal Turtle raised his hand helplessly. I admit defeat. Then, he jumped off the competition platform neatly. Yang Qing smiled. Speaking of which, he also took a big advantage. In terms of his strength, 10,000 turtle immortals are not his opponents. This is the difference in combat power. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The heights of the two were determined to be different. Fighting, the result is doomed. He participated in the battle just to scan himself, using his opponent as a mirror to reveal his own shortcomings. After that, Yang Qing returned to the hotel. In the evening, everyone held a banquet to celebrate that Yang Qing won the first place, and everyone else also won a good place. Qing, this time you won the first place. Your reputation spread all over the world. You can recruit a lot of disciples, and leave the seeds of your Wu Qingliu. When the day comes, your martial arts will naturally come to fruition. Immortal Turtle blushed at the banquet, pulled Yang Qing's arm and said, Yes, I'm going to do this next. Yang Qing nodded. Then, he looked at Yi Qi beside him. Yi Qi snorted, her eyes full of anger. No matter how powerful you are, it's not about relying on Miss Ben. To hold a martial arts hall, it is indeed necessary to rely on the financial resources of this eldest lady, and Yang Qing has nothing to be ashamed of. Money is really not a big problem for Saiyans. Chapter 577 The Needle is Crooked. The big deal, Yang Qing sent Sai Ya to rob him in order to eliminate a city threat. He believed that the Earthlings would still agree with him to accept his apprentices, and he could gain his popularity again. Of course, that must be a very interesting thing, and Yang Qing really wanted to try it. In the end, Miss Yi Qi did not give Yang Qing this chance. After the world's #1 martial arts club ended, Yi Qi's family's private plane flew over to pick them up. Everyone went home, and Sun Wukong also went to complete his own experience. Yang Qing did not interfere with Sun Wukong's cultivation, and even rarely spoke to the latter. Because, he knows that this time and space is not the real time and space of the original work. At the moment of the outbreak, Yang Qing also hoped to use the inertia of history to return to 17 years ago, see the powerful Monkey King, and start a war with him. While he was cultivating, he was waiting for that opportunity to appear. A month later, at Yi Qi's house. Yi Qi is worthy of being the daughter of the richest man in the western capital. There are many villas in the family, forming a community, with swimming pools, lawns, pets, everything, even the servants. If it is retirement, this kind of life is everyone's dream. I've made all the preparations for you to open a martial arts hall. Among the western capitals, 10 schools were established first. This is also the limit my dad promised me. Although he appreciates you very much, it doesn't mean that he will spend all his money on you without a bottom line. Unless. Yi Qi bit her lip. Unless what? Yang Qing asked curiously. Unless I marry you. Yi Qi blushed and her voice was much lower. You can have this. Yang Qing laughed. Seiya stood aside and glanced. Furthermore, the Great Elder is just a piece of ink. Just push it down, it's just a girl. Go to hell. Yi Qi blushed and ran away quickly. Who wants to marry you? 10 martial arts halls, under the display of Yi Qi's family, will soon be ready. For the next week, Yang Qing shuttled through 10 martial arts gyms, selecting apprentices on the spot. He casts a wide net, and people of all kinds of talents and people of all ages have chosen many. In the end, there are 10 martial arts halls with a total of more than 200 disciples. It took another month for Yangqing to teach his martial arts to everyone and let them play freely to see what realm they could learn. These people have different talents. Naturally, it is impossible to learn all of his Wu Qingliu. Some people master the wind fist, some are the thunder fist, some are the fire fist, and some are all kinds of mixed masters, and then fuse. All kinds of disciples have practiced different boxing skills. Let them develop on their own, and one day, the strength of Wu Qingliu may explode out of one of them. Looking at the disciples in the martial arts hall, who were practicing various boxing techniques, Yangqing nodded secretly and left. In addition to the martial arts thing, he also explained one thing to Yi Qi. Back at Yi Qi's house, Yangqing went directly to Yi Qi. I have prepared the scientists you need for you, and they are all hired by our company. Among them, Dr. Tannis is the leader in this field. Yi Qi said to Yangqing, while quoting. Yangqing walked into a basement. Because the next project was not suitable for exposure, these scientists were all hidden in the basement by Yi Qi. The basement is very spacious, and all kinds of instruments have been prepared as early as 3 days ago. The personnel are already in place, just wait for Yangqing to go down, and then they can start the experiment. Are you sure that this war against me plan will improve your combat effectiveness again? If it is not well controlled, it may destroy the entire Earth. No, even the entire universe. I heard that big man say that you have enough energy to destroy the universe. Yi Qi said worriedly. Don't worry, I have an estimate. If it is really born, his strength will not be higher than mine for a while. Yangqing said calmly, he was going to implement a very shocking plan. The whole plan is crazy, but exciting. With his current strength, it is very difficult to find an opponent, unless he goes to find Kai Wangshan, or Slu and others. However, this is undoubtedly a fantasy, and the plot has not progressed to that point. So, he decided to create one himself. That's right, he wants to create a strong self as his opponent. Fight against each other step by step, hone yourself, and make up for your own shortcomings. Victory over self, so this plan is named the Battle Me Plan. Soon, the two came to the basement. The basement has completely become a hidden scientific laboratory, and scientists who are covered in white robes and wear tight masks gather together. The person in the middle is telling everyone the specific steps and goals of this plan. The old man with the wavy head is Tannis. He has done in-depth genetic research on Earth and is the top in this field. At the same time, he will also lead the research this time. Yangqing nodded and walked quickly towards Tannis. You are Qing. Tannis saw Yangqing and walked over neatly with a serious expression. I heard that you are not the most powerful gene in the universe on Earth. Because of the strangeness of the research. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Tannis naturally knows that it is not uncommon for aliens to exist in the universe. In fact, over the years, he has also studied many cosmic beings. It's just that most of them found that these cosmic people are not very different from humans. They have the same flesh, spirit, and emotion, and their strength is not very powerful. I may say a fighting nation in the universe. Yangqing nodded. I need your cells, blood, hair, body, and fluids. In addition, this plan may take a little longer. I hope you can accept it. Tannis said directly. I understand. Yangqing nodded. Then, let's get started. Tannis waved. The staff under him immediately walked to their posts quickly and made all preparations. Put your hand on this instrument. Tannis brought Yangqing to an instrument, and the latter put his hand down according to the words. The former pressed a consecration, and immediately stabbed the needle again, stabbing towards Yangqing. Ding! The next moment, Tannis' eyes shrank. The needle that was stabbed is crooked. Chapter 578 _ Yangqing looked innocent, looking at the crooked needle and was a little speechless. He had forgotten that his body's toughness might have surpassed that of steel, and naturally this tiny needle couldn't pierce it. This needle is made of special steel, which can pierce steel, and is specially prepared for you. Tanis was also a little stunned. He was already prepared, but he still underestimated the other party. After thinking for a while, Tanis waved his hand and said to the assistant behind him, "Bring that idiosyncratic diamond needle." The assistant nodded, glanced at Yang Qing, and turned around quickly. After a while, the assistant came to him with a needle. After the two disassembled and installed the needle, they gestured to Yang Qing again. This time, after Yang Qing stretched out his right hand, he deliberately relaxed his muscles, and then controlled his chi to prevent him from fighting back on his own. He really didn't know if he could smash the diamond with one punch. However, by comparison, the probability of being able to dry and break is more than 60%. Ohm! After the machine roared, the diamond needle began to spin rapidly. Afterwards, he stabbed it fiercely on Yang Qing's arm. Zitza! The electric flower flickered. Yang Qing was really speechless. Fortunately, in the end, the diamond needle worked. His skin cracked, blood spattered, and some cells remained, providing enough props for Tanis' experiment. Afterwards, hair and body fluids are much easier to handle. After everything was done, Yang Qing followed Yi Qi upstairs. Tanis and the others below were holding Yang Qing's cells, and the blood began to get busy as soon as possible. You have all seen the scene just now. This cosmic man, his skin hardness, blood, and his body's ability to recover are far superior to humans. According to our research, after ordinary human beings have practiced, their physical hardness and recovery ability can also surpass that of ordinary humans. That is to say, this cosmic man, he may have achieved this level of his body through cultivation. Of course, our research direction is no longer here. All we need to do is to recreate him. Tanis stood on the stage and said in a deep voice. Mr. Tanis, that is to say, are we going to clone? Immediately below, someone asked. No, it's not just cloning. What we need to do is to fuse genes. Qing specifically explained to me that he wants to fuse his cells with human cells to create a new species. The fusion of cellular genes, chromosomes, and mitochondria is the key to this experiment. However, it is conceivable that if we can succeed, we will be gods. Only God can create new species. And we will succeed. Therefore, I strongly urge you to do this with the highest enthusiasm. This is not just a job, but a shortcut to the road to God. The experimenters below were all excited. Indeed, as Tanis said, this is a path to becoming a god. If they can succeed, they will stand on a godlike height. Immediately afterwards, they acted quickly. They secretly collected the cells of countless martial Taoists, and began to cultivate Yang Qing's cells, allowing him to divide and become more in a relatively mild situation. Here, the experiment called Project Zonga is in full swing. And among the Saiyans gathering place, among the new stars, a huge change has taken place. On this day, the hunting team headed by the high-level warriors and supplemented by 2 lower-level warriors entered the Kongolin forest as usual. Among the new stars, there are countless fierce beasts with strong fighting power, and Saiyans also know this. On weekdays, they all have hunting operations to improve their combat effectiveness while fighting. But today is different. After the 3-man team defeated a fierce beast with a combat power of more than 10,000, they accidentally saw a strange hole. Out of curiosity, the 3-person team entered. I was shocked to find that there were many strange fruits growing in this hole, and these fruits exuded light like diamonds, and even in the dark caves and caves, they could still emit light on their own. One of the Saiyans was so confused that he plucked one of the fruits. The moment he picked the fruit, there was a violent vibration in the cave. Accompanied by this slight vibration, as if it caused a chain reaction, the entire nova shook violently. A circle of ripples appeared, spreading rapidly towards the surface of the planet. At this moment, the Saiyans of the whole new star felt it, and they panicked. Looking at the place where the incident originated, with horror, I only saw a cloud of clouds shrouded, rotating, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and the clothes looked like the end of the world. "What's the matter? What did you boy do?" the leader of the Saiyan captain shouted and slapped the team member. Looking at the fruit in his hand, the inferior warrior was also about to cry without tears. At this time, the three talents arrived in this cave. The fruit of kindness and lightness actually formed a strange figure. It looks like a huge seal formation. Om! Suddenly, a majestic and powerful breath rushed into the sky, and the three Saiyans immediately changed color. In front of this powerful aura, endless fear arose in their hearts. This breath, evil and huge. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Like the oldest evil god in the universe, causing endless despair. Boom! The ground trembled, and a pair of steel wings with a length of 10 kilometers spread out, followed by a fan of the wings. The earth suddenly parted, and a thunderous roar came out, causing the entire planet to tremble and tremble. The foot of the Saiyan team cracked suddenly, and they looked down in shock, and what they saw was a huge head. What is this? The leader of the team had fear in his eyes. The next moment, they were horrified to find that they were standing on this head and were gradually taken off the ground. In just an instant, they were already in contact with the dense, dark cloud that was flickering with thunder and lightning. Roar! A terrifying roar spread all over the planet, and at this moment, the dark clouds above the head swirled even more fiercely. Fierce, desperate, grim aura swept the entire planet. In a strange space in the northern galaxy, the king of Northern Realm who was resting immediately changed his eyes. It's over, he actually came out. Chapter 579 Abinus. How is that possible? Wasn't he sealed by the great realm king and us when he was the weakest 5,000 years ago? The star that was sealed at the beginning, is it the planet where Saiyans live now? Because the time is very far away, even the Northern Realm king is difficult to determine at this time. However, across a long distance, the evil god who broke the seal of Bian City on the new star, his terrifying breath made him also change color. Compared with 5,000 years ago, he is stronger in the seal. Now, I am afraid that even if the five of us come together again, we may not be able to stop him again. How did this group of Saiyans touch his seal and wake this guy up? The face of the king of the Northern Realm was terribly ugly, and the huge aura was many times higher than that of Frieza. That guy came here from the demon world 5,000 years ago. With his powerful strength, he almost swept the entire galaxy and greatly affected the safety of the universe. And at that time, it was still when this guy was the weakest. Because he came through the barrier of the demon world, that guy consumed a lot of power. But now, 5,000 years have passed, not only has this guy not died, he feels his breath, and even stronger. Evil God, Abinus. The Northern Realm King's eyes were very ugly, and he quickly contacted several other realm kings. The King of the South, the King of the East, and the King of the West, I have something serious to tell you now. His words sounded directly from the ears of the other three realm kings, and the three realm kings were immediately taken aback. Yo, how did you come to see us, King of the Northern Realm? It wasn't that the last time your warriors lost to us, are you still not convinced? Several realm kings laughed at each other, but the Northern Realm King didn't have time to answer, he spoke directly and seriously. Do you still remember the evil god Abinus 5,000 years ago? Abinus. The three realm kings were stunned for a moment, then thought for a while, and then hesitantly asked, it was the evil god Abinus that we sealed together with the realm king and many space warriors. That's right, it's him. He was born just now. The Northern Realm King said solemnly. The explosive news immediately made the other three realm kings speechless. So, that guy came out. Some of them even got nervous. They all know how powerful Abinus is. That terrible guy, almost by himself, destroyed the entire galaxy. If it weren't for the sacrifice of countless powerful cosmic warriors, plus the four of them casting spells and seals, I am afraid that the universe today is not necessarily what it looks like. You know, some of those cosmic warriors who have given their lives are even stronger than them. From this, you can imagine how terrifying this Abanus is. You must contact the great realm king quickly, and then organize a strong man to seal him again," said the northern realm king. The other 3 realm kings heard it and did not refute, and acted as soon as possible. The northern realm king stood on Zhuangsheng, looking at the distant new star with complicated eyes. Could this be the reaction brought about by that guy forcibly violating the rules of the universe? The race of Saiyans will eventually be completely destroyed. On Nova, the situation at this moment is already an apocalyptic situation. Above the sky, endless cloud swirls formed a huge curtain, slowly rotating, forming a terrifying scene. Lightning, gust of wind, flickering and whistling in it. And under this huge whirlpool, a figure almost as tall as the sky and the earth stood there, incomparably cold. He exudes a strong momentum, surrounded by black lightning. He is huge, he looks like a giant, as huge as a mountain. At this moment, his full face was finally revealed. Unfolding huge wings of thousands of meters, naked upper body, 8 strong abdominal muscles, majestic, cruel, bloody face, lower half, wearing loose pants. He stood on the planet like that, but he was taller than any mountain or peak. Roar! The roar roared out like the wind, and an excited voice came out. Abanus, finally out. Countless Saiyans all floated up, looking at the huge figure with horror in their eyes, and their eyes were confused. Abanus looked down and saw the crowd of Saiyans floating in the air in front of him, with a cruel smile on his face. "Thank you very much, you broke the seal of Biancheng and rescued me." But Abanus suddenly raised his hand and slowly stretched it towards the top of his head. There, the Saiyan team was standing in a panic, completely stunned. "Just like fate, this is your fate. This planet has sealed me for 5,000 years. Since I come out again, I will definitely destroy him. And you, too, will die. This is the evil god Abanus, the luck bestowed upon you." A slap was slapped on the top of the head fiercely, and the 3 people who wanted to fly away in fear were immediately slapped into a ball of meat sauce, and the dead couldn't die any longer. Immediately following, Abanus' body began to slowly shrink. After 3 breaths, he is huge. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. His body has become the size of an ordinary person, with a height of about 3 meters and wings of 4 or 5 meters long on his back. After a flash of light on his body, a dark black robe appeared on his body. Who the hell is that? How dare you be so arrogant in front of us Saiyans? After the initial panic, the belligerent Saiyan became furious. The glory, dignity, pride of the Saiyans do not allow them to be afraid and back off. In just an instant, several rays of light shot up into the sky and charged fiercely towards Abanus. "I don't know what it is." Abanus sneered, his right hand flashed light, and a spear flashing purple light appeared. Then, he waved his hand sharply forward. The Saiyans who had just arrived in front had no time to avoid this sudden spear, but were stabbed on the spot and immediately died. Abanus threw his spear, and the blood flew out with the Saiyan, and then his other hand stretched out, and the dark light shone out. Boom! The explosion devastated a mountain range, and a huge mushroom cloud was visible from the entire planet. At this moment, all Saiyans changed color. Chapter 580 Whistle. The next blow will directly destroy the 2 teams in the Saiyan family, which are not considered weak. Moreover, the power of that Qigong wave is also extraordinary. What scares the Saiyans even more is that the guy who is standing in the void and has not yet made any huge movements, his body exudes a terrifying aura that deters everything all the time. This breath did not cause substantial damage, but it caused considerable pressure on their psychology. Even some Saiyans can't even make a shot. Slowly, Abanus raised his right hand again. A pitch-black light shone, and accompanied by a crisp, shoo, sound, a Qigong wave that suddenly expanded bloomed in the crowd of Saiyans. Boom! Terrifying flames rose into the sky, and endless shock waves went in all directions. The Saiyans screamed in horror, fled in all directions. Since it has come out, then destroy you as a pastime before the business. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Abanus moved forward unhurriedly. At this moment, Stoyard and others who were cultivating were also awakened. They walked out of the training room, looked at the flames rising into the sky in the distance, and as soon as they felt it slightly, their expressions changed immediately. That man's anger is too powerful. We are not his opponents. Hurry up and inform the master, before the first elder leaves. Explain to us that if there is anything, you must blow this whistle. Tadori took out a green whistle and said quickly. The five looked at the whistle with some hesitation and doubt in their eyes. They know that the elder and Saya have gone as a flying machine and have no idea where they have gone. Just by blowing this whistle, the elder can feel rescued. At this time, the beasts on the planet with a combat power of more than 1 million were finally alerted. These ferocious beasts with terrifying fighting power, on weekdays, Saiyans would not dare to provoke them. Roar. This fierce beast is also very huge, with a body length of nearly 100 meters, and it moves like a fortress. He walked towards Abanus. The ground rumbled and trembled. With a big mouth, a scarlet ball appeared in the beast's mouth, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Huh! When it was only nearly 1,000 meters away from Abanus, the beast spit out the energy ball in its mouth. Abanus raised his brows, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and a pitch-black qigong wave formed instantly. Then, while the hand trembled, a pitch-black qigong wave shot out and greeted the energy ball of the beast. Boom! In the next moment, the scorching air waves overwhelmingly moved towards all directions, and the devastating light waves swept the entire planet, and the wind blew up, carrying terrifying energy fluctuations that filled every corner. Under the strong wind and air waves, a large number of Saiyans were lifted into the sky, screaming and terrified. In this scene that cannot be resisted by human beings, the fear in their hearts is awakened. Never mind, just blow the whistle, and try anyway. If it's the Great Elder, maybe he can resist that guy. The five people glanced at each other, and the one who stood up and the beast immediately decided. Without any hesitation, Tadori put the whistle to her mouth, took a breath, and blew it hard. Hey! A crisp whistle resounded on the planet surrounded by flames and gusts of wind and lightning. In an instant, a strange wave traveled through time and space at a speed unseen by the naked eye, heading towards a place. On Nova, Abanus has already come face to face with the murderer. The fierce beast let out a roar, and the next moment it stood up half standing, and slashed its claws at Abanus. Bang! The huge power made Abanus, who had underestimated the opponent's power, a little surprised. Nice power. With a compliment, Abanus' expression suddenly became fierce. But, it's not enough. He reached out with both hands, grabbed the claws of the beast, and then with a sudden force, the sharp fingertips were inserted directly into the body of the beast. The fierce beast let out a miserable howl because of the pain, opened its mouth wide, and bit towards Abanus' head. The latter's eyes slammed, his hands clenched, and with a swipe, the huge body of the beast was directly pulled into the air by Abanus, and then slammed into the ground. With a bang, the earth shook, and the beast was thrown to the ground by Abanus. Roar! The ferocity was revealed, and the beast roared loudly. It's just an irrational beast, and it's rampant in front of me. Abanus sneered, his other hand suddenly stretched out. Out! Boom! The pitch-black light shone, and a pitch-black qigong wave quickly formed in his hand. Then, with a loud laugh, Abanus directly shoved the pitch-black light ball into the beast's wide-open mouth. Bajong! Boom! The soaring flames boiled again, and waves of air were pushed in all directions. The planet trembled a few times, and a volcano erupted violently. The sea was also rising at the same time, and the endless sea began to drown inland. In the sky, thunder and lightning rolled, dark clouds filled the air, and there was a pouring rain like hail. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Bombarded the ground. In just an instant, Nova's climate has changed drastically. The flames dissipated, the explosion gradually subsided, and all Saiyans saw a tall figure in their nervous eyes, walking slowly. In one of his hands, he held a long spear. His expression was indifferent and cruel, and he glanced at their eyes, as if he was looking at ants. Ignore their survival, ignore their life and death. This is the eyes of the gods, high above, and will not care about all life and death in the mortal world. Next, it's your turn. An ant in the universe. Abanus showed a smile, turned his spear, and pointed at the thousands of Saiyans in a days ahead. On Earth, the Yi family in the western capital. Elder, what are we doing here? Is it time to go back to Nova? Before we left, they held the world's #1 martial arts meeting. I don't know if it's over yet. I still want to fight them. Your strength is too far behind me, Elder, and I have no hope at all. Seiya was like a little girl, and the words kept popping out of her mouth, which made Yangqing very annoyed. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 581-600. Chapter 581 Whistle. But those companions on the planet, I still have the confidence to abuse them. Also, and your 5 disciples, I already have full confidence. Seiya said, his eyes lit up. He has always been brooding about that little brat actually outperforming him, and following Yangqing's practice was one of his motivations. If he can go back, the first thing he will do is to challenge those 5 guys again to prove that he is not weak. The matter here is not over yet. Yangqing waved his hand and dismissed Seiya lightly in one sentence. The plan of the underground laboratory was in full swing, and he often went to observe. Every time he went, the crazy Earth scientists will make great progress. These people have even used cloning technology to reproduce him when he was 1 year old. Because of the fusion of the ancient Saiyan blood, the 1-year-old clone is still unconscious, but the power radiating from his body has been terrifying to the extreme. According to Yangqing's observation, the combat power of clones is nearly 10,000. Because of his repression at all times, the clone was in a deep sleep again, and it did not cause much disaster. And after this step, the group of lunatics has already begun to try to integrate human genes into clones. For this reason, the experimental subjects continue to die. For these, Yangqing didn't care. Strictly speaking, although these clones have his blood, they are unconscious and no different from puppets. He just needs the final result to make him go further. At this stage, if he wants to move forward again, there is no doubt that changing to Super Saiyan 2 is an option. However, this requires extremely heavy pressure. We must use the powerful strength of this clone to unleash its terrifying potential, so that we can make ourselves stronger as soon as possible. Entering the laboratory again, after observing the progress of the experiment, Yangqing walked out and walked towards the place where Yiqi was. There is no doubt that there is a problem in the process of the underground laboratory. In terms of fusion genes, they have encountered a bottleneck, stuck here, and it is difficult to move forward. This is the stage that the experiment must go through, and Yangqing has no choice but to let the scientists solve it on their own. Yiqi was in charge of the affairs at the martial arts hall recently. He needed to ask the other party if there were any top talents there. In fact, because of Yangqing's influence, Yiqi was a little girl who had no power to restrain her from being a chicken, and now she is still practicing every day. Now she has some fighting power. If her combat power was 5 before, now it is 6. Don't underestimate this small point. Breaking through this point means that she is stronger than ordinary people. How is it? Where is the martial arts hall? Yangqing walked into the room and asked. Those guys didn't find any outstanding ones. They just learned your routines according to the script. Of course there are also powerful people, but that's only because they themselves had a lot of power before, and they only joined in because they admired your fame. Yangqing is not surprised. The breakthrough in martial arts is not so easy, and he is satisfied enough to be able to make 1 out of 1,000 people one day. Now that the martial arts hall has not been open for a long time, he is not in a hurry. He was about to say something when suddenly, a sharp voice entered his ears. Involuntarily, Yangqing was taken aback. It was a sharp whistle, as if it had come through time and space, and it resounded directly in his heart. No one could hear the whistle, only he. In an instant, his expression changed. This is the whistle that he left to the 5 Dodori before he left. He asked the 5 people to blow the whistle immediately when they encountered something that could not be solved, so that he could also support everyone in time. The last time Star Vegeta was destroyed, let him always be vigilant in his heart to prevent such a thing from happening again. I'm going to leave for a while, tell Seiya, I'm going back. If there is anything that can't be solved, go to Seiya. If he refuses, tell him it's my order. His eyes became sharp, and at this moment, no one could resist Yangqing. Yichi was stunned. She wanted to resist instinctively, but she swallowed the words she was about to say. Then, she saw the man in front of her, put her middle finger and index finger together, pressed it between her eyebrows, and slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, Yangqing's body twisted and disappeared in front of her instantly. Disappeared. Where did you go? Yichi was startled, curious and puzzled. Having been with Yangqing for such a long time, Yichi also knows that Yangqing has many magical things. However, at this moment, she suddenly realized that this man was far more mysterious than he knew. On Nova, Abanus killed the beast with a Qigong wave, and turned his grim gaze to all Saiyans. Run. Some Saiyans realized that they were not the opponent's opponent at all. After staying here, they could only die, and they gave birth to the heart of retreat. Under the panic, they went towards the sky and atmosphere. It's naive to want to run. Abanus smiled and pointed out with a finger, and immediately the dark rays of light cut through the void and hit the Saiyans fiercely. In just an instant, the fleeing Saiyans burned with evil black flames, screaming miserably. Dissipated in the void. This scene made the Saiyan standing in the void, staring at Abanus angrily, nervous. Facing the unfathomable and terrifying enemy, they were very confused at this moment in their hearts. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Run away. There is no way to escape without a spaceship. Even if you are on a spaceship now, I am afraid that someone else will be able to destroy yourself and others with a single blow. While fighting against the opponent, his strength is also seen by everyone. It is an absolutely insurmountable gap and chasm. In other words, in front of this guy who suddenly appeared, it was a fool's errand to even escape. What to do? These 3 words appeared in the hearts of countless Saiyans. At this moment, their eyes were full of despair. How are you doing, Dodori? On Stoit's side, the 4 of them looked at the whistle Dodori had taken from her mouth, with anticipation in their eyes. The current situation is very clear. If the elders can't make it, maybe the Saiyans will really be extinct. Duoduo bit her lip and shook her head, her eyes full of confusion. In fact, the moment she blew the whistle, she realized that it was a very ordinary whistle at all. Nothing fancy. Chapter 582 When the 4 of them saw Dodori's expression, their expressions immediately changed. Boom. A group of hot flames erupted from 3,000 meters to the west in front of them, and the bursting arrogance quickly spread to the surroundings, and the dark light waves shone endlessly. In an instant, a mountain has disappeared. Abanus is stepping, slowly approaching here. The Saiyans fled in all directions, and there were also fearless Saiyans who rushed up with anger on their faces. However, their fate was that they were killed by Qigong waves in an instant. In just 2 minutes, Abinos has come to the present, and the number of Saiyan casualties has reached nearly 100. This is a terrifying amount, which means that Abinos can completely destroy all creatures on this planet without much effort. He is like this at the moment, just holding on to the idea of a cat catching a mouse and sending out the misery that has been sealed for 5,000 years. Weak. Too weak. You are all too weak. His hands trembled slightly, and the wings behind Abinos flickered, and in a flash, he advanced thousands of meters. Along with his advance, countless pitch-black light balls were thrown out by him and fell in all directions. A scream rang out, and the Saiyans were powerless to resist under such an attack. Gradually, the remaining Saiyans on the planet were surrounded by the 5 Stoyots. Almost all Saiyans gathered together. Under such circumstances, they all understood that only by gathering together could there be a chance of survival. Everyone come here, we gather together and attack him. Dodori roared loudly. The Saiyans scattered around, in a panic, accelerated and flew towards here. Abinos saw this scene clearly, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Frail mice, do you want to gather together to warm each other? But that's fine, it's more convenient for me to clean this place all at once. He moved step by step, stepping forward in the void, as if walking on land. This scene is very strange, and it makes the Saiyan people tremble even more. The more time passed, the more nervous and desperate the Saiyans' faces became. The distance between Abinos and them was getting closer and closer. When Abinos approached here, the beasts along the way had also been eliminated by him. For Saiyans, they are by no means weak and ferocious beasts, but they are like ants in his hands, completely unable to resist. Finally, Abinos stopped his footsteps. At this time, he was only 1,000 meters away from the Saiyan. Saiyans don't flee again, the planet is so big, they decide to resist one last time. Aren't they running away? Skinned race. Abinos laughed, and his voice spread faintly throughout the area. Who the hell are you? Kurayat asked loudly, his eyes full of anger. Behind him, Dodori, Stoyart and others are standing behind. The Great Elder asked 5 of them to guard the Saiyan family. At this time, they were the most powerful people in the Saiyan family. Who am I? I am the god who destroys you disgusting creatures. Abinos had the same eyebrows, the corners of his mouth twisted, and a wild and cruel smile appeared on his face. In order to completely wipe you out, in order to sweep away those gods above. And for the sake of knowledge, you are powerful here. But, after a pause, Abinos sneered again. Unfortunately, you are too weak, there is no one who can fight. This sentence simply pierced the arrogant self-esteem of the Saiyans, making their faces congeal and their hands clenched. Okay, you can disappear. I haven't spoken for many years, and there is too much nonsense. Abinos raised his right hand and aimed sharply at the gathered Saiyans, causing all the Saiyans to change their expressions. The jet-black radiant Qigong wave began to condense in the blink of an eye, and the violent aura fluctuations began to spread in all directions, the wind blew up, and the dust fluttered. Even in the sky, there was pouring rain that fell like hail, and the people's faces hurt. Stop him. The 5 people's faces were firm, and they took a step forward, and a dazzling light appeared in their palms. Each Qigong wave was formed by them, shining brightly. After 3 breaths, a trace of cruelty appeared on Abinos' face. With a slap in the palm of his hand, the pitch-black ball of light suddenly cut through the void and charged towards the place where the Saiyan stood. Huh! The sound of breaking the air was loud, but it was already in front of the Saiyan in an instant. At this time, what made all the Saiyans' faces changed greatly was that this originally small Qigong wave has reached the present, and it has turned out to be as huge as a house. The whole body is surrounded by dark rays of light, and the black lightning flashes endlessly, releasing a huge power that can destroy everything. Let it go. Kurayat suddenly roared, and the other 4 beside him all roared at the same time. At this moment, the aura on their bodies suddenly erupted, and the palms pushed out towards the void ahead. The dazzling rays of light flickered, and the roaring voices continued to be heard. Lightning, heavy rain, and strong winds were all directly interrupted by the momentum of the 5 people at this moment. It seems like another force that is abruptly making the celestial phenomenon change. Whoa, 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 whoa. 5 bursting sounds came out, followed by. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Afterwards, starting from the place where the 5 people were fighting, everyone saw the 5 Qigong waves heading towards the huge pitch-black ball of light. In an instant, the 5 Qigong waves collided together, forming a thicker Qigong wave, and then slammed towards the huge jet-black light group. Boom! After 1,000th of a breath, the two collided. The pitch-black ball of light vibrated violently and began to split, offsetting with the light blue light group. The two qigong waves collided together, but did not erupt immediately. But in a stalemate, offset. The huge qigong wave is rapidly getting smaller. After 3 breaths, it has returned to its normal size, only the size of a basketball. At this time, the qigong waves of the 5 people have been completely dissolved. The pitch-black qigong wave stagnated in the void, buzzing endlessly, and finally, it seemed to let out a loud roar, charging towards the Saiyans again. It's over. Dodori's face changed dramatically in an instant, and the other 5 also flashed panic in their eyes, and the Saiyan behind them looked even more desperate. Their qigong wave just now exploded all the energy in their bodies almost instantly. At this point, it is completely empty. Chapter 583 The Great Elder. When the old power is exhausted and the new power is not yet born, how can we resist that terrifying attack? Brothers, stop him. At this moment, an unwilling roar broke out from the crowd of Saiyans. He is only the weakest and the lowest warrior among the Saiyans. There are nearly 1,000 people like him, and his combat power is only a few thousand. But even if he was so weak, he would never want to die here without any resistance. He wants to resist, he wants to fight, he wants to let the enemy know that they are not lambs to be slaughtered. They also have butcher knives in their hands. This sound was inconspicuous, but it caused an uproar among the Saiyans. The panic-stricken Saiyans, at this moment, accompanied by that roar, couldn't help but shone a dazzling light in their hands. Immediately afterward, you can see a little sized, not so dazzling ball of light slamming into the front of the pitch-black light group. Countless small light groups also blasted into this pitch-black ball of light. Most of the pitch-black light balls had already been melted away, but before these tiny balls of light that were like ants, they were not very powerful, but there were a large number of them, and they were weakly stopped again and again. In the end, it dissipated in the void. It's interesting. There was a smile on the corner of Abinus' mouth, and the expression on his face was extremely cold. This time he stretched out his hands at the same time, but with a trembling, a pitch-black ball of light the size of a house appeared, with black lightning entwined, surrounded by crimson rays of light, releasing a faint halo. After another meal, it has become as huge as a basketball court. Can you stop it? Abinos roared, his hands trembled, and he suddenly threw it forward. Seeing such a huge dark wave of light, the faces of the Saiyans present were filled with despair. They could feel the monstrous energy fluctuations contained on the huge ball of light. It can be said that once this attack hits the ground, not only them, but also the planet under their feet, their new home, will be completely turned into dust in the universe. This is a huge energy fluctuation that can destroy planets. They who have destroyed countless planets naturally know it. Suddenly, at the moment when Abinos threw this huge energy ball, a figure appeared in front of all the Saiyans. That figure is not very tall, only about 1.75 meters, and even his stature is still very thin. He was wearing a dark martial arts uniform, carrying a long sword on his back, facing away from the crowd, as if his right hand was pressed between his eyebrows. Under the power of the huge energy ball, as soon as he appeared, his robes trembled and moved crazily. He looked very ordinary, and there was no trace of a fierce breath. But at the moment when this figure appeared, the expressions of the 5 people in front changed drastically. Big Elder. Dodori even cried out in excitement. Abinos's expression changed slightly when he saw the figure that appeared suddenly. Because, even he didn't feel how the other party appeared. But after that, he was relieved. That person happened to appear in the middle of his energy ball attack. As long as he was hit by the energy ball, he would definitely die. In any case, looking at the reactions of those people, this person must have a close connection with those people. He didn't believe how powerful people of the same race would be. However, what happened the next moment made this evil god's complexion change in shock. Standing on the forward path of the energy ball, it was Yang Qing who moved in an instant. What a powerful energy wave! As soon as it appeared, Yang Qing's muscles tightened. The wind howled, the thunder and lightning galloped, and at this moment, he didn't even have time to pay attention to all the meteorological changes in the sky. With his hands suddenly sticking out, Yang Qing shouted loudly. Exploding. Boom. The violent aura instantly enveloped Yang Qing's body, and his aura immediately began to skyrocket wildly. At the moment when his breath erupted, the huge energy ball slammed into his hand. Ah! Roaring wildly, the moment he touched this huge energy ball, Yang Qing sensed the explosive power contained in it, and he was able to destroy the planet in an instant. The fierce breath and explosive force immediately made Yang Qing move towards the rear quickly, getting closer and closer to the Saiyan. King Fist. 10 times. With a loud roar, the crimson light around Yang Qing suddenly flashed out, and a more violent burst of aura surrounded him, spreading frantically in all directions. The huge pitch-black light sphere paused in an instant, but Yang Qing was still backing away. Isn't it enough? In that case. Yang Qing's crazy look from calm to crazy suddenly changed again, and it turned into a bit hideous. 15 times the king of the world. Boom. An aura that was so terrifying that all Saiyans were horrified erupted from Yang Qing's body, and this violent power spread all over the planet and even the entire galaxy in an instant. In a strange dimensional space in the distant northern galaxy, on a small planet, the face of the Northern Realm King suddenly changed. This breath. He told several other realm queens and stopped paying attention to Nova. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Matter. In his consciousness, this planet may have been destroyed. But at this moment, he was in that position and felt such a violent force. Moreover, this breath, he is inexplicably familiar. Very quickly, the king of the Northern Realm probed his perception to that place, and when the image of the figure appeared in his mind, a strange look appeared on the face of the king of the Northern Realm. Qing, that guy. I actually forgot his existence. No, he wasn't in Nova just now, so I ignored him subconsciously. Among the Saiyans, is there still such a powerful guy? The king of the Northern Realm sighed, but then he shook his head with a dignified expression. No, Qing's strength is far from enough. He is not a match for Abinos. On the new star, Yang Qing roared, the crimson flames around his body soared to 100 meters, his aura violently caused the earth around him to sink deep, countless stones were suspended, and thunder and lightning filled the entire sky. Ah! With a loud roar, Yang Qing's strength became stronger and stronger. In the end, he suddenly raised his hands, and a huge dark ball of light instantly moved towards the sky. Chapter 584 It's My Time. This huge pitch-black ball of light was lifted into the air in an instant by Yang Qing, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and rushed into the void of the universe. 3 seconds later, everyone saw that a group of bright rays of light burst out in the universe, and in this dark weather environment, they could see clearly. After throwing this huge qigong wave into the air, Yang Qing's bursting breath returned to calm in the next second. The dark martial arts uniform, thin body, and stern face, at this moment, Yang Qing's eyes are full of ruthlessness. Who are you? Abinos flew forward and stood in front of Yang Qing. I was about to ask you, who are you? Yang Qing glanced at the surrounding scene and saw many Saiyans lying on the ground, some seriously injured and moaning, some fell into a coma, and their faces became even colder. Among my Saiyans, Sai, you are so bold. The icy voice made Abinos startled immediately, and he felt amused right after him. Stupid weak ants, dare to speak to him like this. You have the breath of God in you, so you should be the god of these people, right? It's funny how you dare to speak to me so boldly without knowing me. Abinos wrapped his arms around his arms, but he was in no hurry to shoot directly. He thought it was very interesting that the person in front of him, who gave him the courage, dared to face himself. Do you know that even the highest god in your universe would not dare to attack me alone? I'm here again, and they only have the chance to panic and flee. You're talking too much nonsense. Yang Qing interrupted directly, with a cold face. You ruined this place like this, then, leave your own life. Abino's expression changed immediately, and cruel blood flashed in his eyes. "How dare you? Great Elder! Master! Great Elder! It's the Great Elder! The Great Elder is back! That guy is finished, he must not be able to beat the Great Elder. We have hope." The Saiyans who saw Yang Qing clearly from the rear were all excited, and their hearts were relieved. Among this group of people, the Great Elder who leads them all the way is the true patron saint, the undefeated god of war. Even in their senses, the guy in front of him is indeed powerful, but he may not be able to surpass the Great Elder. In the center of the battlefield, the two of them stared at each other coldly, and said nothing. Boom! The sky was cloudy, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The two people below stopped for 10 breaths before moving. "You guys, get out of here quickly and exit 10 miles to the back." Sensing that the two of them were about to fight, the 5 Dodori immediately led all the Saiyans to a safe place. In the battlefield, Abinos moved first. His speed was unbelievably fast, and with just a twist, he had already crossed the distance of 1,000 meters, came to Yang Qing, and then threw a punch. Om! With a flick of the void, the rain curtain was suddenly scattered. This punch seemed to travel through time and space, and immediately came to the left side of Yang Qing's face 3 inches. Humph! With a twinkle in his eyes, Yang Qing's left arm was raised, blocking the fist abruptly, and the dark armament color instantly swept his arm. Bang! The dull voice came out, and the void where the two of them were shaking shook, and large raindrops, like the most terrifying hidden weapon, spread in all directions, piercing through countless rocks. After the punch started, the two started to fight as if they had opened a flame barrel. Their attack was faster than everyone expected, and their fists continued to bombard the opponent's body. But the opponent is always able to block the opponent's attack with ease. Bang bang bang. The battle continued, the two of them punched like raindrops, attacked quickly, resisted, and exerted the power of their bodies to the limit. Their figures were distorted, and they quickly appeared in the void, and no one could see where they were. In the universe, there are such powerful warriors as you. After a minute of fighting, Abinos said with some surprise on his face. The two slammed their elbows together again, causing the surrounding void to explode, and after the ground below collapsed, they quickly separated. The current level of power is far inferior to that of Frieza. You seem to be shocked. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, which was a feeling of fighting spirit. The enemy in front of him seemed a little unfathomable. Through a short battle, he has discovered that the other party has extremely skilled combat experience, and the breadth is unfathomable. Even if it is him, it is difficult to detect the other party's bottom. This shows that the opponent is very likely to be an opponent of the same level as himself, and may even exceed his own strength. How fun is this? In order to find an opponent, Yang Qing did not hesitate to launch a plan to fight me, but on his Saiyan planet, he found such a master. Maybe, with his pressure, I'll be able to start my second stage of Super Saiyan. In the stage of Super Saiyan 1, he has stayed long enough, he has accumulated enough, and only needs a sufficient pressure to be able to directly enter the second stage. By that time, his fighting power. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. With the realm of God, there will be a leap forward. It seems that in the 5,000 years that I was sealed, in this universe, I discovered a lot of things that I didn't know. Abinos said thoughtfully, followed by his ruthless one. However, if you think that I only have this amount of power, then you underestimate an evil god from the devil world. After saying this, Abinos suddenly raised his head and let out a loud roar. Ha! With a roar, his breath suddenly rose, and it increased nearly 5 times in an instant. The surrounding void was completely overwhelmed by his breath. It was no longer raining, and even the dark clouds and thunder and lightning that had been shrouded in it began to dissipate. This terrifying scene made the eyes of the Saiyans watching the battle from a distance full of horror. It was the first time they saw such a powerful person fighting. It turned out that under the fighting power of these people, even the celestial phenomena can be easily changed. No, it's not just a change, it's just the chain reaction brought about by the leakage of their momentum. Now, let's fight again. Abinos looked at Yang Qing with coldness in his eyes. As the power boosted. Then, next, it's me. Chapter 585 Getting Stronger and Stronger. Yang Qing's body wrapped under the jet black martial arts uniform suddenly swelled, and the next moment, his stature suddenly increased, and the black hair on the top of his head exuded a green light. In less than 3 breaths, his hair grew rapidly and turned into a mixture of green and black. His height also increased suddenly, becoming 3 meters tall. The muscles were swollen, the thighs were thick, and the 8 abdominal muscles held the martial arts uniform tightly. Super Saiyan mode. Faced with the pressure of Abinos, Yang Qing started this state without any hesitation. This is the best mode for Saiyans to fight. Like a demon, it can develop the bellicose factor in Saiyan blood to the highest peak. The wind howled and howled. Yang Qing's body was surrounded by gusts of wind, and the powerful force was oppressing the void. In just an instant, his aura became violent. Have you changed your form, but your combat power doesn't seem to have increased? Abinos sneered. You are not my opponent. Buzz. In the next instant, Abinos' figure swept through the void, and the terrifying speed formed bursts of roars in the air. Yang Qing almost lost the figure of Abinos in his eyes. After the latter enhanced his breath, his speed and strength seemed to have all increased. Bang! A muffled voice came out. This punch hit Yang Qing's face fiercely, his cheeks were twisted almost instantly, and then his body couldn't control, and he slammed into the ground, remaining unabated on the ground. Scratched out a trace. The dust was flying. Yang Qing coughed twice and stood up. Abinos folded his hands and glanced coldly at Yang Qing below. You don't seem to have the ability to dodge. How can you fight me like this? The corners of his mouth trembled, and the next moment Yang Qing pulled out a smile. Is that so? It's not enough. It's like tickling. Bah! With one mouthful of blood foaming out of his mouth, Yang Qing's eyes burst into excitement. Sure enough, the evil god in front of him really had the powerful power to make him excited. This is such a great thing. How long it has been. It has been unknown how long his body has not been excited again. Even Frieza's older brother, Kevela, would never give him such a feeling. It's a feeling of being on the brink of death, walking on a tightrope. That kind of weird and contradictory feeling of always worrying that he will die, but because of the strength of the opponent and the boiling of blood, he is more and more excited. This is the fight. This is the fight. This is the battle of the Saiyans. Ah! With a loud roar, Yang Qing's combat power suddenly increased. The violent blood of the Super Saiyan boiled, and his figure turned into a light blue streamer in just an instant, rising into the sky. Then he arrived in front of Abinos, raised his right leg high, and slashed down fiercely. Bang! Blocking Yang Qing's kick with a blank face, Abinos punched Yang Qing in the stomach. The latter's face suddenly froze, with a trace of pain, but followed by a roar, and a punch slammed out again. He turned all the pain into fighting dongli. This pain, this wound, can make his fighting strength soar and make him emotionally high. He lit up the fury of the battle, and blazing green flames burned from his body. Bang! Once again hit by Abinos' fist, Yang Qing took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood from the air. But before he paused, the mad Yang Qing rushed up again. Bang 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 bang. The battle between the two was indistinguishable, but it could be seen that Abinos had an absolute advantage. On Yang Qing's body, I don't know how many injuries he suffered, but he still did not back down. Even as the battle continued, Abinos' expression became serious. This kid. It's getting stronger and stronger. Abinos can clearly perceive that every time he throws a punch, every time he hits the opponent's combat effectiveness will become stronger, and the breath will become more crazy. This person is like a war demon, with a fighting spirit soaring to the sky. His eyes are like fire. He is desperate, just for the pleasure of fighting. He is desperate, even his own life. You look too high on yourself. Under the fear of Abinos, he became angry and punched fiercely. Bang! Yang Qing still did not dodge this punch. He was punched heavily, and he was hit hard below, and then hit a mountain range. Boom! A dazzling dark light shone, Abinos stretched out one hand in the sky, and a dark ball of light formed in the blink of an eye, and then bombarded towards Yang Qing below. Ha! The black ball of light cut through the void and blinked in front of Yang Qing. The light blooms, and the high heat energy blows. At this moment, Yang Qing's right hand suddenly pointed and placed it between his eyebrows. Swish! Yang Qing's figure suddenly disappeared, the black ball of light exploded, and a complete mountain range was smashed into pieces of earth in an instant. Disappeared. Abinos's eyes narrowed and his eyes swept around. I'm here. Clinging with both fists, Yang Qing suddenly appeared in his. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The top of the head, and then hit hard. Compared with the previous attack, this blow has been enhanced many times in both speed and strength. At this moment, Yang Qing displayed a combat power that was almost the same as that of Abinos. Bang! The punch hit Abinos' head fiercely, and the latter was knocked into the air without saying a word, then fell to the ground, rolled on the ground, and drew a long ditch. Abinos was stunned when he was beaten. He didn't expect that the opponent suddenly had the strength to hit him. He jumped up quickly and was about to take off, but at this time, after seeing Yang Qing's movements above the sky, his expression changed. Yang Qing let out a series of shouts. Between his hands, qigong waves were continuously formed, and balls of light emitting dazzling rays of light were thrown from the sky by him. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, dense qigong waves covered Abinos' eyes, and a deafening explosion sounded. The explosion seemed to be endless, and it continued to explode. Looking from a distance, all Saiyans actually saw that the space with a radius of 10,000 meters has become a sea of fire. Chapter 586 _ The soaring flames surging like seawater, expanding, heading towards the sky and covering the earth. This hot wave, like the most ferocious flame of destruction, seems to be able to turn everything into nothingness and burn it to the ground. All the Saiyans watching believed that no one would survive such an attack. The power of the Great Elder at this moment has exceeded their imagination and has reached a point that they cannot reach in any case. Yang Qing stood in the void, panting and breathing slightly. The large-scale qigong bomb attack made him a little tired for a while. His eyes were fixed on the bottom, and he could roughly feel the strength of Abinos. Under such an attack, the opponent may be injured, but it will never be destroyed. The flames ran high and the explosion lasted a long time. Gradually, 5 seconds passed. At this moment, all of a sudden, the flame that was slowly rising to its limit and gradually began to recover, trembled and trembled violently. A terrifying breath rose from the flames, but in an instant, the terrifying flames were extinguished. Then, at the center of the flame, as if there was some strange substance, it started to separate from the sides. A burly figure flashed suddenly and disappeared into the flames, and faintly, a huge wing could be seen flashing. I am amazed. Boy! A soft voice came from Yang Qing's ear, the shadow wrapped around his back. Abinos' eyes were cold, there were slight scars all over his body, his wings were shaking slightly, and the spear in his hand appeared silently. Then, holding a spear in his right hand, Abinos stabbed Yang Qing, who was facing away from him. Buzz! The void trembled, and Yang Qing's pupils contracted suddenly. At this moment, Abinos' speed seemed to have risen by another level. He turned around abruptly and pushed his palm towards the front. At the moment of launching, a qigong bullet was formed in an instant, and on his right finger, it was even more domineeringly wrapped in a dark armed color. Bang! A brilliant spark erupted in the air, and Abinos took a few steps back. Yang Qing's right hand trembled slightly, and the qigong wave was directly pierced by the spear. Kill! The next moment, Abinos swept out with a spear in hand, his wings flashed, and the speed reached an unbelievable level. But what's more surprising is that, at this speed, Yang Qing couldn't keep up at first, and his body was scratched all over the place. After a while, it became faster and faster, and gradually he was on a par with Abinos. After fighting again for 3 minutes, the two kept moving in the void, but Abinos's expression gradually became solemn. He finally understood the strangeness of the other party. This kid can actually become stronger in the process of fighting against me. He is absorbing my combat experience step by step and growing up quickly. If the gap between us is not big, then he will grow quickly and eventually surpass me and beat me. In the end, the two fists collided, and the dull sound of thunder resounded in the void. After a blow, the two quickly retreated and stared at each other closely. I have to have the power to overtake him in one shot, to be able to kill him in one shot, and then to win. After his eyes flickered, Abinos raised his head and stared coldly at Yang Qingdao. I have to say, your strength is quite good among the gods. But it's not enough to beat me. Next, open your eyes and see clearly, this terrifying power in me. I will kill you with one blow, one blow. Yang Qing's eyes froze suddenly, staring at each other closely. The devil is added to the body. Ha! In the air, Abinos shouted loudly, and a series of fine black lightning suddenly appeared around his body, and the airflow like a small snake rushed into his body. At the next moment, his wings suddenly flapped, his eyes turned blood red, and a sharp horn grew on his forehead. His body is full of evil spirits, and the powerful force makes the whole planet tremble. Jia Wangxing, the Northern Realm King, watched the battle happening here. His whole body was shaking nervously, and his fists were clenched. Can you beat it? No, it's impossible. This guy Abinos has 3 transformations, and now it's only his first transformation. Also, his last transformation is the most powerful. Unlike Frieza, his raw fighting power is already very good, and he is still a god. Above Nova, the billowing air was swirling and swept toward the sky. Black lightning continued to chop down, mixed in the airflow. This scene lasted for nearly 10 breaths, and after a while, it slowly disappeared. At this time, Abinos quietly raised his head and looked at Yang Qing with a cruel coldness in his eyes. His eyes were blood red, and the whole person looked extremely terrifying, like a demon from hell. So powerful. Even Yang Qing trembled when he sensed the other party's anger at the moment. This is the power he can't reach at the moment. Even if he uses the unique bloodline of the Super Saiyan, he can't defeat the opponent at all. This is a qualitative gap. According to a rough estimate, the opponent's combat power is nearly 40 million. At this moment, Yang Qing only has more than 7 million points. The initial trial is over. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The battle has entered a white-hot stage from this moment on. Both sides began to gradually reveal their strengths. Looking for ways to stress, it seems that this is the only way to end. Next, let me fight with all my strength. With his eyes narrowed, Yang Qing stared at the opponent's Abinos. Go to hell, boy. Abinos roared, the wings behind him flapped suddenly, and his body turned into a stream of light, which quickly charged towards Yang Qing. In just 1/10 of the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yang Qing. Ha! The spear cut through the air, almost distorting the space, and appeared in front of Yang Qing in an instant. Tenfold World King Fist. Yang Qing, who was aware of the other party's actions, immediately let out a loud roar. The air on his body was soaring into the sky, and the red aura was burning. The scorching flames immediately enveloped his body, and at the same time, the aura on his body instantly soared tenfold. Then the next moment, under the unbelievable circumstances of Abinos, Yang Qing's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 587 Another Sense Too. You, too slow. Yang Qing's voice came from behind him. With a bang, Abinos felt a pain in the back of his head, and his body suddenly lost his sense of balance. Not good. Abinos reacted quickly, but it was still too late. Yang Qing, who was surrounded by crimson arrogance, was like a god of war stepping out of the fire. He frantically waved his fists and attacked Abinos. Bang bang bang. His face, mouth, stomach, shoulders, and all parts of his body were bearing Yang Qing's heavy fist at this moment. At this moment, Yang Qing's burst of power was extremely powerful and surpassed that of Abino's. The latter was beaten and forced, and for a while there was no way to fight back. With one punch, Abino's was beaten back 3 kilometers. Ah! Abino's yelled angrily, but to no avail. Yang Qing frantically poured out all the power in his fists. The fists were as dense as raindrops, and the attack power of each punch was no less than a bomb. In this way, he punched Abino's, causing the latter to suffer unceasingly. At this moment, Yang Qing's strength has surpassed him. This pain, with the defensive power of the evil god Abino's, was actually somewhat undefendable. Finally, when all the fists hit Abino's and the latter vomited blood, the crimson arrogance on Yang Qing's body began to shrink. By this time, his breath had begun to chaotic. Jia Wang fist, the consumption of physical strength is really terrible. Yang Qing exhaled heavily and stared at Abino's, who was a little embarrassed at the moment. He is very aware of the other party's mentality. He clearly started a transformation. He thought he could kill himself with one blow, but he was slapped in the face. On the contrary, he was severely injured by himself, who used the World King Fist. Cough cough. Coughing heavily, blood spit out from Abino's mouth and fell to the ground. At this moment, Abino stared at him, raging anger radiated from his body, and the dark light almost filled the sky behind him. This indicates that the king from the devil world is completely angry. Crack. Around his body, it seemed that it began to split and twist, the space was torn apart, and billowing demonic energy leaked out of it, and then poured into his body. Yang Qing looked at the other party solemnly. This time the transformation seemed to be even more bizarre, and the surging power was terrifying. Boom. A pitch-black airflow surged frantically from Abinos's body, and in the blink of an eye, half of the sky was covered. At this moment, the world seems to have entered the darkness. After a full 10 breaths, the darkness just dissipated. Abinos bowed his head in place, and a pitch-black lightning flashed from somewhere in the sky leading out of his head. Crack. The sound of cracking came out, and the left side of Abinos's forehead split apart, and a horn grew again. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, his forehead had 2 feet, and his face was covered with fine and strange scales, like a demon creature in hell, which was daunting. What was even more frightening was that sharp barbs grew out of his arms and elbows, which were stronger and harder than swords. This state of his body was simply the best attack state. So scary. The king of the northern realm stood on the star of Zhuang, and his whole body began to tremble. This is only the second stage of transformation, but the feeling of Feng Qi has reached more than 300 million. Such a terrifying state was twice as high as Frieza's. And this is just the second stage of Abinus transformation. As far as he knows, the third transformation of the evil god Abinus, its strength is 20 times higher than that of the second transformation. In other words, if he transforms 3 times, his combat power will reach a terrifying 6 billion. Such a value, compared to his initial state, is simply the difference between clouds and mud. And such Abinus, how can Qing be able to fight? Such a powerful aura, great elder, will he be his opponent? If the breath of Abinos was far lower than that of the great elder a moment ago, then at this moment, the breath surging on his body, all Saiyans can compare and perceive the huge gap between the two. Almost impossible to overcome. What a terrible transformation. At this moment, Yang Qing also naturally realized that the opponent's strength was far beyond what his Zhuang fist could make up for. He took a breath, and his green and black hair trembled for a moment, returning to black, and his body shrunk to its original shape. This time, it's going to be hard. With excitement flashing in his eyes, Yang Qing spit out slowly in his mouth. He doesn't know if the other party has transformed for the 3rd time. If there is, I am afraid it will be him who is in danger. At this moment, a voice entered his mind. Qing, he has a 3rd transformation, and his strength will be 20 times greater than this time. You have to be careful. If you can't resist, run away if you can. I have told the other realm kings that we will unite and deal with this evil god together. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. This was the voice of the king of the northern realm. Is there a third transformation? Since it's only the third time, then maybe I can follow. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Afterwards, he continued to follow the spiritual sound transmission track from the Realm King, went upstream, and spoke directly. No, Lord Realm King, I hope you don't get involved in this battle before I decide the outcome with him. I'm going to have a good fight with him. The king of the northern realm was stunned for a moment, and then he was shocked. What, you want to fight him alone? You have no idea how terrifying he is. Yang Qing did not respond to the voice of the northern realm king. He suddenly thought of a way to increase his power again. He had never tried, but, perhaps, succeeded. This is a method that Sun Wukong and others have not tried in the original work. Perhaps, he is the only one who can succeed. First, transform into a Super Saiyan. PFF, Yang Qing easily transformed into a Super Saiyan. Blonde hair, eyebrows, pale green pupils. Immediately after, his face suddenly turned hideous. In a sense, this is also the second stage of Super Saiyan. With a loud roar, Yang Qing's whole body suddenly flashed a green light. Chapter 588_stab. There was a sudden gust of wind. Yang Qing's black martial arts uniform swelled, and his hair lingered between green and gold, constantly changing. The violent and ferocious aura continued to spread out in all directions, and at this moment, his power was growing forward to an incredible degree. The two different colors alternated with each other, and the light on his body flickered. On Super Saiyan 1, it transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan mode. This is Yang Qing's attention. Under normal conditions, he can become such a model. So, in the case of Super Saiyan 1, is it possible? For a long time, Yang Qing has been trying to break through the barrier of Super Saiyan and evolve into Super Saiyan 2 mode. However, this is definitely more difficult than going from normal Saiyan to Super Saiyan. He tried for a long time without success. So, he has been figuring out whether he can enter the legendary Super Saiyan again in the mode of Super Saiyan. This point, he simulated countless times in his mind. Finally, at this moment, he started to try. This is a groundbreaking attempt. No one has ever made such an attempt. Yang Qing can be said to be the first. However, he could not guarantee his success. Change for me. With a roar, Yang Qing's expression was extremely ferocious at this moment. His figure is constantly changing between the huge and the original shape, and the golden and green light alternates. Dense golden-green lightning flashed around him, making a crackling sound. The momentum was amazing, and gradually, his breath reached its peak. At this moment, Yang Qing's body suddenly burned with a golden-green flame, which was inclined to blue. With a tang, the flames blazed up. Yang Qing's eyebrows turned green, and the pupils of his eyes turned dark green. The whole person's forehead bulged high, his hair rose to the sky, showing a golden-green color. His body was twice as big as before, the muscles on his arms were swollen, and his limbs were thick, looking very burly and fierce. Super Saiyan in Super Saiyan mode. Yang Qing clenched his fists, and the air made a roaring sound. In this state, his fighting power still did not change, but he could feel the burning blood in the depths of his body. Saiyan battle blood boils, roars, howls. He stared sharply, looking towards the opposite side. Abinos's appearance at the moment is also very fierce, and he was born to fight. The two powerful, extremely vicious people collided with the light in their eyes, and a golden lightning appeared in the void, and a thunder flew across the void. Cracks appear and then heal quickly. In an instant, a loud roar came out, shocking the space. The two tall men slammed into each other fiercely. Boom! Like countless bombs exploding, a circle of shock waves emanated from the void. The figures of the two slowly showed their bodies, and they both stared at each other with incomparable expressions on their faces. The two stout elbows were tightly pressed together, making a crackling sound. The atmosphere began to vibrate violently, and after the two eyes flashed a cold light, they looked at each other again. Immediately afterwards, their figures suddenly disappeared. After a breath, two fists collided fiercely in the void that was only 1 kilometer away. Crack! A large piece of lightning appeared in the void, and ripples spread out. Their strength is too strong, so strong that the void can't bear their shock. The shock in the sky caused a chain reaction, causing a monstrous hurricane in the sky. The sea began to roar, and the ground was covered with dust. At this moment, the original beautiful environment of Nova was destroyed, as if the end of the world had come, and everything was moving towards the end of destruction. Afterwards, the two kept shouting and attacking each other. Their fists bombarded, the void trembled, and after the impact, there was a muffled thunder-like sound. After 15 minutes of fighting like this, the eyes of the two of them became even sharper. Abinos was even more shocked. This kid has also transformed, and the power after transformation can be comparable to my second stage. Who the hell is he? There are such powerful people in this universe. Abinos shook his aching arms. Under the strength of the previous opponent, the opponent's strength was not inferior to him. The power of this shock, even he can't bear it for a long time. Abinos. At this moment, Yang Qing on the opposite side said. His always fierce eyes suddenly had a smile at this moment. Go for the third transformation, otherwise, you are not my opponent. This smile contained confident words, which made Abinos instantly angry, and he felt a strong contempt. A scum on an unknown planet, actually said in front of him that he was not his opponent. Where did the courage and confidence come from? What kind of pretense is this? It's funny, let me see where your courage comes from. Abinos's eyes were angry, but his heart was calmer. He stretched out his right hand and a spear appeared. Then, he swung his spear, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Yang Qing. After taking one step, Abinos disappeared into the void. The next moment, the extremely sharp breath ripped apart the void and attacked Yang Qing's waist. This breath has not yet appeared, but Yang Qing has already narrowed his pupils. His right hand trembled, and the Zhouhe sword behind him came out of his body, drawing an arc, and slammed into the front of the spear fiercely. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Ding! Abinos froze for a moment, then his face became even more hideous. Ah! He let out a loud roar, and the spear kept sweeping forward, stabbing, poking, or slashing. But Yang Qing on the opposite side took over all with a calm face. Yang Qing's swordsmanship has reached a magical realm. He can even close his eyes and judge the position where Abinos' spear falls just by relying on the surging airflow. This is a kind of mysterious realm, and this is also the realm of God. Ding ding! A series of sounds came out, and Abinos launched a frantic attack, but all of them were defended. Finally, Yang Qing swept his sword sharply and sped out. Poof! A light sound came out, and Abinos' pupils shrank suddenly. He was actually stabbed. Chapter 589 _ The Shock of the Kings. Somewhat stunned, he looked down. A sword was quietly inserted into his right shoulder, bright red blood flowed out, and the slightest pain made the corner of his mouth grin. I am actually injured. Abinos was a little sluggish, unable to believe that he was injured. It was clear that he was still in a position of equal strength just now. How could the opponent's sword suddenly become so much faster? What exactly is going on? For a long time, I have been testing, what is the limit of your power in the second stage of transformation? But unfortunately, you let me down. Go into your third stage transformation, otherwise, I won't be able to use 5 moves to kill you. Our gap is too big now. Yang Qing's indifferent words rang out from Abinos' ears, causing the latter's pupils to shrink and his anger even worse. He waved his spear angrily, but the latter easily avoided it. Followed by a sword, he was too fast to resist, and with a puff, his waist was slashed again, blood flowing. This scene made Abinos even more angry and couldn't believe that the boy in front of him was not bluffing. Transform. Yang Qing walked on foot, standing in the void, his figure flickered, and his long sword was swung again and again. Under the sudden increase of Yang Qing's strength, Abinos was completely unable to resist, and was shocked by several wounds. After the last wound appeared on Abinos' shoulder, the latter roared and retreated 3 kilometers, staring at Yang Qing with red eyes. I really can't think of it, just a small character, actually blocked this evil spirit here. I have to admit, boy, you are very powerful. Bring your name. Although Abinos was angry, he was calm and not crazy. At this point, he still has enough confidence to destroy his opponent. Because he has sufficient power, the power of the 3rd stage, compared to before, is simply the gap between heaven and earth. He didn't believe that in this world, someone could overcome his own terrifying power. Qing, my name is Qing, I'm a Saiyan. Yang Qing smiled lightly. Blue. Abinos read a sentence, and deeply reflected Yang Qing's face in his mind. Next you will see my strongest power, which also means that you will be destroyed here. Hope you don't regret the next scene. After Abinos said this coldly, he closed his eyes. This time, his transformation did not appear before the summoning magic energy. Instead, it seemed very calm, and gradually, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed. Qing, be careful, he is about to transform into the 3rd stage, and his qi is rapidly increasing. The voice of the king of the Northern Realm suddenly came out of his mind. Yang Qing was stunned, and then stared at the other party. He didn't even notice Abinos' transformation at all. This time, the transformation was silent and strange. Even if he was staring at each other carefully, the surging of the airflow was still not noticed by Yang Qing. The wind was blowing gently, the clouds were floating in the sky, and everything seemed very calm. However, Abinos' aura was growing rapidly and silently. Suddenly, Yang Qing's pupils narrowed. Abinos' body changed. Between his forehead, a spiral horn suddenly protruded, and 2 sharp barbs appeared on both sides of his shoulders. His legs, and even his back spine were all thorns. A dense sharp barb appeared. His body was getting smaller, but his breath was more dignified, very condensed, like a tall mountain was compressed into a rock. This also means that his power has been compressed, and at this moment, his power output between punches and kicks is even more terrifying. There were fine scales on his cheeks, which made him look even more hideous, and a tail like a weapon grew out from the back of his butt and thigh, and swung recklessly. There was silence, and a heavy atmosphere permeated. There were dark clouds in the sky again, the lightning was dense, and the rumbling sound was not heard. Yang Qing carefully felt the growth of the other party's breath. His face became more and more solemn, but the excitement in his eyes became more and more intense. That's it. It's just that kind of pressure. It's definitely possible. It will be successful this time. Success to become Super Saiyan 2 mode. Boom. Thunderclouds intertwined and entwined, sparks flickering. Abinos finally raised his head, his hideous face reflected in everyone's eyes, making people shudder. His eyes radiated blood-red light, like a demon in hell. This is my strongest state. Can't you feel his power? However, it doesn't matter. After a fight, you will understand for yourself the huge gap between you and me. The cruel words came out of Abinos' mouth, and Yang Qing's pupils narrowed. Very strong. Yes, the opponent is very strong, even beyond his imagination. He could no longer estimate how powerful Abinos was at this moment, but his heart was even more excited. Die, let me write down the name boy. The evil god Abinos spoke ruthlessly, his figure twisted and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Jia Wangxing, 3 voices came from the ears of the Northern Realm King at the same time. King of the Northern Realm, we are ready to call upon all the mighty men of justice in the galaxy. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. This time, I don't know what a huge price to pay to seal him. Even if we sacrifice in the end, as long as we can seal him again, it will be worth it. This was the voice of the 3 other realm kings. After hearing it, the Northern Realm King who was watching the battle at Nova was suddenly stunned. He thought about it for a while, then said, I think we might not need to hurry now. What? Don't you know the power of Abinos? If you don't pay attention, the galaxy will be in chaos. Go quickly, what nonsense are you talking about, King of the North Realm? Immediately, the ears of the Northern Realm King exploded. Abinos didn't step out of the new star. Perhaps, you should observe the battle there. The King of the Northern Realm said solemnly. To be honest, he was also completely shocked by Yang Qing's performance. He didn't expect this kid to grow up so fast after not seeing each other for a while. Yes, his energy and combat power may not have improved, but the strange mood on his body made him secretly shocked. This time, maybe this kid can really do it. Chapter 590 _ The Power of the Third Stage. What? The other three realm kings were all taken aback. Abinos was still on that planet. How can that be? As far as they know, Abinos is cruel by nature, and every time he reaches a place, he will destroy everything there. Moreover, his power is thousands of times stronger than those of ordinary races and even powerful races in the universe, and it is impossible for anyone to be his opponent. In their minds, Abinos should have destroyed that planet long ago, and had already gone to another place. That's why they raced against the clock to connect with all the living forces, and then set off to stop that terrible guy. However, the King of the Northern Realm actually said at this time that Abinos did not leave that planet. What exactly is going on? The three realm kings quickly disseminated their consciousness and covered the new star with their vision. In just an instant, shocked expressions appeared on their faces. This is Abinos' third transformation. It's nearly 10 times stronger than the last time. The realm kings are naturally very familiar with Abinos. As the enemy they defeated at a great price in the past, they are even more terrified, and at this moment Abinos shows the power. After 5,000 years, Abinos' strength has returned to its most complete state. He broke the seal and is much stronger than last time. The King of the Northern Realm explained. Immediately following, the three realm kings saw the burly and muscular Yang Qing in the void opposite Abinos. The golden and green hair and the majestic aura surprised the three realm kings even more. Then, who is that kid? Looks like he's fighting Abinos. What a terrible kid. King of the Northern Realm, who is that kid? He can actually fight against Abinos. The three realm kings asked curiously. His name is Qing, and I have taught him for a while. The King of the Northern Realm said somewhat contentedly. As he expected, the three other realm kings were a little shocked when they heard the words of the Northern Realm King. Immediately after, they said, since it is your apprentice, let him join us and seal that guy. He alone must not be a match for Abinos. The King of the Northern Realm flashed. Thinking about what Yang Qing said to him, he hesitated for a while, and then stopped. No, Qing said it before, don't let us interfere. He wants but against Abinos. Maybe he still has the power to release. The King of the Northern Realm said secretly. Fighting Abinos alone. The three realm kings looked at each other, and then their eyes flickered. They didn't object either, and they all looked at the battlefield seriously. Since they didn't need people under their command and risk themselves, the realm kings would naturally be happy. Then look at how powerful your apprentice is. At Nova, Abinos stared at Yang Qing with a grim expression, while Yang Qing's forehead was oozing with sweat. This is a silent pressure that keeps Yang Qing in a tense mood all the time. As if at this moment, just being stared at by Abinos, his body could not help but become heavy and even stiff. The scene of the confrontation between the two clearly appeared in the eyes of the three realm kings, and suddenly, Abinos' figure suddenly distorted and disappeared here. At this moment, the four realm kings also became dignified, because Abinos was so fast that they couldn't see clearly at all. Yang Qing's pupils shrank suddenly the moment Abinos disappeared. Seeing the color. The arrogance of seeing and hearing quickly spread out, as if a bright light flashed. Behind. Yang Qing roared, turned around immediately, and punched towards the rear. Bang! At the same moment, a dull voice sounded, and Abinos' fist hit Yang Qing's fist accurately. Crack! Yang Qing's arm twisted, and a touch of pain appeared on his face. The next moment, Abinos made another force. Yang Qing's face changed, and the whole person was directly blasted into the ground. Abinos squinted, and the long horn between his forehead actually burst into red light, and then a ray rushed out from his horn. Cthulhu Ray. The void was scorched and twisted, the light was amazingly fast, but in an instant it reached the sky where Yang Qing fell. Huh! Suddenly turning around, Yang Qing flashed the ray, but his shoulder was still burning. In this moment, in the moment the rays passed, he was still injured. Boom! The rays hit the ground below, sending out a series of explosions, the air waves rolled, and the flames shot into the sky. Yang Qing was still falling, and the punch caused his arm to be twisted and seriously injured, and the huge force was still not released. The other hand was raised, and he was about to use teleportation. According to this trend, he will fall into the sea of fire behind him. Then, there is no doubt that he may face a second injury. This will affect the footsteps of the fight he follows and must be avoided. But just as his hand was raised, light suddenly distorted in front of him, and a thin figure appeared, staring at him indifferently. Abinos. Yang Qing spat out these words from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dignified. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Do you feel it? Qing, my strength. It's no longer the same level as you. Abinos said softly, his right foot trembled and stepped on Yang Qing's stomach. The latter's expression changed immediately, a mouthful of blood was spit out, and his body accelerated and fell towards the bottom. There was a loud bang, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Blood spurted out of Yang Qing's mouth, and his eyes were full of anger. His strength is indeed not in the same urgency as the former. Even if he can rely on seeing and hearing to perceive the direction of the opponent's attack, his body's reaction speed is far behind, and he is completely unable to counterattack. No way. Not yet. Strong, I want to become stronger. His heart was constantly roaring, the Saiyan's blood boiled completely, the golden green light around his body flickered constantly, and the momentum became stronger. The next moment, Yang Qing rose to the sky and attacked Abinos, who was standing in the sky. Bang! Yang Qing was slammed into the ground again, and blood was sprayed again. But after a while, Yang Qing rushed into the sky again. You are courting death. Abinos's hand trembled, and a dark ball of light appeared in his palm. Then, he threw it fiercely downward. Chapter 591_Threaten. This black ball condenses high-density energy, enough to blow up the entire planet into powder in an instant. The speed was so fast that a streamer of light was dragged in the air, but it was in front of Yang Qing in an instant. The high energy brought a hot feeling, the wind swept across, and Yang Qing's face was scratched with pain. Ah! Yang Qing let out a loud roar, and an energy ball emitting golden light immediately appeared between his hands. He folded his palms together and pushed them forward. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Gong. Wave. The 5 words were quickly spit out from his mouth, and the golden light began to change towards blue. The light group quickly grew larger, and at the same time that Abinos's pitch-black light ball was approaching, Yang Qing's Qigong wave was also violently pushed out. Buzz. The air vibrated violently, and 2 light balls wrapped in high-concentration energy collided. Boom! The sky spread out a group of magnificent colorful rings, going in all directions. The splendid fireworks were blooming, and Yang Qing's body was hit hard by the impact of the explosion, and fell towards the ground again. With a bang, his body hit the ground and a pit appeared. Shaking his body, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and he stood up again. He looked up at the sky, where Abinos stood with his hands loose and looked down coldly. The two looked at each other, the void generated electricity, and there was a stab. Just as the lightning disappeared, the figures of the two disappeared at the same time. The next moment, they bombarded each other fiercely in the air. The fists, feet, and fists of the two of them tilted towards each other like a violent storm. Their speed has already exceeded that of ordinary bullets by 1,000,000 times, and in 1 second, I don't know how many fists were thrown at each other. But the difference between the two sides is that every punch of Yang Qing was dodged by Abinos, while the latter hit Yang Qing with a single punch. Bang! Yang Qing's right cheek was severely hit, and his body staggered. He clenched his fist again and swung it hard at the latter. At this moment, Yang Qing's fighting power has already exceeded 1 billion. During the battle with Abinos, the pain on his body continued to increase, but the combat power in his body poured out like a spring, rushing from the depths of the body to the limbs of the body. Every cell was affected. In this battle, he is constantly getting stronger. This kind of strengthening seems to have no limit and no bottleneck. As long as you fight, you will become stronger and stronger. The gap between the two is huge. The difference between 1 billion and 1 billion is not just a multiple, but a terrifying change in which quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Between ordinary people, Abinos can definitely kill each other in an instant. But here in Yang Qing, the Super Saiyan mode of Super Saiyan gave him stronger and stronger momentum and soul, quickly recovered his body from aching body, and gave him the ability to survive. He was like an invincible little strongman, suffering and rising in pain after repeated bombardment by Abinos. This battle lasted quite a long time, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. There were scars all over Yang Qing's body, and blood was pouring out of his chest. But his eyes, the light is getting brighter and brighter, just like the bright starlight in the universe. His fighting spirit was stronger, and his blood boiled more intensely. Ha! With a loud roar, a thick white mist was sprayed around Yang Qing's body, as if his body generated high heat energy fluctuations, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to undergo strange changes and evaporated into white mist. As soon as he moved his feet, a large pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground. The next moment, Yang Qing's figure was in front of Abinos. Waving his fist, Yang Qing's eyes shone brightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's it, that's it. Ha ha ha, I feel it. The bottleneck in the body is loosening. Yes, Yang Qing was even more excited. The bottleneck that had never loosened, just like a glimpse of a wall, was finally loosened at this moment. Of course, there is still a long way to go before it is fully cleared. However, Yang Qing saw hope in this battle. The new transformation in this mode has made Yang Qing's combat power stronger in battle. By this time, his combat power has nearly doubled compared to the beginning, and has reached 2 billion. And at this moment, he has been able to keep up with the speed of Abinos. It can even do evasive measures and launch a counterattack. Abinos's expression became more and more serious, and the strangeness of the other party was beyond his expectations. He had never seen anyone who could improve so much in combat, which was beyond his imagination. He couldn't imagine whether the opponent would follow the battle, and in the end, the fighting power far surpassed himself. He must be eliminated directly as soon as possible. Abinos's eyes were sharp, and the cold light flashed. He was completely motivated to kill Yang Qing as quickly as possible. This inexplicable boy is far beyond his imagination. His right hand came out quietly, and a pitch-black spear appeared. With the sharpness of this spear, as long as he could pierce Yang Qing's body, he would definitely be able to kill the opponent perfectly. In the sky, Abinos held a war spear in his right hand. His eyes were cold, like a devil descending from hell. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, his right hand stretched out. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Towards the back, after a while, the Johi sword appeared. He swung his right hand, and the long sword pointed directly. The two stared at each other. The void generated electricity, and they faced each other again. Die, boy, I feel threatened by you. Abinos really felt incredible. Even in the demon world, except for a limited number of people, no one could resist him. But when he came to this universe and was born after being sealed for 5,000 years, he actually encountered such a guy who made him jealous. Call. The sound of the wind moved slightly, and Abinos' figure suddenly disappeared. At this moment, his speed reached its limit, which was far beyond what he was before. The wings were wide open, and the next moment Abino's body appeared behind Yangqing. Two steel-like wings, like weapons with an aurora attacking range, wrapped Yangqing silently. At the same time, a crimson light flashed above the long horns of his forehead. Moreover, the spear in his right hand was also stabbed down at the same moment. Chapter 592_died. This is a near-lore blow, and no one can dodge such an attack. Abinos's movements are as fast as lightning, and he hides his breath strangely, making it impossible for people to find out where he is. At this moment, even Yangqing's face changed greatly when the spear came into view. He was really completely unaware of the opponent's movements at this moment. At that moment, Abinos seemed to be the most terrifying ghost killer in the dark night. It appeared so quietly that no one could notice it. Poof! The sharp spear pierced into Yangqing's body, and the red blood quickly dyed Yangqing's robe. He was fast, and at this moment, he suddenly turned around. But in the next second, a more terrifying attack came, causing Yangqing's pupils to shrink suddenly. Two wings, like guillotine blades, stabbed him fiercely from the left and the right. The long sword suddenly turned, and the sword energy spread out and suddenly became bigger, blocking Yangqing abruptly. When the two wings stabbed fiercely on Yangqing's sword chi, and it actually made a sound of gold and iron. Afterwards, the two were deadlocked for a moment, then suddenly collapsed. Yangqing's body shook and blood spurted out. In the nick of time, he was only stabbed by the spear an inch into the body, and then blocked this terrifying attack. Yangqing almost used his reaction power and speed to the limit. And the moment when the sword energy was forcibly formed, it caused damage to him. Crimson rays bloomed and attacked Yangqing again. At this moment, Yangqing, who was in the shock of the previous attack, was completely unable to resist this attack. He moved his body vigorously, but after a breath, that crimson ray still penetrated his body. In the eyes of all Saiyans, Yangqing's complexion changed greatly when the scarlet ray directly penetrated the Shang's mouth when he fell. Big Elder! Master! The Saiyans shouted, and their bodies all flew towards this direction. Abinos ignored the movements of the Saiyan behind him. His eyes stared coldly at Yangqing who fell down. After Yangqing's body fell heavily, there was no movement. His eyes only loosened, and then he stretched out his right hand. Boom! A pitch-black qigong wave formed quickly, and then slammed toward the ground. Immediately after that, the qigong waves of Abinos' hand quickly appeared, bombarding them one by one towards where Yangqing was. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded, and Yangqing's figure was completely drowned in the monstrous flames. For 10 seconds, Abinos did not stop bombarding the ground, showing that he attached great importance to Yangqing. The more powerful the guy who fights, the more terrifying. Abinos naturally knew that as long as the opponent didn't die, he would become stronger every time he fought. One day, he will leave him far away and become stronger than himself. After a round of bombing, Abinos withdrew his right hand. At this time, a large number of Saiyans also rushed to the sky, came to a place not far from Abinos, and looked at each other with anger and horror. The first elder was injured by him. We can't just capture it, otherwise there will only be a dead end. Unite and kill him. Stoyard roared loudly, his eyes were red, and his aura was raised to the limit. Waiting is also dead, we shot and killed him. A Saiyan is to die, but also to die in battle. Kill him. A loud roar sounded from the Saiyan crowd. At this moment, every Saiyan was forced to the top of the cliff. They only had to attack, only to shoot, and they had no choice. Even if the enemy is 10 million times stronger than them, they choose to die gloriously after taking action, instead of running away or waiting to die. Abinos heard the voice behind him, glanced down, the flames were rolling, and Yangqing's voice was temporarily invisible. He turned around slowly, his ruthless face and body with extremely strong offensive power caught the eyes of all the Saiyans, and immediately made them stunned, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. The appearance of Abinos is so terrifying. It doesn't look like a normal creature at all. His eyes were blood red, his body was violent, and there seemed to be a rolling demonic energy behind him, which was terrifying. Injured. Abinos showed sarcasm on his face. He believed that under his attack, it would be difficult for the Saiyan to survive. He's dead, perhaps, dead without a corpse. As for you, I just don't move when I stand. What can you bastards do to me? The faces of the Saiyans were even more angry. The 5 people in front of them roared, and the dense energy balls and qigong waves began to bombard Abino's body. A trace of disdain flashed on Abino's face. He did not dodge or evade, but in the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed by qigong waves. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions spread throughout the sky, flames shot up into the sky, and the air was burned and twisted. Is it dead? The Saiyans looked at the fireball nervously. After 10 seconds, the flames dissipated, their expressions changed greatly, and their hearts became more fearful and desperate. What was Abino's like the moment before, and what is it like now? He has not changed in the slightest. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There was no scar on his body, not even his clothes were damaged in the slightest. I said, you are just a bunch of trash. With a cold face, Abinos said lightly. Keep attacking. A loud shout came from the Saiyan, followed by another dense wave of energy popping up in the sky, attacking Abinos. The latter frowned and his eyes became colder. A bunch of trash, since they are courting death, I will fulfill you. His right hand was raised suddenly, and the dark light bloomed, like black fireworks in the daytime, dazzling and shining, followed by rapid enlargement. In an instant, the pitch-black ball of light expanded, and then swept forward with a bang. Bang bang bang. The moment a large piece of qigong bomb touched the black qigong bomb, it immediately exploded, and a large piece of flame began to appear in the sky. In front of this dark qigong wave, the attacks of the Saiyans were instantly vanished. Moreover, what frightened the Saiyans even more was that the dark qigong wave was attacking them again. Chapter 594_Anger. Crackling. The golden lightning current continued to flicker around Yang Qing's body, rioting. The degree of this explosion was very serious, causing the surrounding void to vibrate violently. The stones on the ground floated slightly, as if they were floating on the ground, but they were actually floating in the void. His power at the moment has reached the point of chaotic space. The fine and violent lightning is the best proof. The new star that is close to collapse, the climate has been chaotic to the extreme. Above Yang Qing's head, dark clouds are rolling, the weather has become gloomy, and lightning flashes constantly in the clouds, and there is a rumbling sound. The momentum is amazing, but the scene of the field is eerily quiet. Going forward step by step, all the stones encountered on the road were quietly shaken and turned into powder by the terrifying power around him. At this moment, Yang Qing was so powerful that it was unpredictable. Da da da. His footsteps were very loud, and after a dozen steps, his eyes were fixed on Abinos in the sky. The killing intent is soaring, and his anger can be clearly felt even by the realm kings in other galaxies far away. It is a flame of anger that devours the day and destroys everything. Then, ignoring Abinos, he glanced at everything on Nova again. There were Saiyan stumps and blood on the ground, and many Saiyans were lying there without the slightest breath. And many more were killed under the dark qigong waves of Abinos. The Saiyans, are they all gone? It seems that this moment is a little dazed, Yang Qing murmured. After working hard for so long and paying so much, the Saiyans finally disappeared in this universe. Then the next moment, his heart was filled with endless fire of anger. Turning his eyes, Yang Qing looked at the sky fiercely. At this moment, Abinos's eyes were also staring at the bottom, and the eyes of the two people collided violently. Crackling. A slender lightning flash appeared in an instant, then disappeared, floating in the air. Huh. At almost the same moment, Yang Qing's figure had disappeared in place. And Abinos in the sky, his pupils contracted violently. At this moment, he didn't even see the speed of the other party's body. He was shocked and looked around, but he couldn't detect a trace of the other party's breath. Quietly, Yang Qing's figure had reached the sky above Abino's, and then his eyes suddenly froze, and he slapped the former's head with an elbow. Ha! With a loud roar, Yang Qing's elbow hit the back of Abino's head. The latter immediately shook his entire body, his head shook violently, and then fell toward the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Abino's was hit on the ground, unable to get up for a while. At this moment, Abinos's heart was very horrified, with a strong sense of disbelief. How is this possible? How could he be so powerful? He knew very well that at that moment, he really didn't notice any breath of the other party. Even that power is almost 10 times stronger than before. Many creatures have a way to transform to improve their combat effectiveness, but like this kid in front of him, suddenly become so powerful, Abinos swears, he has never seen it before. This is beyond his imagination. He never knew that there should be such creatures in the universe. Crawling up, Abinos looked at Yang Qing, who was standing in the sky, looking down at him, his eyes fierce. Those high-altitude eyes were cold and ruthless, and in the deepest part, there was a strong murderous intent, which made people shudder. Boy, do you think you can defeat me with your current strength? You're too far away. With a loud roar, Abinos rushed into the sky. In just an instant, the two faced each other again. Abinos frantically launched an attack on the latter, but Yang Qing's face was flat and his eyes were full of coldness. Any attack by Abinos was easily avoided. He attacked Yang Qing with more than 3,500 punches in a row, and Abinos pushed Yang Qing away with his last leg. Then, his eyes narrowed, and a pitch-black qigong bullet appeared on his hands. Go to hell. The jet-black light bullet in both hands pierced through the void and charged towards Yang Qing. At this moment, Yang Qing, standing on the void, his eyes clearly reflected the dark light, his face was calm, but his eyes flashed, and then his right hand suddenly waved. Too weak. Bang! A punch suddenly hit the qigong bullet that first arrived in front of him, and the round qigong bullet suddenly deformed, and the edge touched by Yang Qing's fist immediately dented. The ground slammed back, drew an arc, landed on the ground, and made a very short explosion. The other qigong bullet was also sent flying by Yang Qing, rubbing Abinos' cheek quickly. Boom! Hearing the sky-shattering explosion behind him, Abinos was a little stunned. How is this possible? His qigong bombs are enough to destroy an area of 1,000 miles, but it is such an attack that the opponent is so easily sent flying. Too weak. The next second, Yang Qing, who was in the distance and separated by a long distance, suddenly distorted. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Abinos's pupils shrank, and he saw in horror that the figure of the other party had already appeared in front of him. So fast. You are too weak. Yang Qing, who was face to face with Abinos, spit out this sentence from his mouth with a cold expression. Abinos' face was ugly, and his eyes were extremely angry. Experience the powerlessness and sorrow of the weak. How you kill your compatriots, I will kill you. The cold and ruthless words came out of Yang Qing's mouth, causing Abinos to tremble, and fear appeared in his pupils. Yes, the ruthless evil god Abinos would show fear. Then in the next second, a huge fist suddenly enlarged in front of Abinos, and he didn't even have a chance to react, so he was severely hit on the bridge of the nose. Click. The crisp voice came out, Abinos tilted his head, blood spurted out, and his nose collapsed directly. Immediately after that, another fist ran towards his stomach. With a bang, a strong airflow came from behind him, shuttled through the void, and slammed into a mountain, directly smashing the mountain. Chapter 595_Shame. Cough cough. Abinos spit out blood, and his face instantly became wilted. The two punches were a bit too slow for him, and it could be said that he had been beaten. However, Yang Qing's attack was not over yet. One fist retracted, and his other fist came out again. Bang! A strong airflow continued to emanate from behind Abinos' body, and the mountains behind him were smashed into pieces, and dust was flying up in the sky. This kind of pure power is shocking. And the body of Abinos has to be said to be the body of the evil god, and it is also powerful and terrifying. A punch hit Abinos' body, causing his whole body to tremble and his pupils to shrink again and again. Facing such a violent power and speed, he didn't have time to react at all, let alone resist. At this moment, Abinos, like a sandbag, was hit by Yang Qing's crazy punch. Cheeks, Shang mouth, stomach, even double. The legs, under the bombardment of Yang Qing, let out a wailing sound, and the sky was like thunder, noisily and rumbling loudly. When the void is empty, the airflow is surging, and there are gusts of wind. After more than 1,000 blows, Yang Qing withdrew his fist expressionlessly. I could have broken your body with one punch, but I chose to let you die slowly. Experience the powerlessness and the fear of facing death. The cold words came to Abinos, who was already in a trance, making him react smartly again. But, keep up. Boom. Behind his head, there was another heavy bombardment, which immediately made him dizzy again. The wind roared in his ears, and after an unknown amount of time, Abinos felt himself hitting the ground. Then, the muscles, bones, and even cells all over the body let out a whimper and creaking. He tried to raise his right hand and resisted. But it turned out that the load on his whole body had reached the limit, and that kid's terrifying attack completely paralyzed his body's functions. He could even feel himself down, uncontrolled, and overflow of urine and fluids. The thoughts of anger, fear, and despair hit Abinos' mind at this moment, causing him to tremble slightly. Shake up. Am I going to die? I can't beat him. Why is that kid so changeable? Powerful. I am the heretic god, and he is so powerful. Unbelievable. Doubting himself, and fear of death made Abinos panic in body and mind at this moment. Abinos couldn't understand Yang Qing's power at all. He didn't know who the other party was and how he became so terrifying. But at this moment, he knew deeply that if it continued like this, he would surely die. What should I do? What should I do? Knowing that he is not the opponent's opponent, he began to think about himself, trying to find hope to survive. But after a while, the moment he opened his eyes, his pupils shrank again. A pair of cold and ruthless eyes, a thick and burly body is quietly floating in front of him. Are you awake? A cold smile appeared on Yang Qing's icy face. Then, his feet slammed down hard, towards Abinos' stomach. The latter screamed, and there was a cracking sound at the bone joints, and the entire spine was smashed by Yang Qing's step. And Abinos' body, at this moment, was turned into a U-shaped general. The face was full of pain, and Abinos was mad at this unimaginable moment of torture and pain. Ah, it hurts. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. He roared loudly, his eyes bloodshot. Really? With an expressionless face, Yang Qing stepped on his foot again indifferently. This time, he stomped on Abinos' head. The latter's head was directly embedded into the surface of the earth, and the screaming stopped abruptly. Do you feel it? The pain and despair of my fellow clan, when they face life and death, are like you are now. I won't let you die lightly, you'll experience something more painful. Yang Qing's voice entered Abinos' ears through the dust, making the latter almost crazy. Proud and powerful, the evil god Abinos with outstanding talent has survived for nearly tens of thousands of years, and has never encountered such a thing. How could someone humiliate him like this? I'm going to kill you. Ah, I must kill you. In his heart, Abinos roared wildly, his eyes constantly shrinking and expanding, bloodshot covered, almost about to explode. Does it feel humiliating? That's right. Yang Qing raised his foot and stepped on Abinos' body again. Click. This time, after a roar, Abinos' bones and joints were broken again, and his body sank into the ground again. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The pain in the whole body, at this moment, Abinos seems to be unable to feel it. His thoughts fell into chaos, and it really became crazy. Jia Wangsheng, the Northern Jia Wang frowned at the scene where Yangqing was sitting. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In less than 2 seconds, what he feared happened. Hey, the king of the Northern Realm, your apprentice doesn't seem to be a good person. The evil aura he exudes at this moment is not much different from that of the evil god. No, his power is stronger than the evil god Abinos. If he goes crazy, I'm afraid no one can stop him. I'm afraid, even we will be in danger. King of the Northern Realm, what the hell is going on? Your apprentice is so brutal. He doesn't have the temperament that a man of justice should have. The king of the Northern Realm frowned, watching what happened to the new star, and he didn't know what to think. Yes, a righteous cosmic warrior would indeed not make such a move as Yangqing at this moment. Even if it is an enemy, it will only kill the opponent neatly in revenge. It is very rare to humiliate and torture each other like Yangqing. And this is also because the king of the Northern Realm only taught Yangqing Zhuang Fist, but did not teach him other martial arts. At the beginning, I saw that there was a faint trace of evil in him, and he didn't look like a pure and righteous person. Alas, now it has been exposed. However, he didn't do anything evil, and what he did at the moment was just revenge under his anger. Chapter 596_Exploding Egg. Qinghe is not an evil person, you can rest assured. He's just getting revenge. If you don't let him vent, when he kills Abinos, it's not just what he will do. The Northern Realm King whispered to the 3 Realm Kings. The 3 Realm Kings heard the voice of the Northern Realm King, their eyes flickered, and then they all laughed. Your apprentice, if something happens, then you'd better deal with it. Otherwise, for the cosmic turmoil this has caused, a large part of the responsibility will be placed on you. Hearing the mocking and joking voices of these old guys, the Northern Realm King immediately became a little angry. Long-winded, with a low scolding, the king of the Northern Realm stopped paying attention to them, and continued to look at Xinxing intently. At this point in the battle, the situation is already obvious. Yangqing, who has transformed into the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan, has a combat power far surpassing that of Abinos. In contrast, Yangqing can use the blood of the Saiyans to make up for it step by step. Abinos, who is in a desperate situation, has no way to reverse the situation at this moment. How do you feel, Abinos? The mighty evil god, but now I am trampled under my feet. Do you feel it? Despair, panic, and the loss of desperation. Yangqing's voice sounded again, and the crazy Abinos' pupils shrunk to a point, and his eyes were particularly penetrating. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. I would rather die, I must kill you. A strange breath rose from Abinos' body, and a faint red mist suddenly emerged from Abinos' body. At the same time, Yangqing's eyes shrank and condensed. Do you still want to resist? He raised his foot and took a step to the side, his eyes cold. I see how weird you are. The clods cracked, and Abinos' shattered body slowly floated up. The red mist tangled and swirled around his body, wandering, emitting light and dark light. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. A low murmur came out of Abinos' mouth, and gradually the sound became louder. By the end, the voice had turned into a piercing roar. Ah, I'm going to kill you. After a loud roar, the suspended body of Abinos vibrated violently, and the whole body made a rattling sound, as if all the bones of his whole body were shattering at this moment, and even more strangely, his body died. Collapsing in irregularly towards the inside, merging. 3 breaths passed, and his body was about to turn into an egg-like thing. Kill you. By this time, Abinos' crazy voice was still coming out. After the red mist trembled violently, it began to melt into the egg-turned Abinos. Yangqing stared sharply at the weird egg-shaped food in front of him, and was on guard. He could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations surging on the egg. It seems that Abinos has a strange change at this moment. Qing, be careful, this guy is going to blow himself up. He hates you to the core, and with his energy fluctuations, this explosion will wipe out everything in 1,000 light-years radius with Nova at the center in an instant. The voice of the king of the northern realm resounded anxiously in Yang Qing's mind, making Yang Qing's whole body shake. Come on, he's about to explode. And just as the voice of the king of the northern realm fell, the egg that Abinos turned into suddenly began to emit a dark light. This is pure black light, as if it can dissolve and destroy everything. Nova. Yang Qing glanced at the new star who was about to be destroyed in front of him, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hesitated a little, put his hand on the giant egg in front of him, and then quickly put his right hand between his eyebrows. Swish. In just an instant, Yang Qing's figure disappeared with the giant egg. Realm Star. Where did he go? The king of the northern realm looked stunned. At this moment, he didn't even know the other party's trace. On Nova, it was originally locked on the other party, but in an instant, the other party's breath got rid of his lock, and then disappeared. At the same moment, the locks of the three realm kings were also cut off by Yang Qing. Where did he go? At this moment, no one knew where Yang Qing was. The universe is a dark, quiet area. There are no creatures here all year round, or even impossible for creatures to appear. Because, in the deepest part of this area, there is no light at all, only darkness exists, a huge vortex that slowly rotates. This vortex, huge enough to have a galaxy, is deep and mysterious. At the edge of him, light came out from time to time, and then disappeared again. That is the huge star that was thrown into it, and even the star will be swallowed instantly when it enters this area. Here is a black hole, the star that swallows everything in the universe. Swish. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge of the black hole. It was Yang Qing. His face was grim, and he was holding the giant egg in his right hand. The dark light was blooming recklessly, and it seemed that it could explode at any time. And as soon as he appeared here, Yang Qing felt the terrifying attraction of the void, and forcefully pulled him to the inside. It's just the tearing force at the very edge, just like. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 100 times the gravity. Yang Qing's eyes were very solemn. He knew very well that he was still dozens of light years away from the real edge. But even so, it was already terrifying. However, with his current strength, such attraction can naturally be easily resisted. The right hand was released suddenly, and the giant egg floated quietly in the void and began to swell. This speed is extremely fast, and it will explode with a bang at any time. Yang Qing did not hesitate at all. He knew very well that the last blow of the evil god before his death could destroy him. He stretched out his right hand and punched hard. Bang! This punch hit the giant egg, and the latter immediately flew out, heading towards the edge of the black hole, at an unbelievably fast speed. Immediately following, Yang Qing placed his right hand between his eyebrows, looking for the aura of a rivalry from here. Boom! A dark flame bloomed in an instant, formed a halo at an extremely fast speed, and then radiated out. This is the reaction caused by the explosion of Abinos, and at the moment when he saw a little darkness, Yang Qing's figure was distorted and disappeared here. The pitch-black flame rapidly expanded, but after reaching a certain limit, it began to twist, heading towards the center of the black hole, and was engulfed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 597 Back to Namek. Abinos did his best to dedicate his life to the explosion, which only bloomed for a moment, and was absorbed by the silent black hole. In this dark, quiet, black hole that can devour everything, everything will be engulfed by it. Even light is no exception, and even high-energy explosions do not show the slightest ripples. On Namek. Swish. A slight voice sounded, and a figure twisted and appeared on a mountain. This figure flashed with fine golden lightnings, and it burst into a crackling sound. The moment he came here, even the surrounding space shuddered and shook. The blonde hair stood up to the sky, the face was cold, and the majestic energy aura fluctuated, causing the air above his head to change. His dark martial arts uniform was tattered, and his body was covered with bright red blood scabs. This person was Yang Qing, who had experienced the war. Standing on the top of the mountain, Yang Qing glanced around here with a cold face, and then his eyes flashed, and he rose into the sky, heading towards the two figures he had discovered. His speed at this moment has already exceeded the speed of sound. When he passed through the void, he made a sound of oscillating void, and the roar of thunder caused by it made many Namaks look up at the void, and their expressions changed. What's that? Like one person. He has such a powerful aura. The Namak looked up at the sky with fear and shock on their faces. Such a powerful momentum is enough to make everyone in Namak panic. In just 10 seconds, Yang Qing had already swept through the sky and arrived in front of the two breaths he had just felt. Seeing his face and feeling the cold and powerful aura on him, the two Namaks were startled. Qing, Master. These two Namaks were exactly what he had taught before. When they saw him at this time, although they felt aura and their faces changed a bit, they were still able to recognize them. Take me to see the Great Elder. Yang Qing trembled, and the Super Saiyan 2 was released with a poof sound, and the violent power immediately dissipated, returning to his original black hair. Seeing that Yang Qing returned to his original appearance, the thick oppressive aura disappeared, and the two Namekians breathed a sigh of relief. Master Qing, come with us. The two Namaks spoke up, getting up and flying. Yang Qing nodded and followed behind the two with a grim expression. A few minutes later, several people came to the front of the Great Elder. Qing, we meet again. The Great Elder looked at Yang Qing with a smile on his face. After noticing the seriousness on the latter's face, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? It seems to be in a bad mood. He keenly felt that there was an evil aura on Yang Qing's body. My hometown, the last of my compatriots, are destroyed. Yang Qing took a deep breath and said it heavily. His eyes were full of anger and hatred, and he was a step late. If he could complete the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 2 earlier, those Saiyans might still be saved, but at this moment, it was too late to say anything. The Elder's eyes flashed, and then he stared at Yang Qing and said, do you want to use Dragon Balls? Well, I can only think of Dragon Ball. This is the only way to resurrect those compatriots in Nova. Yang Qing nodded. As for restoring Planet Vegeta and those Saiyans, he never thought about it. This is a kind of tacit understanding. Beerus ate the food he prepared and recognized him, and he left the vitality of the first-line Saiyans. This is a silent deal, and if this deal is to be broken, then, God of Destruction Beerus, I am afraid it will not be so easily dismissed again. And the appearance of the evil god Abinos, after Yang Qing thought about it, he became enlightened, which is also a means of balancing the universe. The original history, the Saiyans should have been destroyed long ago. A few scattered ones are okay, but 3,000 is enough to form a prosperous nation again. This is a pattern of destruction spontaneously created by the universe, driven by unknown factors. But Yang Qing was strong enough to defeat Abinos. Therefore, this time, he really got the chance to let the Saiyans live safely in this world. However, Yang Qing still has no idea whether Dragon Ball can resurrect the Saiyans on Nova. But anyway, he has to try. I can let you use the Dragon Ball. The Elder nodded, and then looked at Yang Qing with satisfaction. Qing, I have already noticed that the power contained in your body at this time is far beyond the original limit. Yes, I have improved a lot. Yang Qing nodded, he was thousands of times stronger than before. Can you help them get through the disaster of Namek in the future? The Great Elder thought for a moment and asked expectantly. His life is not long, so he is most worried about this problem. I have far more power than Frieza, but I can't. Yang Qing shook his head, then he stared into the eyes of the Elder. I think you understand, Elder. Everything has a historical trajectory. If it is forcibly reversed, it will cause other chain reactions, and in the end, it may be even worse. According to my speculation, if I help the Namaks get through this crisis, then they won't be able to get through this subsequent chain reaction. The Elder's eyes showed a hint of sadness, and then said solemnly, it is exactly as you said. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. You don't have to worry. Going forward with history, there are people who can save Namek. I think you have seen it too, Great Elder, haven't you? Yang Qing said again. The elder was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I only vaguely saw a blonde boy, but I don't know if such a person really appeared. Hope can't be pinned on ethereal foreknowledge. Afterwards, the elder waved his hand and asked the Namekians to look for the Dragon Ball. We haven't taken back the Dragon Ball since the last time it was used, and this process may take a while. Nothing, I'll wait here. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, his heart is very grateful to the elder. He knew that this was entirely because of the relationship between the two, the decision made by the elders privately. With the use of Dragon Ball, many negative abilities will be added to the Namek race. Although it is very small, the accumulation of more will also lead to disasters for their race. Chapter 598_survived. In the past, Yang Qing didn't understand because he was only a mortal. When he entered the realm of gods, his understanding of the universe had entered another level. In this aspect, the elders are not as thorough as he sees them. After all, the great elder himself is only a mortal and did not enter that level. In some areas, if you can't enter, you will never understand it for the rest of your life, even if it is an extremely simple thing. For the next few days, Yang Qing stayed on Namek. Using this time, he began to consolidate his rapid strength and surpass the first stage of Super Saiyan. The bottleneck in his body was opened, and he could move forward again. Higher level. It's just that this practice can no longer be completed by the previous gravitational pressure. The next step is the stage of Super Saiyan 3. It took 3 months for Yang Qing to perfectly control the power of Chaosai 2. Of course, Chaosai 2 also has its own shortcomings. In the initial state, the second body is huge and the muscles are thick. Although the strength has greatly increased, the speed is not enough. Quick. Facing an opponent of the same level, this is a fatal disadvantage. It will take some time to make up for this shortcoming. In the perfect second stage of the super competition, his body size should also be perfect, instead of becoming huge and cumbersome after transforming. Another month later, the Great Elder sent someone to tell him that all the 7 Dragon Balls had been collected and that he could make a wish. Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and immediately got up and flew out with the Namekians. After a few minutes, they came to a spacious plain. The 7 Dragon Balls have been collected, Qing, you can make a wish. The elder said. Thank you, I only need 1 wish. Yang Qing nodded. The Dragon Balls exude a brilliant golden light, and the 7 are piled together to bloom with beautiful colors. After the Great Elder gestured to a young Namekian on one side, the man stood up, raised his hands, and shouted a strange language to Dragon Ball. Crackling. In the next moment, the sky became dark for a long time, and golden lightning flashed on the horizon. The 7 long beads fused together, soaring into the sky, and a huge god long appeared winding, with a long beard hanging in the air, displayed in front of everyone. It was Namek's god Long Puranga. When this huge god appeared, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed immediately. It's you greedy, and annoying kid again. Puranga saw Yang Qing at first sight, and immediately said with disgust. Yang Qing was a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who sulked the god last time. It was normal for others to find him unpleasant. Tell me, boy, what do you wish for? Fortunately, Puranga didn't care about this issue, and the deep voice sounded again. Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and then he took a deep breath. At this moment, he was actually a little nervous. Can Saiyans on Nova be resurrected? My wish is to ask God to bring back all the Saiyans who died on Saiyan Nova. Yang Qing said nervously. After listening to Yang Qing's wish, Shenlong Puranga, eyes immediately froze, as if he was thinking and searching. Yang Qing was even more nervous, and was about to ask. Boom. A slight sound rang out, and Puranga's eyes lit up, then darkened. I have already fulfilled your first wish for you. Say your second wish. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, and said dumbly, it's done. A smile appeared on his face. God Long would not lie to him, that is to say, all the Saiyans on Nova had really been resurrected. Since it has been fulfilled, then I don't need the latter wish. Thank you, God Long. The voice of joy came from Yang Qing's mouth, which made Palenga stunned. God Long, you go back, our wish has ended, the elder said. Palenga glanced at everyone present strangely, then rushed into the sky, turned into 7 rays of light and disappeared here again. Blue. Shenlong left, the weather cleared up again, and the elder called Yang Qing. Thank you so much, great elder. Yang Qing turned her head and said gratefully, no matter what happens to Namek in the future, I will definitely try my best to help you. He solemnly made this promise, and a smile appeared on the face of the great elder. With such a powerful backup, the great elder is naturally extremely happy. He made so many investments before, that is, for Yang Qing's words at the moment. Hearing Yang Qing's promise, the great elder naturally felt that everything was worth it. Now I need to go back to Nova and see if my people are safe. I'll definitely come back when I'm free. Yang Qing's expression is a little urgent. These Saiyans are the fetters of his heart. One race, the same bloodline, such a feeling is very difficult to say. You don't feel anything on weekdays, but when you are the only one left, you will feel the deep sense of loss and loneliness. The first elder naturally understood Yang Qing's mood and nodded with a smile. With a move of his right hand, Yang Qing pressed it between his eyebrows, nodded to the elder and other Namekians, and disappeared with a swoosh. At the same time, on Nova. This is a planet with many beasts and a beautiful environment. At this time, sandstorms and bad weather are everywhere. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Living things cannot survive. And, what is even more desolate is that there is not a single psychic creature on this planet. Under the large mounds, collapsed buildings, and crooked trees, there were still many corpses. Suddenly, the void of the entire planet seemed to tremble inexplicably. Immediately after, the corpse that was buried deep in the mound, sea water, river, and building suddenly trembled, the scars on the whole body disappeared, and countless pairs of eyes opened at this moment. There were also Saiyans who had already fallen into nothingness, and at this moment reappeared in the air. When all the Saiyans appeared, they looked at everything here and looked at each other in confusion. Here, where is it? Am I not dead? After 3 seconds, when they looked at their hands and the familiar companions in front of them, they finally realized something. We are dead, but we are alive again. What the hell is going on? Then they laughed. The joy of coming back from the dead sweeps the planet at this moment. Great, we're alive again. Chapter 599_Perfect Experiment. Where's the evil god Abinos? And what about the great elder? After the joy, they became suspicious. They had a deep understanding of the power of the evil god Abinos. Before they died, they saw Yang Qing being defeated, and it was precisely because of this. After being alive at this moment, they naturally looked for the trace of Yang Qing at first sight. I saw the great elder before I died. A Saiyan said with a painful expression, and all the Saiyans fell silent. They all saw with their own eyes that Yang Qing was defeated by Abinos, and then stopped moving. After that, they died. The 5 Stoyats also looked ugly. They survived, but there was no news of their master. I don't believe the great elder is dead. Where's Abinos? Abinos is gone too. He must have been defeated by the great elder. The 5 people cheered for themselves, but when they recalled the scene before their death, their hearts were still trembling and shaking, and they could not deceive themselves. In the last scene, Yang Qing was indeed defeated. Everyone's faces became sad, and the elder was the strongest guardian of the Saiyan family. However, at this moment, the Saiyans closed their eyes and immersed themselves in a sad world. At this moment, Nova's air suddenly distorted, and a figure appeared here. The black hair fluttered gently, and the pitch-black martial arts uniform vibrated. When he saw the Saiyan present, a smile appeared on his face. What? Look at the sad faces on your faces. Isn't it good to be alive? This voice was full of laughter and joy, and also contained a touch of joking ease. The moment the Saiyans heard this voice, they were immediately shocked, and then opened their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they saw the familiar figure standing in front of them, smiling at them. "Don't know me." Yang Qing smiled and said that a large number of Saiyans were gathered together at this time, and he could see everyone at a glance. "Big Elder. The Great Elder is still alive. It's great, I saw the Great Elder, it's great." The Saiyans immediately boiled, and the people cheered. Stoyat, Kalayat and the others ran to the front quickly and surrounded Yang Qing. "Master, are you okay? We thought you were." There were tears in Duoduo's eyes, and she hugged Yang Qing. "Of course I'll be fine," Yang Qing said with a smile. "Where's Abinos?" Stoyart asked. "He was killed by me," Yang Qing said softly, then glanced at the scene in the distance. "Next, we will rebuild our homeland." The Saiyans followed Yang Qing's gaze, and the sand and dust fluttered in the sky, the sea water and the mountains were in chaos. Everyone fell into silence. Yes, they were alive. But their new home has been destroyed beyond recognition. I know that there are some planets in the universe, and there are guys who can transform planets. At that time, Star Vegeta was transformed by them, and it is most suitable for us Saiyans to survive. Stoyat said quickly. "It's just that they need expensive remuneration." Karayat also said. "We can get paid by going out to perform some tasks. We are a fighting family, and it is impossible to survive in a new star for a lifetime without going out." Dodori said firmly. Yang Qing smiled and looked at everyone present, nodded and said, "The construction of our hometown will be handed over to you. No problem, right? Elder, don't worry. Leave everything to us." The Saiyans suddenly shouted loudly, their faces full of excitement. Looking at the warm atmosphere at the scene, Yang Qing also felt a lot of relief. As long as these Saiyans are alive, there is still hope, and the seeds of Saiyans will continue to spread. After that, he stayed in Nova for another month, and Yang Qing was relieved as he watched the Saiyans contact the people of that planet to transform Nova. On the Earth. "Big man, what did Qing do? It's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet?" Yi Chi complained, looking at Saya who was in the yard, kicking and punching quickly. "I don't know either, the Great Elder has his own business to do," Saya said. "Oh, so boring," Yi Chi sighed. "In fact, the experiment is still going on. And, that group of mad scientists seems to have made new progress." Underground Laboratory. Reagent E5R6. YouTube, light green, faster. A group of experimenters in white lab coats were heartbroken, and the gray-haired old scientist said loudly. Behind him, someone quickly handed over the test tube. Y23. Soon, someone handed it over again. In front of them, there was a sink made of fiberglass, the water in the sink was pale blue, and a baby with a long tail and black hair curled up inside. This baby looks a bit similar to Luo Chen, but it is even colder. And his body exudes a shocking force from time to time, making water and waves ripple. How about subject number 2? Quote. After carefully pouring a few bottles of reagents into the sink one by one, the old man stood up with a sigh of relief. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Come, turn around and ask the others. Subject 2 is all stable. A smile on the old man's face. Number 1 was also growing steadily, and because of their catalytic effect, he grew rapidly. A day ago, he was still a cell, but at this moment, he has grown into a baby with a pound of effect. This old man is the leader in charge of this plan, Scientist Tanas. Originally, on the way to fuse the two cells, a series of unstable accidents occurred, causing many experimental subjects to die. But fortunately, we have overcome this problem. Tanas walked to the chair, lay down his body comfortably, and let out a long sigh of relief. Humans reproduce through male and female mating, so can't Saiyans. If the Saiyan and human DNA and chromosomes are forcibly fused, their helical mechanism will be unstable and collapse, which will not change no matter how many times the experiment is performed. But what if we cultivate two matrices and let them combine? In the process, add in the details of the trial, the data that we've been studying for so long. Then, it must be able to cultivate a perfect experimental body. As I speculate, his potential will be endless. Chapter 600 Little White Face. Taniz's tone is crazy and serious. These are the conclusions he reached by chance after experiencing countless failures of individual fusion. The more you imagine and speculate, the more hopeful you feel. Of course, because he has studied the DNA of Saiyans and humans, he has determined that both are human, so they can combine to give birth to a whole new life. However, this kind of life, with the inheritance of future generations, the blood of Saiyans will become less and less. In the end, it still failed to meet his expectations. Therefore, in the beginning, such an approach was directly discarded and no longer used. It was not until after countless failures that he thought of what would happen if, in the process of combining the two, their genes were purified, and then other measures were taken to introduce and fuse some factors into it. Keep the battle bloodline, crazy bloodline, and potential skills of the Saiyan bloodline, and then introduce the almost unlimited potential of human beings, if the two can be successful. Then, the new creatures created must be unimaginable. This will go far beyond the level of humans and Saiyans. Of course, this process may be slow, or it may be fast, which is unpredictable. From the beginning of the experiment to the present, the time has not passed very long, but fortunately everything went well. What he has created are the best genes between the two races, and the best living organisms cloned from their cells. Of course, these two are just props, and after completing the goal, he will destroy them. Wait for them to grow and mature, about 5 years. This is the best time calculated by Taniz, neither long nor short, at the stage where it really fits. It only takes time to brew the most powerful warrior in the world, which is undoubtedly a very meaningful thing. At this moment, Taniz is in a state of excitement all the time, and he doesn't want to pay attention to everything in the outside world. 2 months later, Yangqing instantly transferred to Earth. He appeared directly beside Seiya, and Seiya, who was cultivating, was stunned for a while, his balance was not maintained, and he fell on the ground all of a sudden. Big elder. Saya ran over excitedly. Hi, Seiya, how are you doing? Yangqing greeted with a smile on her face. He was very happy that the Saiyan family survived the danger safely. I'm fine, I'm practicing every day, hee. Saya laughed. The days on Earth are really peaceful, completely different from the atmosphere of the Saiyans. During this period of experience, Seiya felt that some inexplicable changes had taken place in himself, but he did not know where the specific changes were. Yes, the temperament has changed a bit. Yangqing nodded with satisfaction. On Nova's side, it has always been in the process of rebuilding, and the Saiyans are worried, but they don't need him. So, Yangqing returned to Earth. Hey, it's better for the elders to teach. Saya smiled. Well, I will guide you later, your current strength is still too weak. Yangqing smiled. After Seiya heard it, she jumped up with excitement. Yangqing intends to cultivate Saiyan into a Super Saiyan. He does not need to be very strong, but at least he will become a Super Saiyan in the first stage. He is the only Super Saiyan in the Saiyan family, which is not enough. As for his 5 apprentices, as early as when Vegeta was still around, he had taught them how to transform into a Super Saiyan. They only needed to practice step by step to the minimum combat power, and they could transform into a Super Saiyan. Saiyans are not strong enough, they just need time to become strong. In this way, although the combat power of a few people after turning into Super Saiyans is not as strong as that of Sun Wukong for the first time, it will not be much worse. Later, he met Yiqi. The beautiful girl with long pink hair pestered him, and insisted that he accompany him to go shopping, buy clothes, and buy shoes, making Yangqing secretly complaining. In the glittering shoe store, Yangqing sat on a chair bored, dragging her chin, very helpless. In the distance ahead, Yiqi was picking out pairs of shoes. These shoes were all inlaid with luminous crystals and looked beautiful. As the daughter of the richest man, Yi-Chi naturally went to some famous brand stores. Yang Qing didn't understand these things, nor was he interested. In his opinion, these shoes look good, but if they fight, they will be smashed into pieces in an instant. In fact, Seiyan clothing and shoes are all made of special technology, which is resistant to high temperature, impact and great pressure. It is specially designed for combat and is very durable. Fighters don't even know what art is. For them, fighting and destruction is art. Qing, how about these pairs? Did they look good? Hitting, Yang Qing was about to fall asleep, and at this moment, Yi-Chi came over happily. Yang Qing opened her eyes and glanced at the feet under Yi-Chi's long skirt. The slender toes are round and jade-like, and the small feet are pink and tender, very cute. At this moment, these beautiful thin feet are wearing a pair of crystal slippers. The two complement each other and combine into a beautiful picture. Yang Qing assured that with just these feet, Yi-Chi could conquer a large number of men. You look good in anything you wear. Yang Qing said with sincere admiration. He didn't talk nonsense. Yi-Chi herself was beautiful, and her figure was perfect, with almost no flaws. Hee hee, Yi-Chi laughed, then turned around. Then I want this pair. Soon, Leaf. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. She chose the shoes, then came back and took Yang Qing to pay the bill. This kind of thing, of course, is still handled by Yi-Chi. Let Yang Qing come, he has no money. This man is strong and sturdy, but I didn't expect to be a little white face. Look at him, he is so lucky to be taken care of by such a beautiful Baifume. Hey, I really envy him. He wears ragged clothes. It's not as expensive as me. He can get such a beautiful girl. She's still a local tyrant. After walking out of the store, Yang Qing's ears clearly heard the words of the waiters behind him. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he did not expect that he would be misunderstood as being fostered by Yi-Chi. However, it seems that he was taken care of by Yi-Chi. What he eats, what he uses, and whoever belongs, is all given to him by Yi-Chi. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Qing was suddenly speechless. Unconsciously, I really became a little white face. However, this feeling is not bad. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 601 to 620. Chapter 601 Elicited Gene. I always live a life of self-reliance and struggle, and it feels good to be nurtured occasionally. Haha, did you hear that, Qing? You were taken care of by this lady, you have to treat me well. Yi-Chi also heard the words behind her, and couldn't help but smile. Yang Qing rolled his eyes, didn't say anything, just walked towards the front on his own, and immediately distanced himself from Yi-Chi. Oh, look, Baifume is nice to her, but he doesn't pay attention to her, he's really a scumbag. What do you know, this kid is highly skilled, it's called hard to find. It's amazing. If I had his 3-point effort, I wouldn't have chased Yaoer for 3 years, and I didn't catch up, alas. The words behind him came again. Yang Qing almost fell over. Yi-Chi laughed non-stop. For a full month, Yi-Chi asked Yang Qing to play with her, just because she disappeared for so long and didn't say hello, which made her worry. They traveled in various mountains and waters, went to amusement parks, and ate all kinds of delicacies. They were almost seen by them on the beach, the sea, the sky, and the Tianjin Cape on the earth. A month later, Yang Qing and Yi-Chi entered the underground laboratory. At this time, the researchers were busy with the experiment, and no one paid any attention to them. We're very busy right now, there's been a breakthrough in testing, and all we need now is time. About 5 years, a new experimental body will be born, and it will be this planet, no, perhaps the most powerful individual in the entire universe. Tanis said confidently. He has a strong confidence that this new life form will be extremely powerful. Of course, Tanis doesn't understand the universe, but he understands Yang Qing. The perfection of this life body will surpass Yang Qing, which is beyond doubt. Absorb the most perfect part of Yang Qing, and combine the advantages of the Earthlings, the combination of the two will produce a new individual that will be extremely powerful. 5 years. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and nodded. He is not so urgent to need an opponent at this time, because of the appearance of Abinos. He has broken through to the stage of Super Saiyan 2, breaking the previous bottleneck. It will take time to consolidate these strengths and maximize the strength of this level. And after 5 years, maybe his strength can be raised to a new level, or maybe he has fallen into a bottleneck. At that time, can this new life form surprise itself? These are all uncertain things. 5 years is the most suitable time, but there is one thing, you may be needed at that time. Tanaz said in a condensed voice. What? Yang Qing wondered. That's how powerful the new life form will be, even we can't guarantee it. It is possible that he will bring disaster to the world. Tanaz said slowly, with a heavy tone. You can rest assured, whether it is a Saiyan or a human being, when they are just born, their strength value will be the smallest, and I can still control it. Yang Qing said with a smile. Since you have such confidence, then we will let it go. Tanaz nodded. After that, Yang Qing glanced at his clone. The state of this body at this time was still 3 years old. The eyebrows were similar to him, but they were different. It was full of hostility, and the body exuded strong energy fluctuations. A faint golden halo enveloped his body. Of course, at the moment this body is sleeping, with its eyes tightly closed. Yang Qing found that this clone seemed to be even more perfect than him. He was closer to the power of the Super Saiyan's top end, so he couldn't help being a little stunned. When we were studying your DNA, we discovered a more ancient gene, and when we were shaping this body, we let him out. It can be said that if it is not unconscious, he may be stronger than you. This sentence of Tanaz made Yang Qing a little shocked. How could scientists on Earth have such a terrifying technology? How to draw out the ancient bloodline in my body? Yang Qing asked directly. This is the secret of Saiyan blood, and he naturally knows it urgently. He knew that the apex of the Super Saiyan was naturally the Super Saiyan God, that red-haired, transfiguration state that was powerful enough to shake the energy of the entire universe and could fight against the God of destruction. Drawing out the secrets between the blood vessels. Tanaz was stunned for a moment, then said strangely, if it is a single cell, it is relatively easy to do, but you have already formed, if you want to elicit and change it, it may be very troublesome. In other words, can it be done? Yang Qing asked with a flash of light in his eyes. It can be done, but the amount of work is not small. Tanaz said. Yang Qing laughed. Since it can be done, then why is there any hesitation? As for the size of the project, he naturally knew what Tanaz meant. Since there is only one cell in a single cell, it is easy to elicit it. However, if it is a whole, then such an amount of work is absolutely unimaginable. How many cells are there in a person's body? How many planets there are in the universe? This is probably a question that no one can answer. However, since it can be done, even if only a part of it is changed, it will be of great help to him. Yang Qing left here, and after a day's rest, he came to the underground laboratory again the next day. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. We modified this machine because we never considered changing your genetic bloodline for you. Therefore, this machine is only initially created, and the effect may not be large. Tanaz said. First of all, it starts with your heart. Blood flows through your heart. If your heart is transformed to be stronger, your body will naturally be stronger. And, if a cell is successfully remodeled, your body also undergoes cell division, metabolism, and the transformation of the human body. In the long run, the cells in your whole body will be replaced one day. Tanaz said professionally. Yang Qing nodded. For the human body, it can be seen that Tanaz is very professional. Sit in, the machine will run automatically, you don't need to do anything else, just keep calm. Tanaz's voice came, and Yang Qing did so. Immediately after, a tiny needle protruded out and headed towards Yang Qing's heart. Chapter 602 _ completely remodeled. After feeling a little bit of acupuncture, Yang Qing was acutely aware that a piece of cells in his heart began to fluctuate violently. This kind of fluctuation is very obvious, as if it is constantly oscillating, as if it is about to explode. An unknown liquid body was injected into the needle. Yang Qing can see clearly, he observes himself mentally and can clearly observe his own body. This is the inner vision of the legend, the cultivator who existed in the previous life, but after the spiritual power reaches a certain level, it will naturally have this ability. Gradually, the vibration of the cells around the heart became a lot more flat. In the end, calm was restored. Until the end, only one cell continued to vibrate. It seems that only this cell can succeed this time. Yang Qingxin had such a hunch. How many cells are there in the human body? I'm afraid it's an incalculable amount, and just imagining it makes one's scalp tingle. I don't know how long it took. Yang Qing's mental body seemed to be in a chaotic emptiness. This cell vibrated more and more violently, and at the end, it exploded with a bang. Then, an unknown force seemed to be pulled out from the inside of the large cell particles, and gradually turned into a vortex-shaped thing. Gold, and the more peripheral area, is a black nothingness. Its black occupies an extremely large area, followed by gold, which is obviously much rarer. As for blue, it is even more pitiful, and when it comes to red, there is only one. Time passed, and when Yang Qing opened his eyes again, he didn't notice the difference in his body. It's just that the vortex of cells in the heart is quietly floating and spinning, like a dazzling galaxy. Only one succeeded. It's okay, just take it slow, and sooner or later a massive change will be done. Tanis comforted Yang Qingdao. Does a cell have a big impact on the human body as a whole? Saying big is also big, which means that the evolution of the human body is small, but it is also small and pitiful, and it has hardly taken that step. Yeah, Yang Qing nodded, but his eyes flickered. Speaking of which, the cell transformation of Tanis seems to be more like a catalytic method, which catalyzes the power that originally belonged to the Saiyan bloodline. If this is the case, then, with the help of the magical liquid and body, he may be able to do it himself. Tanis, give me some of your catalytic liquid and body. Maybe, I have thought of another way. Yang Qing said with a smile. Tanis froze for a moment, then nodded. When he left, Yang Qing had a bottle of blue liquid and body in his hand, which was very dense and sparkling, and seemed to be able to light up at night. Back in his room, after sitting with Yi Qi and watching TV, Yang Qing came to the bedroom. He carefully stared at the blue liquid and body in his hand. Tanis hadn't named the bottle of catalyst, but just used the lab's code name, called Potion E85. Maybe try. Yang Qing's eyes lit up, opened the bottle cap, and poured the liquid into his mouth. He only poured 2 or 3 drops. Under the observation of mental power, it would not be less or more. When this liquid and body entered the stomach, it was quickly absorbed by his powerful digestive ability. The speed was incredible, and at the same time, some cells in his body began to vibrate violently. It was as if thousands of bombs exploded together in his body, and every part of him instantly turned into cell particles. Of course, this was the result of his own mental power also helping the medicine to work. Soon, this piece of cells quickly condensed again, becoming the cell-like vortex structure at the heart, spinning slowly. Success! Yang Qing was overjoyed. As he expected, with the joint efforts of his method and this medicine, the cells in his body were able to complete the extraction of their potential. At this moment, the scale of change for him is not large, but one day, he will complete a huge change, and the inexplicable genetic power in his body will be brought out. For the next period of time, the goal is to cultivate divinity, and then draw out the power within the body. Yang Qing said with a smile on his face. With a goal, Yang Qing will naturally make rapid progress. 1 year, he consolidated his Super Saiyan 2 power, completely cultivated this state, and was able to easily change to the 2 stage, and also remove the shortcomings of strong power but insufficient speed, and truly became perfect. 2 years later, his Super Saiyan 2 stage strength has also reached the bottleneck of perfection. If he wants to move forward again, he needs to transform into Super Saiyan 3. However, the power of Super Saiyan 3 is so powerful that it has almost surpassed the boundaries of human beings and gods. Even gods are not as powerful as Super Saiyan 3. Therefore, it is undoubtedly more difficult to transform into this stage. In a while, it won't be possible at all. In addition, it is worth noting that Seiya, who has finally cultivated his combat power to 120,000, has completed his Super Saiyan transformation. Although his breath is far less powerful than Yangqing, he is still in the first stage of Super Saiyan. Although he has a fighting power of millions, with his swordsmanship, his strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Seiya, who had completed the transformation, challenged Yangqing with excitement. Seiya, you are still too impulsive. Yangqing shook his head and smiled. He hadn't transformed, just had black hair, but Seiya, who was in the first stage of the super tournament, was hanged and beaten by him for nearly 2 hours, and finally lay on the ground exhausted, exhaling. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Panting and breathing. Elder, you are too powerful. Yangqing just laughed. His raw power is indeed much more than Seiya at the moment. However, he also cultivated step by step, and in addition, coupled with the cultivation of God, and the extraction of blood. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. On this day, Yangqing, who was suspended in the sky, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were very clear at this moment, like a river where the bottom could be seen. It's all done. My cells, the transformation is all done. After 4 full years of hard work, until now, Yangqing's whole body cells have finally been completely transformed under his insistence. At this moment, if you observe the inside of his body, you can see that the cells on his body are all swirling galaxies. At this time, his hair and appearance also began to change. Chapter 603_God. Between the black hair, there was a trace of red mixed in. This red is so scarlet, but it is not blood-like red, but like agate, crystal clear. These reds are few and far between, appearing mysterious and vivid in between blacks. A strange color appeared around Yangqing's body, and a different temperament came from his body. Suddenly, he seemed to be a few years younger, and his face became like when he was 21 or 2 years old, and his skin showed luster and light. His figure also seems to have shrunk a little again. Of course, compared with the previous shrinkage, it is almost imperceptible. Clenching his fists, a smile appeared on Yangqing's face. Did the change of Super Saiyan God be introduced in advance? The change in Yangqing's body at this moment is like a Super Saiyan God, but he is much worse than the complete one. But then, Yangqing's face changed, and he closed his eyes suddenly. Such a quantity of divinity. The moment he closed his eyes, Yangqing was shocked to discover that from the depths of his body, the innermost layer of the cell vortex burst out with a golden light, which merged with the divinity in his body in an instant. Together, countless cells, numbering in the billions of cells, emit such a vast divine light at the same time. In an instant, Yangqing's whole body was enveloped in a golden light. This majestic divinity far exceeded his previous level, and in just an instant, his entire body of God swelled 100 times. At this moment, Yangqing opened his eyes to the sky, and at a glance, he saw the vast and deep starry sky, the slowly rotating galaxy. One step forward, the next moment, Yangqing's body appeared in the void of the universe. Swish! The dazzling divine light began to shine, and the energy from the cells in the depths of Yangqing's body surged again, and the divine light was dazzling and terrifying. In an instant, he wrapped his whole body, enlarged his body, and swelled 100 times again. My dimensional level is going to be advanced. Yangqing's eyes radiated amazing colors, and his face was full of smiles. The development of Saiyan cells in his body did not directly improve his combat power, but it made the dimensional level in his body rise again. The complete Super Saiyan God is basically the same level of existence as Beerus, the god of destruction. In terms of dimensional level, it is the same as the Kaiwang god, and it is also the highest god in the universe. Although Yang Qing's development of the cells in the body at this moment only inspired a touch of divinity, the help to his divine level is also extremely obvious. It can be seen that the divinity in Yang Qing's body is constantly expanding, but in an instant, his divine body is as huge as a star, standing in the void. Reach out to hold the mountains in the palm of your hand, and bend your waist to pick up the entire star. Of course, this is just his divine body, does not possess strong combat power, does not involve the material world, and represents his deep understanding of the universe. The speed of this expansion is still increasing. The divine light in the depths of the cells in the body seems to be endless, and the volcanic eruption spreads towards the outside world, and integrates with his previous divine body. Only half an hour had passed, and Yang Qing's body was already as wide as 2 or 3 planets. Immediately following, his divine body is still extending, and the speed is even faster. 2 hours have passed, his body has covered 2/3 of the solar system, and the void of the universe is full of golden rays of light. Of course, this light cannot be seen by ordinary creatures, and only creatures at the divine level can detect it. 3 hours passed, and the speed of divine blossoming began to slow down. Yang Qing's body has covered the entire solar system. After another 2 hours, Yang Qing's slimming momentum finally stopped. He observed that his body at the moment was 1/5 larger than the solar system, and his heart was a little shocked. What level is this divine light? I haven't reached the Realm King yet, but it seems to have surpassed the level of Yama. As long as the dimensional level reaches the gods, it can actually pass through the barriers of mortals and gods, and shuttle freely. Moreover, even if the physical body dies, the divine body still exists, with the power as powerful as the physical body, which can almost be regarded as an extra life. Moreover, the lifespan of the divine body is almost endless, and there is no end of time at all. At this moment, Yang Qing can be said to be a real god, and he has endless life. You can travel through the world of mortals and gods at will. The divine light shrank, and soon returned to his original appearance, and then became one with the flesh. What is the god above Yama? Shaking his head, Yang Qing didn't know it himself, it was just the initiation of Super Saiyan God. Although there was only a slight change, it also benefited him a lot. Returning to the earth again, Yang Qing suddenly remembered that the last time he made an appointment with the gods to ask about martial arts, it was just that many things happened and delayed. As soon as he turned around, he teleported directly. Temple above earth. The god looked at the void above the earth with shock on his face at this time, and his eyes, a dazzling golden color, almost covered his eyes. Such a majestic divinity, the dimensional level is too different. God's whole body trembled and trembled a little. In the face of such a level of God, even he had to bow down and worship. In a sense, the dimensional level difference between gods also means the difference in combat power. The improvement of the dimensional level can also increase the potential and combat effectiveness of individual creatures. It's just that Yang Qing himself has already broken the boundary between humans and gods. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Such an increase has become more inconspicuous. Swish. Suddenly, a slight wind sounded, and God immediately turned his head. God, I'm Qing, I came to see you last time on an appointment. Seeing the old face of God, Yang Qing said with a smile. Are you the God from last time? The God asked tentatively. He withdrew his gaze at this time, and the dazzling divine light of the universe was also put away by that person. It's me, I'm here to discuss some questions about martial arts with you. Yang Qing nodded and smiled. God's eyes flashed, and then he probed towards Yang Qing's body. But after a breath, a look of shock appeared in his old and turbid eyes. You are the God who was in the universe just now. Chapter 604_Genius. God. Yang Qing had a puzzled look on his face. Our dimensional levels are too different. You must have been a god in the universe just now, right? The god asked respectfully. The other party's dimensional level is really far from his. He only touched the other party's body slightly, and his whole body trembled, and the virtual sweat came out. This is obviously caused by the fact that the two are not at the same level, and because of this, Shenxin instantly became extremely respectful to Yangqing. I was indeed in the universe just now, did you find it? Yangqing asked curiously. Just now, the dimensional aura of the gods pervaded the entire planet, and I naturally noticed it. The god said respectfully. Only then did Yangqing understand, but she was a little speechless when she respected God. I'm discussing martial arts with you. You look like you're here to ask me about our discussion of martial arts. Yangqing asked slightly. Seeing God like this, he knew in his heart that there was no drama. God, your realm is far beyond mine, and the way of natural martial arts is also above me, so you don't need to discuss with me at all. God said more respectfully. Yangqing seemed to see the fine beads of sweat on the other's forehead. This god seems to be frightened by himself. The helpless heart sighed. Yangqing thought about it. Indeed, as God said, his realm and combat power are far higher than the other party. There is really no need to discuss with the other party, he just wants to get some inspiration from the other party's cultivation. But this is definitely not possible. You seem to be afraid of me, Yangqing asked with a smile. I respect God, but I don't know where God came from. God finally couldn't help asking. Yangqing was stunned, but didn't know how to respond. After a while, he pointed to the sky, and no matter what the other party realized, he left here in a flash. Knowing such means, this god named Qing is by no means ordinary. What did he come to Earth for? With a solemn expression on his face, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and murmured. From many years ago to now, the Earth has been very stable, and suddenly a god came, and it was far stronger than him, so God couldn't help but think about it. On Earth, Yi Qi's house. When Yangqing appeared again, it was in his bedroom, and Yi Qi was bored watching TV in his room. Where have you been? Yi Qi asked. Heaven. Pointing to the sky again, Yangqing said with a smile. It's a lie again. Yi Qi pursed her mouth and said angrily, I don't want to worry about you. Come with me quickly, something happened to your martial arts hall. Something happened. Yangqing was stunned, and finally remembered that Yi Kiko's martial arts hall was the Wuqingliu martial arts he left on the earth. What happened? As Yi Qi pulled, Yangqing asked. There is a disciple who made your Wuqingliu practice crooked, but strangely, he seems to have become stronger. And? Yi Qi paused, then looked back at Yangqing. And, in turn, he beat up all the old masters in the martial arts hall. He also said that his newly practiced martial arts is the strongest, and that your Wuqingliu is stubborn and has not enlightened. Ah, Yangqing was stunned, feeling a little unbelievable. His martial arts, the one that he worked so hard to research, was actually said by a disciple who jumped out of nowhere to be stubborn and not enlightened. This is really a big joke in the world. Yangqing thought it was a bit ridiculous, and at the same time became interested in this arrogant boy. What's that kid's name? Yangqing asked. His name is Ling Yi, and he is only 14 years old this year. Yi Qi said with a strange look. Because no matter whether this kid is arrogant or not, at the age of 14, he chose all the martial arts gyms in Wuqingliu, which proves that he is definitely an unusual genius. Because Yangqing won the first place in the world's #1 martial arts association, under the influence of Yi Qi's family, it can be said that his reputation has spread all over the world. The martial arts hall they opened is also growing stronger day by day. After several years of development, there are many masters in it. There are even some people who have won many martial arts championships, even the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Association. But even so, was this kid named Ling Yi selected by himself? Such a kid, isn't he talented? According to this kid still has some talent. Yangqing laughed softly, then let's see. It's not just a talent, it's a genius, isn't it? Yi Qi rolled his eyes at him and said. Yangqing smiled and didn't say anything. Maybe Ling Yi was really a genius. But to him, it didn't really make much difference whether he was a genius or a mediocre one, because basically, they were all beings that could be wiped out by his punch. As long as the combat power does not reach the same level as him, whether it is a genius or an idiot, it is the same. Soon, Yi Qi and Yang Qing came to the martial arts hall. Wu Qingliu's martial arts halls are actually very widely distributed, all over the western capital. Here, it is Wu Qingliu's general manager, very close to the Yi family. What the hell is going on? As soon as Yi Qi entered the door, she spoke to the disciples on the left and right. Miss Yi, that kid is here again today, and all the masters of the general manager were defeated by him. A disciple next to him. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Said with an embarrassed face. A martial arts hall was chosen by a 14-year-old child, which is really embarrassing. Whose disciple is he? Yi Qi asked again. It's the disciple of an old man who tweeted Yun Bai. The man said immediately. Who is Yun Bai? Yi Qi asked suspiciously. It's just an ordinary old disciple in charge of the martial arts hall. The man smiled wryly. A mediocre old disciple who taught a genius who swept the entire martial arts hall. Are you kidding me? Yi Qi's voice was much higher, and everyone in the field lowered their heads in shame. It's not that they don't work hard, it's just that the kid is a little changed. Everyone said silently, but did not dare to respond. At this time, Yang Qing felt amused when she heard Yi Qi's last voice, and laughed out loud. This laughter was very loud, and everyone in the martial arts hall heard it, and immediately turned their attention to him. How could anyone dare to laugh on such a serious occasion? However, the next moment, when they saw the face with an extremely deep memory, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 605_I was right. The owner. My God, it's the owner. It's Qing, he is Qing, the first place in the world's #1 martial arts club, the one who created Wu Qingliu. He is the master of all of us, and he is the head of the museum. There was a commotion, and the entire martial arts hall suddenly became noisy. The owner of the museum came here. I didn't expect that even the owner of the museum was shocked by this incident. It is said that the master's martial arts has reached an unimaginable level, and even the living god, teacher Wu Tian, is not his opponent. But as long as the owner of the pavilion comes, that kid will not be a big problem. Everyone's discussion was clearly passed into Yang Qing's ears, making him smile. Although he basically didn't come to the martial arts hall in recent years, and Yi Qi handled everything, it was an unquestionable fact that he created Wu Qingliu, and because of this, he was almost deified. In the eyes of these disciples, he is almost an invincible existence. Where is Ling Yi? Yang Qing asked the crowd. He came in the morning and has left. A young man about 17 or 18 looked at Yang Qing with admiration and awe. However, he said he would come back in the afternoon. Oh, Yang Qing raised his eyebrows. It's interesting, this kid is quite brave. He said that Wu Qingliu couldn't find anyone who could be his opponent, he would come to persecute us every day, and then. The young man hesitated. Then what? Yang Qing asked. Then force you to take action and compete with you. The young man said with his eyes closed. This kid is so courageous, he even wants to compare himself with me. Yang Qing couldn't help laughing and laughing, not to mention anything else. In his capacity, he wouldn't fight a little guy who was only 14 years old. Wugwan, can't you really find someone who is on the same level as him? Yang Qing asked. I can't find it. The young man on the side said with a bitter face, that kid is really talented. He improved Wu Qingliu and almost changed it into another martial art. No one in the entire martial arts hall is his opponent. Where's Saya? Yang Qing did not answer, but asked directly. Saya. The young man was stunned, his eyes showing a hint of doubt. Saya is the oldest man in the martial arts hall, the one who usually never speaks. Someone next to him reminded him in a low voice. He usually never participates in any competitions. The young man looked at Yang Qing's face cautiously. Could it be that this big man named Saya is very strong? However, I have never seen him show his kung fu before, huh? Call him over to me. Yang Qing waved his hand. This kind of thing, let's say you take action, although it is still a bit overkill. After a while, Seiya's tall and small tower-like figure appeared in front of Yang Qing. As soon as he saw Yang Qing, Seiya's originally cold face immediately grinned, and there was a hint of flattery on his face. Elder, you are actually here, hee, are you out of the customs? Have you become stronger? Are there any new skills to teach me? A series of words spit out from Seiya's mouth, making Yang Qing wonder whether to laugh or cry, and it also made the people present stunned. Usually, this strong man has never been so talkative. For nearly a month, the number of times they saw Seiya speak is also very few. As soon as you defeat a kid, I'll teach you new things. Yang Qing couldn't stand Seiya's appearance and said directly. A kid? Seiya's eyes lit up immediately. Just beat him. Do you want to kill him? Saying that, Seiya's right hand was placed on the hilt of the sword behind his back, murderous. Just need to beat him. Yang Qing shook his head and said, after thinking about it, he warned Seiya again. He's weak, be careful not to hurt him. Very weak. Seiya wondered, but Yang Qing did not explain. Next, the big man stood in the martial arts hall and began to wait. Others also looked at Seiya strangely, unable to imagine that this brawny man, who was usually silent, had the strength to defeat Ling Yi. Soon, 3 hours passed, and it was 5 o'clock. At this time, the door of the martial arts hall suddenly creaked, and a young man who was almost 1.7 meters tall walked in. His brows were full of heroic spirit, and his face was full of confidence, but the corners of his mouth were cold and there was no smile. The moment they saw this young man, the masters of the martial arts hall all condensed their eyes, and their faces were tense. Ling Yi, are you here again? A young man stood up and shouted, Patriarch Wu Qingliu is here, haven't you worshipped Patriarch? Hearing this young man's words, Ling Yi raised his eyebrows, and then showed a smile. Then he glanced at the people present and aimed at Yang Qing. This face of you, I pay homage to the portrait many times a day. This is what my master ordered me to do. I'm doing it too. Yang Qing's eyes flashed and he began to observe the young man. At first glance, this young man was dressed in a slick robe, which was inconspicuous, but then he discovered that this kid is like a drawn sword, sharp-edged, and has powerful lethal power. Will be hurt by him. Sure enough. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Somewhat different. But, in my heart, I've always been disdainful of you. Ling Yi said outrageous words, which made the martial masters present furious and shouted angrily. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows, but looked at this kid with a smile. Tell me. Your martial arts are too rigid, the moves are rigid, there is no change, the wind is the wind, and the thunder is the thunder. It seems ridiculous to me. Ling Yi said loudly. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at everyone in the field. There are also these martial artists. Although they practice your martial arts, they have not made any progress for so many years. It used to be like this, and it is still like this now. What a stupid bunch of people. Martial arts are like people. People are growing, but they have not grown at all. The martial arts they practice is yours, but not theirs. But I'm different, I'm out of the frame you set. The martial arts I practice is my own. Therefore I am strong, and no one is my opponent. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yi calmed down and said again. I came here today just to find you. To prove it to you, to them, and to my master. I was right. Chapter 606_Gravitational. Ling Yi's voice contained considerable confidence, very sharp, and he had great confidence in himself. When the people in the martial arts hall heard his rude words, they immediately became angry. Ling Yi, in front of the patriarch, you must not be rude. Arrogant and ignorant junior, you are too arrogant. The ancestor shot, you must not be an opponent. Raising his eyebrows again, Ling Yi laughed. Is it an opponent? We won't know until we fight. Then, he looked at Yang Qing. Did you say so? Patriarch. This bold behavior can be said to deceive the teacher and destroy the ancestors, too rude and arrogant. Ling Yi's self-confidence has reached the realm of conceit. You're not good enough to shoot at you. Yang Qing took a deep look at Ling Yi. This boy was young, but he didn't have enough temperament to control it, and he was about to go astray. Saya, just pack him up and throw it out. He waved his hand indifferently, and Yang Qing was too lazy to answer. Oh, is there anyone else? Patriarch, I've been to all the martial arts gyms, but no one has ever been my opponent. Ling Yi looked at Yang Qing, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. He didn't believe that someone would still be his opponent. The new martial arts he created, combined with his strength, had almost reached the top of the earth, and it was impossible for anyone to beat him. Saya stood out without saying a word. His tall figure was like a tower, his expression was cold, and his momentum was very cold at this moment. A pair of eyes, even more filled with anger, stared at the young man in front of him. How dare you dare to be rude to the great elder? I don't know how high the sky is. Saya shouted angrily. The majestic momentum actually set off a gust of wind in the martial arts hall, making everyone change color. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart shook. This big man has never been seen before. Is he a master? Saya's stature is burly, his muscles are well proportioned, and he has a strong energy aura. Standing 30 meters away, he has already given Ling Yi great pressure. This is the pressure on the spiritual level, which proves that the other party has absolutely different reactions. I didn't expect Wu Qingliu to have such a master. Ling Yi became serious, stopped talking, stepped forward, and assumed a fighting stance. Let's start. Saya, be careful, don't hurt him. Yang Qing said softly. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Saya's face suddenly became extremely cold, his eyes spit fire, and his mouth roared. I tell you, little brat, what I can't tolerate the most is someone being rude to the great elder. Today, I'm going to maim you. Saya strode forward, a step of 10 meters, just 3 steps, he was already in front of the other. The threatening wind made Ling Yi's face change in an instant, and the wind brought about by the big man's movement, it was so blown that he couldn't even stand. How much power and speed can it take to bring such a terrifying wind? This big guy is amazing. I didn't even see him when he moved. It's terrifying. It's unimaginable that such a person is unknown in the martial arts hall on weekdays. Everyone in the martial arts hall saw that it was only a flash of effort. Saya had already arrived in front of Ling Yi. The strong wind blew the latter back a few steps, and Saya took a big step to follow, and a punch suddenly slammed out. Roar! The wind roared, and a small whirlwind of punches surrounded the front of Saya's fist. This is Feng Chen. This big man is too powerful. Everyone exclaimed, and the heart was impressed by Saya at this moment. Such power is really terrifying. At this moment, Ling Yi's complexion changed greatly, his heart flashed, and countless fists flowed through his heart. I have practiced all of Wu Qingliu's boxing techniques, and finally found that if I practice one of them alone, I cannot achieve the most complete martial arts realm at all. So, I merged them all into one, and I was shocked to find that I actually walked out. Wu Qingliu was created based on natural phenomena such as lightning, flame, wind, river, sea, etc., but, beyond them, after going out, I saw the universe. There is a terrifying gravitational force between the stars. And gravity is the force of the universe. This is the most powerful boxing technique, and it is also my Ling Yi's boxing technique, martial arts. Ling Yi's figure retreated, his eyes flashed, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Big man, your strength has indeed surpassed me too much, I can't measure it at all, but your understanding of martial arts and Wu Qingliu is too far from mine. The moment the punch was swung, it suddenly trembled, Ling Yi's right fist turned into a phantom, and then accelerated in an instant, heading towards Saya. At the same moment, Yang Qing, who was watching the battle at will, suddenly shrank his pupils. This kid is really a martial arts genius. Even Yang Qing was shocked when he noticed Ling Yi's punch. because even he didn't practice martial arts to such a level. However, this kid has achieved it. This is the gravitational force of the universe. Bang! In an instant, Ling Yi and Seiya's fists collided in the martial arts hall. Between the two, even if Seiya has gathered his strength too. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The limit, which can be played at will, exceeds Ling Yi countless times. Logically speaking, Ling Yi couldn't take any punch from Seiya at all. How can an egg collide with a stone? However, at the moment when the two fists collided, the expressions of the two people changed at the same time. This kid. Seiya's pupils shrank, and he was shocked to find that his body was pulled by an invisible force of attraction, pulling him forward, and the balance of the soles of his feet was instantly disrupted. It almost collapsed. It's gravity. After striding forward, Sai couldn't control his balance. At this moment, his body leaned forward. Ling Yi's expression also changed greatly, and a surging force followed his fist and instantly swept through his whole body, causing his whole body to tremble. What a terrifying power. This big man. So strong. But in an instant, Ling Yi had already controlled his strength, and then his eyes narrowed, his body turned, his left foot was the axis, his waist twisted, his right leg was lifted, and he turned suddenly towards the back. Then, swept away with one leg. Chapter 607_Jump Out. This foot brought a strong wind and was very fierce, even a stone could be turned into powder by his foot. Ling Yi has an outstanding talent for martial arts, but since he was 4 years old, he has been practicing martial arts under the guidance of his master, and his body is also extremely terrifyingly polished. This unexpected kick can win against any opponent. Ling Yi really thought so. No one escaped his kick at all. He seemed to have seen the big man, kicked by him, and then rolled and lost. It's been decided. Roaring lowly, Ling Yi's eyes were extremely bright. But at the same moment, he saw that Seiya, who was still leaning forward and bent over and about to fall to the ground, suddenly turned around, his face was full of cold and ferocious terror. In an instant, his heart pounded. How is this possible? A heavy voice with monstrous anger entered his ears. It was Seiya's voice. Boy, you are so arrogant. Immediately following, Seiya stretched out his hand, and his big hand stretched out towards him, like a raging flood, which could not be stopped at all. Crack! This big hand directly pulled Ling Yi's right leg back, causing a trace of pain on the latter's face. Too much power, totally unstoppable. However, this is not over. The forward trend of the big hands has not been hindered at all. Ling Yi's full-strength leg was like a wisp of dust. Seiya's right hand stretched out, and just squeezed it easily. Ling Yi felt a pain in his head, and the next moment he rose into the air, but Seiya grabbed his temple and lifted it up. Inevitably, Ling Yi's heart had a trace of fear, but he was worthy of being a true genius. At this juncture, his feet suddenly kicked towards Seiya's body. Bang bang bang. A series of voices came out. Seiya defended with his left hand, and the rebound force caused Ling Yi to kick 10 feet, and his whole body was in severe pain. It's so powerful. How can he be so powerful? Ling Yi couldn't believe it. It was only 10 blows, and the other party had nothing to do. On the other hand, his legs were about to break. You are too weak. So weak, yet dare to be arrogant in front of the great elder, so disrespectful. It's just courting death. Seiya's low words sounded, serious and cold, followed by a dazzling light flashing. This is, Qigong Wave. With one hand, you can send out Qigong waves. Ling Yi bowed his head, and was shocked to see the big man's left hand flickering with light. A light blue sphere was rapidly formed, and there was a dazzling light. The hot temperature and energy made his clothes and black hair tremble. Involuntarily, Ling Yi became frightened. He's going to kill me. Although Ling Yi is young, he has indeed experienced a lot of hardships in his martial arts challenge, and he can naturally see the killing intent on the other side. The dazzling light became more and more intense. Ling Yi clearly saw the big man and pushed the qigong wave in his left hand towards his own mouth. This guy actually wanted to release the qigong wave at such a close distance. Let go of me. What do you want? Ling Yi roared loudly, sweat dripping from his forehead. Seiya ignored him at all. The qigong wave in his left hand suddenly advanced, and was about to press hard on Ling Yi's body, but at this moment, Yang Qing on the side spoke. Okay, Seiya. The qigong wave stopped suddenly, clinging to Ling Yi's right side, and the scorching high temperature instantly turned his front side into powder. Immediately after, the qigong wave slowly dissipated, Seiya threw his right hand at will, and Ling Yi was thrown in front of Yang Qing. Hoo 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 hoo. Ling Yi exhaled loudly and was still in shock. Looking at the big man standing behind him, his heart was full of fear. He had never seen such a terrible guy. Now, do you understand your level? Yang Qing's voice came from above him. At this time, Ling Yi just realized that in his current state, he was kneeling on his knees, and he was in a state of embarrassment. His throat moved, but he was speechless no matter what. Seiya walked over with a few big steps, then gave Ling Yi a cold look and said, Elder, why didn't you kill him? Yang Qing glared at Seiya. Shut up for me, you almost made a fool of yourself, but you're too embarrassed to speak here. Seiya touched his head and did not dare to speak. He just looked at Ling Yi who was kneeling on the ground below, and his eyes became even colder. Do you understand? Yang Qing asked Ling Yi again. Zushi, Ling Yi said with difficulty, his head lowered very low. Hee, don't rush to call me patriarch, I can't accept you as a genius. Yang Qing waved his hand to stop him. I was wrong, Ling Yi said embarrassedly. Seiya's strength, his weakness, gave him a huge blow, and also made him realize that he has not yet reached the invincible state. He's still a long way off. In this way, the second half of the year seems to be the start of the world's #1 martial arts meeting. If you go to this martial arts meeting, if you perform well on the field, I can make an exception to accept you as a disciple. Yang Qing thought for a moment and said. Big elder, Seiya said in shock, looking at the kid kneeling on the ground with envy. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Ling Yi was shocked, and then burst into tears. He swept all the Wuqingliu martial arts halls, but the patriarch didn't even bother with him, but gave him another chance. He clearly knew the strength of Wuqingliu's martial arts hall, and even the imperial army had to give them face. Anyone who came to play in the hall in the past would end up miserably. Thank you, patriarch. Ling Yi will definitely get a good ranking and make a name for me, Wuqingliu. Yang Qing nodded and left. Soon, he and Yi Qi returned home. It has to be said that although Ling Yi's original combat power is not strong, his understanding of martial arts did give Yang Qing a hint of inspiration. After returning to the bedroom, Yang Qing crossed his knees and closed his eyes, and began to understand. His realm was much higher than Ling Yi's. When Ling Yi used that gravitational martial art, he already knew everything about the latter. Wuqingliu is derived from all things in nature and extends upwards. That is all things in the universe, and gravity is also one of them. In addition to gravity, there are also electromagnetic forces, acting forces, and so on. Yang Qing's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now that there is inspiration, it means that his martial arts will advance to a new realm again. Jumped out of the stars and came to the universe. Chapter 608_Expect. Martial arts is different from combat power, it is the use of one's own energy and combat power. The deeper the comprehension of martial arts, the stronger the combat power that can be exerted under the same realm. The manifestation of strength is not only on its own energy and combat effectiveness. He is determined by a combination of personal psychological quality, martial arts skills, combat experience and other factors. At this moment, Yang Qing's martial arts has risen to a new level, and his combat power has naturally also increased. His eyes flashed with joy, and I have to say that he separated the martial arts hall at that time and used the power of everyone on the earth to practice martial arts, which was indeed very effective. Although it has been a long time, up to now, it has made him gain a lot. The palms opened, trembled suddenly, and immediately, a strange attraction force radiated out, heading in all directions. In the small bedroom, everything trembled violently, and with a rumbling sound, went towards his palm. Different from Ling Yi's strength, this gravitational skill was used by Yang Qing, and the power was extraordinary. In an instant, everything in the house was damaged and turned into a mass of matter that appeared in his palm. Then, he shook his palm again. The mass of matter was pulled into a piece of powder, twisted and dissipated here. It's a good skill, and more importantly, it has broadened my horizons of martial arts. Yang Qing sighed and said, he has a high level of realm, and he learned Ling Yi's skills at a glance. Different people will naturally have different powers when using them. This move, after his hand was improved, became more powerful. If it is used against the enemy, it is almost impossible for the enemy to guard against and can play a key role. 3 days later, he extended the gravitational skill, which was powerful and could add gravitational force to enhance his attack power. On the same day, he called Saya. Elder. Saya looked at Yang Qing expectantly. Shaking his head, Yang Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know what to say to Saya. But the heart is also quite fond of this guy. Saiyans are naturally belligerent. Saiyan has such a character, which means that he is qualified to embark on a stronger path. I will teach you for a month, and I hope you can take it to the next level. Hey, thank you great elder. Saya laughed. Yang Qing smiled and nodded. For a month, Yang Qing explained martial arts to Saya, and he fought with him every day to supplement Saya's shortcomings. In a short period of time, Saya's combat power rose again. Elder, that kid named Ling Yi, do you really want to accept him as your apprentice? Saya asked curiously while cultivating. With such a weak strength, he can make you suffer a bit. What do you think his talent is? Yang Qing did not answer, but asked instead. Saya was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly. That kid's talent is indeed very scary. Anyone who thinks about it, Ling Yi's combat power is more than 100, but it can make Saya suffer a little. Even if Saya has suppressed a lot of his strength, it is very scary. That kid is really good. Saya had to admit to this, but he's just an earthling. In Saya's mind, Yang Qing is almost the #1 powerhouse in the universe. It is inconceivable for such a person to accept a weak human being as his apprentice. Shaking his head, Yang Qing exhaled. Sometimes, the strong are not determined by race. After a pause, his eyes turned sharp again. If it is, then the whole rule, it's up to me to break it. Saya was stunned, only to feel that Yang Qing at this moment was full of self-confidence. Yang Qing really likes Ling Yi as a whole. It is true that young people have edges and corners, just remove them, let him know how to be humble, know how to be strong on the outside, always strive for progress, and maintain some justice in the heart, this is enough. While Yang Qing was teaching Saya, a 14-year-old boy had already packed his bags and was ready to go. Master, this time, I have to go. Ling Yi bowed and said respectfully to the old man in front of him. The #1 martial arts society in the world has always brought together the strongest people on the entire earth. Although they can understand themselves faster and enhance their abilities in battle, the danger is even greater. Yun Bai said hesitantly, still I am very worried about Ling Yi. Master, this is my only chance. That guy named Saya is very strong. I can't be his opponent at all. Only by worshipping the ancestors as my master and letting him teach me martial arts can I have a chance. Ling Yi's eyes were very sharp. That big man, terrifying speed, exaggerated strength, and even the gesture of sending out qigong waves with one hand, was deeply imprinted in his mind, making it impossible for him to forget it for the rest of his life. Powerful, too strong. He had never seen such a powerful guy. How on earth can I surpass that guy? Ling Yi has always been confident, but at this moment, he became confused. This also strengthened his determination to participate in this world's #1 martial arts meeting and get a good ranking. But Yun Bai was still worried. "Don't worry, Master, I have only lost this time since I was a child, and I won't lose again in the future," Ling Yining said. Then, he turned around and walked away from his home. Yun Bai is his master and also his grandfather. He had no family since he was a child. It was Yun Bai who adopted him and brought him up. On the way, Ling Yi did not carry any money. He traveled alone and only brought his own change of clothes. Jungle He. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Go through it alone, leaving behind the corpses of wild beasts. On the way, someone robbed. He fought the injustice, eliminated the bad people, and won the help of many good people. 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Ling Yi's combat power did not seem to have improved much along the way, but his mood was rapidly improving. On this day, looking at everyone who looked at him with a smile appeared on Ling Yi's face. These are the people he has helped before. He seemed to understand the thoughts of the young man who was sitting in the chair and never shot from the beginning to the end. "Patriarch, let me travel the rivers and mountains to improve my realm." He feels that his spirit has been purified, his will has been condensed, and his soul seems to be sublimated. This represents his foundation, which has been built quite firmly. Ling Yi's talent is indeed very good. He can quickly achieve results that others have to experience to achieve. The #1 martial arts club in the world. I'm looking forward to it even more. Chapter 609_boring. Along the way, Ling Yi has gone through a lot in silence, and he is growing rapidly. His combat skills may not have improved much, but his heart has become more and more calm, and his state of mind has become higher and higher. In the face of many things, he will comprehend and think with his heart, and if this goes on, he will not be too over the top, nor will he be afraid of anything. 2 months later, Ling Yi came to the island where the #1 martial arts association in the world was held with a calm face. The martial arts meeting was very lively, and the crowd was quite dense. When he saw such an occasion, a smile appeared on his face. The people around, Wu Qingliu disciples who knew him saw him, their expressions changed immediately, and they secretly pointed at him. "Look, that's Ling Yi, Wu Qingliu's genius." Legend has it that he chose the headquarters of the pavilion, but was subdued by the patriarch and ordered him to attend this world's #1 martial arts meeting. Chish, although that guy is young, his strength is extraordinary, so let's not talk nonsense. You don't know how powerful he is. He almost swept all Wu Qingliu's martial arts halls. As far as I can see, this time the #1 martial arts club in the world must be him. A group of Wu Qingliu's disciples were discussing secretly. Ling Yi's eyes flickered slightly when he heard these comments, but his heart did not waver at all. In the past, he might have been proud and angry, but at this moment, he could not cause the slightest emotional fluctuation. In a remote corner, a young man with a third eye on his forehead also heard these remarks and turned his head to Ling Yi. "Tianjin Fan, that guy seems to be very powerful." Beside him, a short, cute-looking guy pointed at Ling Yi and said, "Dumplings, you're right, this one called Ling Yi is really powerful. This time, my opponent may be him," Tianjin Rice said solemnly. At the same moment, Ling Yi also felt the sight from behind, turned around and saw Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. After a moment's surprise, he nodded and greeted them. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings are also nodding in return. When the three of them swept the first side, a group of people gathered outside the venue. "Haha, Wukong, you have changed a lot during this time. Is it more powerful?" Huan said with a big laugh. A mortal turtle was standing beside him. His eyes swept around under his sunglasses, looking for a big beauty, and after finding it, his saliva immediately flowed out. This group of people has been together for a long time, including Sun Wukong, Helan, Yamucha, Bulma, and so on. This time the world's #1 martial arts meeting. "Wukong, are you confident?" Bulma said with a smile. "No problem. After hard training, I have become stronger." Sun Wukong said with a confident smile. Afterwards, everyone went to sign up, then looked for a place to live, had a big meal, and began to rest, waiting for the start of the game. Ling Yi also picked up a pen and wrote his name, then walked towards a corner. He has very little money, and it is not enough to support him to live here. So, he looked for a big tree on his own, jumped up, half lay on the tree, and began to rest. During this period of time, he was hiking, and when he encountered rivers and seas, he swam over with his hands. When he was hungry, he picked wild fruits and killed animals to eat. He has long been accustomed to such a life close to nature, and here, he has a deeper understanding of all the martial arts of Wu Qingliu. The competition was held a day later, and Ling Yi walked around to see how powerful the other players were. After looking around, he nodded secretly. Those who can participate in the world's #1 martial arts club must be considered masters on earth. They practice martial arts, exercise themselves, and even if their bodies are not as good as other warriors in the universe, they have more tricks. In the afternoon of the second day, 2 figures came here. Compared with the dense crowd and the lively voices, the arrival of these 2 people seemed very ordinary. Elder, we really want to be late. Looking at the many workers of the world's #1 martial arts society who are preparing the venue, Saya said. It hasn't started yet, we are not too late. Yang Qing said with a smile. Where's that kid Ling Yi? Saya asked. Looking around, Saya remembered very clearly the guy who made him embarrassed. He also admired this kid in his heart. Such a weak combat power could actually make him suffer. You must know that even in the universe, there are very few powerful people who can fight with him, but this kid did it. It can only be said that it is incredible. Don't rush to find it, you will naturally be able to see him when the competition starts. Yang Qing said with a smile. Afterwards, the 2 went to a high-end hotel to rest. They have enough money, so naturally they don't need to be like Ling Yi. After a good night's sleep, the world's #1 martial arts club finally started today. It was still the host who wore a black suit and sunglasses at the opening, and followed the opponents on the stage one by one. With his eyes closed, Yang Qing sat in the auditorium to rest his mind, and Saya looked down boredly. These people are too weak, and their moves are rotten, and there is no merit at all. Boring, boring, so boring, I really want to slap them to death. Mad, is this also called fighting? Soft, weak, with a trace of killing intent. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. None, I can't stand it anymore. Saya kept complaining, making the audience who were watching with gusto glared at him, but Saya was tall and sturdy, but these people were helpless. What are you looking at? Is what I said wrong? Facing the eyes of everyone, Saya scolded back rudely. After the game continued for a while, Saya's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, is that kid? Hearing Saya's voice, Yang Qing also opened his eyes. He looked at the competition stage, but saw a familiar voice. With fluffy hair, a red martial arts uniform, a golden hoop stick on his back, and a big smile on his face, it is Sun Wukong. The Saiyan who forgot his identity. Saiyan's tone was a little angry. I'll see, what's so strange about him? Then, Saya held his hands and looked down. Chapter 610 _ Who is stronger? On the competition stage, Sun Wukong stood opposite his opponent. The opponent's face was solemn, while Sun Wukong had a smile on his face. After the host announced the start, Sun Wukong politely bowed and saluted. But his opponent, seeing this opportunity, suddenly accelerated, and slashed towards him. Stupid boy, how dare you be so careless in battle? Saya said angrily. Yang Qing also nodded. Sun Wukong's biggest weakness is indeed this. He is very easy to relax and give others an opportunity. Of course, the battle soon ended. Sun Wukong is much stronger than the opponent, but with a flick of his body, he easily dodged the opponent's attack, followed by a backhand blow, sending the opponent off the competition stage. Sun Wukong fought neatly, and finally let the discerning people see the difference, and they all looked at him in shock. This kid is amazing. I have a hunch that he must be the biggest dark horse in this competition. Have you forgotten? A few years ago, there was him in the #1 martial arts club in the world. At that time, he was already in the top 8, or was he in the top 4? Everyone started talking, but Sun Wukong saluted the audience below and walked to the backstage with a smile. After Sun Wukong retreated, the three-eyed Tianjin Rice came up. Coldly, Tianjin Fan also solved his opponent very simply, and his vicious shot left a deep impression on the enemy and the audience. This kid's combat power is not much worse than that of Sun Wukong. Saya said with a condensed look, and then said with hatred that iron is not steel. This kid is too bad. As a Saiyan, he can't even beat an earthling. Yang Qing just shook his head and smiled, but he didn't say much. There was no need to say much about how powerful the last Sun Wukong was. Of course, Sun Wukong in this time and space died of a heart attack, but it goes without saying. Afterwards, Ling Yi came on the court, and Saya's eyes widened again. Elder, it's that kid Ling Yi. He seems to have changed a bit, his temperament has changed. Saya said. Yang Qing nodded, his eyes full of approval. He could naturally see that the kid on the competition stage had undergone a huge change after experiencing that defeat. The one who appeared on the competition stage at this time, and the arrogant Ling Yi that day, were like two people. Soon, Ling Yi also dealt with his opponent neatly, and his battle caused waves of exclamations again. Who is this kid, and where did it come from? A mortal turtle stood under the stage, and he was also dignified. He could naturally see Ling Yi's strength. His name is Ling Yi, and he is a talented young man from Wu Qingliu Martial Arts Academy. Legend, this guy swept almost the entire Wu Qingliu. Wu Qingliu. A mortal Gui was stunned for a moment, then remembered that young, powerful and mysterious young man a few years ago, and couldn't help murmured, as that person's disciple. When he looked at the competition stage again, Immortal Turtle's face was a little complicated. It seems that Wukong is in trouble this time. First, Tianjin Fan, the apprentice of Crane Immortal, and then Ling Yi, a talented young man from Wu Qingliu. I have to say that it is not certain whether Sun Wukong can win the first martial arts tournament this time. At the same time, Immortal Crane's expression became serious. The skill of that kid on the stage is probably not inferior to mine. How on earth did this kid cultivate? Could it be that he is really a genius like the legend? At this moment, Ling Yi walked out of Wu Qingliu and was watched by all the martial artists all over the world, and he was secretly jealous of this kid. The battle was going on quickly, and in just one afternoon, the top 8 had come out. Ling Yi, Sun Wukong, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings and others are impressively listed. After another round of refreshes, the top 4 were born. Ling Yi and 3 people occupied 3 seats. During the break, the 3 met at the back of the competition stage. You two are so strong. Sun Wukong exclaimed in admiration, causing Ling Yi and the 2 to be taken aback for a moment, then turned around. Sun Wukong, Ling Yi asked with a smile. Tianjin Fan stared coldly at Sun Wukong. Well, I really hope to have a fight with both of you. Sun Wukong said happily. There will be a chance, but you will lose, it must be you. Tianjin Fan said with a cold face. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I will definitely not lose. One had a cold face, the other had a smile on his face. In just a moment, the 2 faced each other, causing Ling Yi, who was standing beside him, to be instantly ignored. The final started on the second day. Ling Yi and either of the 2 did not have a round, and they met the other of the semifinals. Destiny changed. This one in the top 4 was not anyone from the original book, but his strength was outstanding. However, when the battle started, Ling Yi finally showed his strongest side. The martial arts are endless. Above nature is the universe. The universe travels all things and is invincible. This is my way, my boxing. The 2 ran fast and collided in an instant. In an instant, Ling Yi's opponent's expression changed, and then he was pulled by an inexplicable attraction. He lost his balance under his feet, stepped forward and almost fell. At the next moment, when he wanted to control his body and counterattack, Lingyi had already vacated and swept across. Bang! This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The dull voice came out, and a strong force came from the opponent's body. At the same time, the pulling force was even heavier. It was a whoosh, and flew out of the competition stage, landing heavily on the outside world. The short hand-to-hand battle made the hosts and audience watching the battle below look sluggish. This guy's boxing skills, people of the same level, it is difficult to compete with him. Sai said with a sullen voice. Even he suffered from that kind of boxing. It is conceivable that the martial arts cultivation of that guy is indeed terrifying. Lingyi's wonderful battle immediately ignited the audience, causing the audience to roar loudly. Yang Qing looked at the battle just now and nodded silently. Lingyi's battle was almost exactly the same as Sai's rhythm at that time. But today's opponent, when used, is more coherent and weirder than before. It can be seen that Lingyi has improved to the next level for the unique boxing technique he has learned. Immediately after, the battle between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan also began. These two people, who is stronger? Lingyi clasped his hands and looked at the competition stage, his eyes flickering. Chapter 611_Piccolo. On the competition stage, the battle between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan is actually no different from the original. The two showed their profound martial arts, their reaction speed and martial arts skills all made people's eyes shine, and many audiences were shocked. The battle between the two has basically continued to the same result, staggering each other on the ring, rising and falling. At the last moment, it was Tianjin Fan who won. This result is actually no different from the original. This kid, it's too embarrassing for a Saiyan. Saiyan grinned and snorted coldly. To him, it was a shame that a Saiyan would lose to an Earthling. It is precisely because he experienced rich experiences that others cannot experience when he was young that he will be so strong in the future. Yang Qing said thoughtfully. Saya didn't understand what Yang Qing meant, but he just snorted and said nothing. Suddenly, Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and his eyes were fixed on a certain corner. Saya, no matter what happens later, it's as if you didn't see it. In the dark and remote corner, the black shadow shrouded in the black robe has arrived, and since he looks at the ring, he shows a disdainful smile. Human, what a weak fellow. Lord Demon King, will surely be able to unite this world again. Under the robe, two pairs of scarlet eyes were exposed. The semifinals were decided, and only the finals were left, and everyone was looking forward to the final battle. But at this moment, a scream came from behind the competition stage. Murdered. The faint smell of fresh blood came out along with the smell of blood, and the expressions of everyone present changed, and an inexplicable look of confusion appeared on their faces. Immediately afterwards, a figure with blood on his hands ran out from the backstage and shouted in panic. Come on, Kling, the Kling player has been killed. This sound once again reminded everyone present that something terrible had indeed happened. Sun Wukong, who had just experienced the battle, immediately changed his face and ran towards the background. Lingyi's eyes flashed, and he walked towards the back. When they walked to the backstage, they immediately saw Klein lying there, staring with wide eyes, his eyes filled with fear or reluctance to let go of the world. Keelan, Sun Wukong shouted, eyes full of anger. Who did it? Everyone couldn't help but say this sentence. Elder. Saya looked at Yang Qing and asked strangely, you already knew that? There's an interesting guy. Yang Qing smiled and said, let's just watch the show quietly. Later, we have more important things. Yeah, Saya didn't understand what was more important, but he strictly followed Yang Qing's orders. In the background, just as everyone was immersed in the panic and doubts of someone's death, a green figure suddenly appeared. Lingyi's eyes flashed, he took a step forward, and shouted, who is it? Just as he drank it out, the green figure suddenly flashed, and when it came to him, the claws came with a strong wind and came quickly. So strong. Ling Yi's face immediately condensed, and then, his fist clenched, and a punch suddenly slammed out. Bang! The two collided with one punch. Ling Yi didn't understand. The person trembled and took 3 steps back. Haha, the great demon King Piccolo has reappeared in the world, and you are all in endless panic. The green figure has a strange appearance, completely different from humans, like another strange race at all. Everyone looked at the guy who suddenly appeared here, and their expressions changed slightly. Immediately following, Sun Wukong rushed up angrily. But he was blocked by the green figure, and then he slipped, got up and walked, and the wings behind him flew into the air. Prepare to accept panic, stupid humans. The strange beast-like creature made a mocking sound, then turned and left here. Don't go. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, but couldn't catch up. Don't chase, that guy is not human at all, it's weird. Ling Yi walked up and said loudly. Then, he turned his eyes and looked at the crane immortal and turtle immortal who had already changed color. You two, do you know where that guy came from? Ling Yi had noticed the change in the faces of the 2 old men when he was young. Immortal Turtle's face became complicated, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Bick. If he heard correctly, that guy, what he just said was the Great Demon King Piccolo. The Great Demon King Piccolo was the invincible Great Demon King who appeared when my teacher was alive. We fought against that guy together with the teacher. In the end, the teacher paid the price with his life, and just sealed the guy with the magic seal wave. The Turtle Immortal slowly told everyone the story of the year. What happened next was no different from the original. This is this, for one person, Ling Yi's participation. After Sun Wukong defeated Tianjin Fan, he began to grow up rapidly. Kalanta, Chao Shenshui, let the potential in his body be tapped again. The rest of the people also scattered away from the world's #1 martial arts club. The birth of the Great Demon King Piccolo caused panic in the whole world, making it impossible to hold the world's #1 martial arts club. 3. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The Queen of Heaven, the Yi family in the Western capital. Yang Qing picked up the tea in his hand, blew it lightly, and took a sip. His eyes were calm, and the whole person seemed very comfortable, but the outside world was already chaotic. Elder, don't we care about everything about that Namekian? Saya said anxiously. It doesn't matter, Yang Qing said lightly. But he has already hit our door. Saya's eyes spit fire and pointed out, I really want to slap that weak and scumbag guy to death. Yang Qing shook his head, but remained silent. Boom. At this moment, there was a sound like muffled thunder outside, and then Saya turned to look out the window, and saw that on the other side of the western capital, the fire was soaring into the sky, and the mushroom cloud like a bomb slowly rose. This arrogant dead old man. Saya clenched his fists. The explosion outside was caused by the Great Demon King Piccolo. With one blow, he destroyed another suburb of the western capital. At this time, Yi Qi's footsteps also sounded. Saya's eyes lit up and greeted Yi Qi. Chapter 612_2 week. Compared to Yang Qing's ignorance of the disaster in the western capital, Yi Qi would definitely be more anxious. Saya thought so in his heart, so he excitedly greeted the former. Qing, that big demon King Piccolo is about to destroy the world. Sure enough, the next moment I heard Yi Qi's flustered voice, Saya immediately turned to look at Yang Qing, his eyes radiating. The boiling fighting intent in his body was about to rush out, letting a monkey jump around in front of him, and Saya felt very uncomfortable all over his body. A so weak Namekian, so arrogant. This is the idea of Saya's heart. In short, it is him, itching. Since following Yang Qing, everything about Saiyan has changed. His body is more powerful, his combat power is improving every day, and he can even change into a Super Saiyan. Strangely, though, the battles are getting less and less frequent. A Saiyan without fighting is like a flower without sunlight. Without rain, the ground will dry up, and the flower will decay. How miserable is this? Although the Great Demon King Piccolo is also a scum, he is much stronger than other Earthlings, and it is enough to understand his war intentions. Miss Yi Chi, the great demon King Nabok, if I make a move, I can end him with one move. Saya said. Yang Qing rolled his eyes, glanced at Saya, and immediately told the latter to shut up. Then he looked at the anxious Yi Chi and said, Don't worry, someone will naturally deal with him. But now 5 cities in the world have been devastated, and the eastern suburbs of the western capital have also been completely destroyed by that great devil, and many people have died. What the hell are we going to do? Yi Chi said in a panic. It's okay, you will be safe here, Yang Qing said with a smile. Yi Chi still didn't believe it. The whole world was watching the scene of the great demon King Piccolo fighting. He was able to launch a Qigong wave that instantly destroyed a city, which was simply unimaginable. Even when the army sets out, there is nothing to do with him. Such a person can't imagine it at all. She had never seen such a powerful creature before, and now the whole earth was in a panic. Just when everyone was immersed in the fear of the great demon King Piccolo, a golden streamer suddenly burst out of the sky and flew towards the place where the great devil Piccolo was located. He has black hair, a crimson martial arts uniform, and with a determined expression on his face, he is flying fast. At the same time, a 14-15-year-old boy walked out step by step and came to the front of the great demon King Piccolo. The old Piccolo's eyes widened immediately when he saw that the person who came was a teenager. Are you here to die? Yes, but I'm here to kill you. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed, his eyes full of fighting intent. Facing the great demon King Piccolo with his own eyes, he seemed to be facing a huge mountain as high as 10,000 feet. He saw his own insignificance and the strength of others. It is unbelievable that such a powerful organism could exist. But because of this, it is more worth fighting, isn't it? He was nervous, but more excited, facing the excitement of unknown masters. This made him tremble and tremble all over, and his body involuntarily strode forward. After a few steps, he stood up and assumed an attacking stance. The arrogant boy. Big Demon King Bik let out a cold sweat with disdain, pointed his finger, and the dazzling purple light flickered, and he was already in front of Ling Yi in the blink of an eye. The latter's complexion changed greatly, the speed of the ray was unexpectedly fast, he hurriedly dodged, but was still wiped to the corner of his clothes, but with a stab, that corner of the clothes had turned into nothingness. And the ray fell behind him, making a loud bang. It's so powerful. It turned out to be a Qigong bomb. Ling Yi's face changed continuously, and his figure kept dodging. The great demon King Nabok just clicked his fingers, and rays of rays came from his hand, bombarding Ling Yi's back, making a sky-high explosion. No, I have to get close to him, otherwise, I won't be able to attack him at all. Ling Yi's eyes flickered, and his figure continued to dodge, but this time, he moved ahead consciously. Seeing Ling Yi's actions, a sneer appeared on the big demon King Piccolo's face. The over-the-top guy. He was still pointing straight ahead, emitting purple rays. However, his face was full of randomness. In his heart, he did not regard Ling Yi as an opponent at all. Gradually, Ling Yi was 10 meters closer to the great demon King Piccolo. At this moment, Ling Yi's eyes narrowed suddenly. It's right now. Ling Yi strode forward, grabbed his right hand, and instantly became ethereal, and a strange power appeared in his palm. Huh! The light of the great demon King Pic was still emitting, but this time, Ling Yi did not dodge, but rushed forward, his right hand slammed into the explosive ray with a punch. Buzz! The air suddenly trembled, and the ray trembled, twisted and shot towards both sides. At this moment, a look of surprise appeared on the face of the great demon King Piccolo. How? Just as he was stunned for a moment, Ling Yi had already jumped up, and with just one step, it was already in front of him, and then he punched. Die! This punch, Ling Yi used all his strength. However, at the next moment, his expression changed drastically. One of the hands of the great demon King Piccolo had appeared on his wrist at some point, and then grabbed it fiercely. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Crack. As if being grabbed by an incomparably powerful force, Ling Yi was unable to break free for a while. Such power! At this moment, Ling Yi's eyes seemed to see a majestic mountain again, a mountain that could not be read at all. In a trance, he remembered the feeling of fear and powerlessness when he fought against Saya. He turned one foot and slammed towards the chin of the big devil Piccolo, but with just one movement, the punch of the big devil Piccolo had already hit him heavily in the stomach. Cough! Ling Yi's face changed greatly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, only to feel that his internal organs were smashed into pieces and almost all shattered. So strong. Heart trembling said this sentence. At this moment, he clearly saw the gap between himself and the other party. Like a stone and a mountain, it is impossible to cross. Too weak. At this time, the disdainful words of the great demon King Pick also came out, and he kicked his stomach heavily, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood again and roll to the ground. Chapter 613 _ He is God. Exodus, Yi family. Elder, this kid is dying. Let me save him, Saya said loudly. What's the hurry? Do you think I can't see what you're thinking? Yang Qing glanced at Saya, and then he said solemnly, Stay here, we have more important things to do. What's more important? What's that? Saya said suspiciously, but when he saw Yang Qing's face showing a serious look, he didn't dare to ask again. Yi Qi looked at the bedroom. The mirror image created by Yang Qing was full of worry. This mirror image is showing the scene of Ling Yi fighting with the great demon King Pick. At this moment, Yang Qing hesitated. Just now, as if a stream of light flashed across his mind, his whole body was shocked. In that instant, the blood of his body Saiyan fighting was boiling, and the whole person was shaking with excitement. He felt that a new powerful breath was born, and this breath was born suddenly, but the breath contained in it made Yang Qing slightly change color. It's not that this breath is so powerful at the moment, it's just that the strong potential and coercion contained in it makes people unable to help but fear. And this feeling is very close to him. This means that the Zanai plan that has been studied for about 5 years has been successful. At the same time, in the basement of the Yi family, a group of experimenters looked at the woman whose stomach was bulging in the nutrient tank, all with excited expressions on their faces. Success, we are about to succeed. No, it has already succeeded. As long as this new little guy is born, we will create a miracle. All the perfect genes that we have been researching in the past 5 years, based on the genes of the Earth people and the Saiyans, have built a new spiral structure, which are all fused together. This is simply the best race. His learning ability, talent, and strength will all be perfect close to the gods. Everyone shouted excitedly, and they almost jumped up one by one. No, he is a god. Tanis stood at the front, looking at the computer data in front of the nutrition tank, excitedly said. Such data is simply too perfect. He has never seen such perfect genes, surpassing the people of the Earth by countless times. It's just that he was so perfect when he was just a baby, it's hard to imagine how powerful he will be in the future. He will be the most powerful warrior, whoever masters him will create a miracle. Then, his eyes narrowed, and he turned his head and said to the people behind him. The fastest, how long will he be born? Half a year, a month. He is a month longer than the normal human gestation period, which is 10 months. The researcher said with a look of certainty. 10 months. Tanis muttered, and then became excited again. It's only a month away, and we're about to succeed. Nutrients sink, there are constantly bubbles coming out. In the belly of the woman with her eyes closed, there is a baby that has already formed, which is quickly absorbing nutrients. There is not much strong aura coming out of his body, but the faint pressure brings people unknown fear. Feeling. It was as if the coldest warrior in the world was about to come. At this moment, the sky in the western capital was also covered with dark clouds, and there were lightning flashes intertwined, making half the sky tremble. It's really unknown. Yang Qing looked at the ceiling of the room and muttered. But after a moment, his eyes flashed with excitement again. However, it's really powerful and exciting. Can you use his power to reach the realm of Super Saiyan 3? In the state of Super 2 full power, the combat power is actually comparable to that of Kaiwangshan. If it reaches the stage of Super Saiyan 3, then it has completely surpassed the gods. At that time, his dimensional level will definitely rise again. At this time, on the side of the western capital, there was a sudden, bang bang bang, sound, which was also extremely loud, shaking half the sky. There was even a strong wind howling. In the mirror image, a short boy was fighting fiercely with the great demon King Piccolo. This kid, it's Sun Wukong. Saya said in surprise, then frowned. He looks a lot stronger than last time. How long has it been since? Is this kid so powerful? This surprised Saya a little. It's the kid at the #1 martial arts conference in the world. Yi Chi recognized it at this time. I didn't expect him to be so strong. HMPH, it's just a guy who hasn't grown up yet. As a Saiyan, it's just an existence at the bottom. Saiyan said disdainfully. And, Yi Chi pouted in disdain. Yang Qing just stared at the mirror in silence. He quickly estimated in his heart how powerful the breath that had just passed through his mind was. But in the end, he could only shake his head. It's just the breath of the newborn, it's impossible to estimate. This is indeed the case. When Sun Wukong spoke up, his weak combat power was only a single digit, but in the end, he was incredibly powerful. An hour later, half of the sky in the western capital was lit up, and a huge giant long appeared here, flashing with thunder and lightning. Big Devil Piccolo widened his eyes, looking at the fist that passed through his mouth, his eyes filled with fear and reluctance. Finally, he opened his mouth and slapped. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Spit out an egg in the distance. The battle ended with the victory of Sun Wukong. The weak Ling Yi, lying on the ground, watched the battle from the beginning to the end. His mind is full of thoughts, and he has always been the most powerful existence since the beginning of cultivation and success in martial arts. However, since the appearance of Seiya, followed by the great demon King Piccolo, and then to Sun Wukong, who defeated the great devil Piccolo, in a blink of an eye, he has been reduced to a weak side. The ups and downs of life have caused Ling Yi's mind to undergo a rapid purification. They're all powerful. And I'm still very weak. Ling Yi gritted his teeth. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Ling Yi was stunned and looked up. Saya, Mouth said in surprise. Ling Yi did not expect this strong man to appear here. What a waste. Saya was not polite at all, grabbed Ling Yi directly with one hand, and carried it on his back. Elder asked me to pick you up. Ling Yi grinned, a little hurt. Chapter 614_Apprenticeship. When you go back, he will take you to a place. After you go, practice hard. If you lose the face of the elder, I will kill you. Seiya spoke very rudely, but Ling Yixin was a warm current, and Yang Qing's face appeared in his mind. Grandfather. He murmured 2 words, and his feeling of loss just now was swept away. Yes, although he is weak now, he will become stronger and stronger in the future. I want to practice, I want to be stronger. Ling Yi's eyes were fierce, and his heart had a strong desire to become stronger. After Seiya put Ling Yi on his shoulders, he soared into the sky and flew directly into the sky. Can you actually fly? When Ling Yi saw this scene, he was shocked again. His voice was heard by Seiya, who sneered. Boy, you are still too weak and pitiful. You can't understand the realm between me and the first elder. With the gust of wind, Seiya raised his speed to the limit, but after a while, he had landed from the sky and arrived at Yi Chi's house. As soon as he reached out, he pulled Ling Yi off his shoulders and threw it on the ground. Elder, I brought you here. Saya said stiffly. Ha ha. Seeing Seiya's childlike expression, Yang Qing couldn't help laughing. Then he looked at Ling Yi. What did you learn from this experience? Weak. Ling Yi clenched his fists and stared into Yang Qing's eyes. I'm still too weak. Yang Qing smiled. Weakness and strength are relative. You and Sai Yabi are indeed weak, but compared with the people of the earth, you have already stood at the top level. Patriarch, I want to practice with you, please accept me. Biting his lip, Ling Yi knelt on his knees with his forehead on the ground and shouted loudly. The feeling that Yang Qing gave him was completely different from that of the great demon King Piccolo and Seiya. The latter two were imposing, as majestic as a mountain, and could not be surpassed at all, while Yang Qing was like a cloud, high in the air, without a trace of strength, and it would not bring him any pressure. But this is the unordinary, unremarkable feeling, but it made Ling Yi understand that this patriarch sitting on the chair is probably the most terrifying person in the world. His realm has reached a realm that he cannot understand at all. Your talent is good, you can practice with me. After a while, Yang Qing's gentle voice entered his ears. In the future, you can call me master. In a word, Seiya and Ling Yi were both startled, and then the two felt completely different. Big Elder, Seiya called out, do you really want to accept him as a disciple? Of course, is there a problem? Yang Qing asked suspiciously. Seiya didn't know whether it was jealousy or lust. You don't need to think too much, what I teach you is much more than those 5 guys. Then, Yang Qing said again, making Seiya happy again. It is also true that he is with the great elder all day, how could those 5 guys know so much about themselves? At this time, Ling Yi, who was still kneeling on the ground, was shaking with excitement. Great, I finally lost to the ancestors, and I can finally cultivate. I want to become stronger than Sun Wukong. It can be said that the battle between Monkey King and Piccolo really left a deep impression on Ling Yi, who watched it up close. He was the most vivid to see how Sun Wukong, from a small age, defeated the great demon King Piccolo, who could not be defeated at all. What, don't you want to? At this moment, Yang Qing's voice suddenly came, which shocked Ling Yi and reacted immediately. Thank you ancestors, Ling Yi is so willing. Ling Yi said excitedly, a little incoherent. He was really excited. But it may not be a good thing to take me as a teacher. You will suffer unimaginable hardships and may even die. Be mentally prepared, otherwise, you are not qualified to be my apprentice. Yang Qing's tone was very serious, and it contained ruthlessness. Ling Yi also said seriously, I understand, I will work hard. In order to become stronger, even if I die, I am willing. Yang Qing nodded and then said to Seiya. 3 days off, and in 3 days, we'll go back to Nova. After calculating the time, he has been away from Xinxing for a while, and it is indeed time to go back and have a look. Xinxing. Ling Yi's eyes showed a hint of doubt, but he didn't ask any further. Yi Qi also looked at Yang Qing at this time. Qing, I'm going too. Yang Qing hesitated a little. Compared with the Earth, a new star is naturally much more dangerous. After all, it was just on the newly established planet, and the Saiyans were strong and could suppress people from other races, but it was obvious that Yi Qi did not. Such power. Also, gravity, first and foremost, is an important period. With Yi Qi's strength, can it withstand the gravity of a nova that is nearly 5 times greater than that of Earth? No, Nova is too dangerous for you. In the end, Yang Qing still shook his head and refused. Yi Qian was disappointed, but didn't say much. She could only blame her for being too weak. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. These 3 days, Seiya, you train him. Try your best to let him train his body so that he can initially adapt to the state of a new star. Yang Qing said to Seiya again. Seiya nodded and looked at Ling Yi cruelly. Don't worry, Elder, I will educate this kid well. Ling Yi's eyes were cold, and his heart was a little scared. This big guy obviously has bad intentions. After saying this, Yang Qing asked Seiya and Ling Yi to retreat, and then took Yi Qi to the laboratory. Some things are best seen in person. The gene fusion of Saiyans and Earthlings creates a new creature that looks the same as Gohan Goten, the son of Sun Wukong, but it is actually very different. Because, the biological species created by this group of mad scientists should be called artificial talents. They also looked at multiple perfect genes and incorporated them. Such a guy must have terrifying power, and at the same time, it is extremely dangerous. After leaving the underground laboratory, the two met Tanaz. Ching, did you know? This is the most perfect living organism, and he will be unimaginably powerful. I have a hunch that even the great demon King Piccolo won't be his opponent. Chapter 615_Practice. He will definitely help you. As soon as he saw the two of them, Tanaz said with madness. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and she looked at the woman in the nutrition tank. Her belly was bulging. At this time, she was already the size of a normal woman's pregnancy for 10 months. Logically, at this time, it was time for the baby to be delivered. However, the guy inside still stayed there quietly. How does the data show? Yang Qing asked. According to the combat power test you mentioned, it can be roughly judged that the combat power of the baby inside should be between 7 or 8. Quote. It's already better than adults. Tanaz said excitedly. This old scientist doesn't know the combat data of the powerful guy at all. If the baby has a 7 or 8, it has made him crazy enough and happy. Yang Qing naturally knew the power of the Saiyans, and also discovered the unusualness of this baby. According to the analysis of the breath he felt just now, he judged that the infant's combat power should be around 100,000. However, in the data test, there are only 7 and 8, which is obviously incredible. This guy will hide his strength. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and he looked at the nutrition tank, as if he saw a baby curled up quietly inside. In a few months, he will be born. At that time, we will be able to get his data in more detail. Tanaz said happily. Months, if it is not long, it will arrive soon. His power may be a little stronger, be prepared to take precautions. Yang Qing nodded and reminded. The preparations have already been made. In fact, there is no need to worry too much. He is just a baby. At this stage, he will not be conscious. Tanaz said. When Yang Qing thought about it, it was indeed the case. When he was a baby, he had no thoughts at all. It is difficult to even speak. Afterwards, he asked for some data again and left with Yi Qi. Although the feeling is unknown, Yang Qing is still very confident that he can suppress it. After all, he is already very powerful now. When Yang Qing and the two left the laboratory, Ling Yi had already been taken to a training ground by Saya. After entering the training ground, Saya threw a bean to Ling Yi. Eat him and then we start training. What is this? Ling Yi asked curiously. Shando, eat him and your injury will recover. Saya said impatiently. Hurry up. There are only 3 days. If you can't adapt to the new star, you will die if you go. Immortal beans, something that the elder brought back, is very magical to Saya. Ling Yi nodded, and then ate the fairy beans. After a while, he looked at his whole body in surprise, only to feel that all the injuries he suffered before had really recovered, and there was no trace of scars on the surface of his body. Except for the damage to his clothes, everything else is almost the same as before the battle with Piccolo. Then let's get started. Saya threw another piece of clothing towards Ling Yi and landed heavily in front of Ling Yi. Put on this Saiyan training suit. Ling Yi didn't hesitate, took off his clothes and put on this white training uniform. The moment he put it on, his expression suddenly changed again. It's heavy. Involuntarily, Ling Yi's waist bent down. This is a training suit. Originally, I asked the guys in the laboratory to make it for training, but... Sia paused and said with disgust, it's too light, and it's not suitable for me at all. However, for you, it's just right. Just right. Ling Yi looked at the clothes in shock. He felt that his whole body was about to be crushed. Is this just right? The weight of the rags is roughly 3 times the gravity of the earth. If you can't even bear this weight, then, you can imagine, after going to Nova. Saya's eyes became sharp. You will surely die. The gravity of Nova is 5 times that of Earth. This is also the aspect of us Saiyans, stronger than you Earthlings. 5 times Earth's gravity. Ling Yi swallowed his saliva and didn't know what to say. Of course, what surprised him even more was that the guy in front of him still sounded like an alien. Cultivation quickly. Run 100 laps around this training ground for me. Saya pointed to the training ground. It will kill people. Ling Yi looked at the huge training ground, at least 1 kilometer down the circle, a little sluggish. There's a pack of fairy beans here. When you feel like you're dying, just eat one. Within 3 days, you must be familiar with such a weight. Saya threw the fairy beans in front of Ling Yi. Go on, boy, you're so far away, sighingly weak. Ling Yi gritted his teeth, bent down to pick up the bag of fairy beans with difficulty, then slammed it into his pocket and started to run. Become stronger. He must become stronger. And the 100 laps in front of you are the first step. Saya looked at Ling Yi's slowly leaving figure, his eyes full of envy. Elder is really willing. For the sake of this kid's cultivation, he even gave 10 immortal beans. I usually want 1, and I have to ask for it for a long time. Then, he secretly took out 3 from his arms. Fortunately, I'm smart myself and kept 3. 10 in total, that kid just now. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I ate 1, I took 3, and the rest should be fine. Ling Yi was wearing training clothes and ran around the huge training ground. After a while, he only felt that his whole body was about to explode, and the sweat fell on the ground, printing a large area. Tired. So tired. My lungs are about to explode. Both legs are going to be broken. This is simply challenging the limits of the human body, and Ling Yi's consciousness even began to blur. Finally, after running a dozen steps forward, he fell to the ground with a thud. Hoo-hoo. Panting violently, Ling Yi felt like he was about to die. His whole body was twitching, trembling, shaking, and countless cells in his body were resisting him. Xian, Shando. Struggling, he put his hand toward the small package in his arms, but as soon as he reached it in, Ling Yi shook. Isn't it a pack? Why are there only so many? However, at this time, it was too late to struggle with these issues. He pinched a bean and swallowed it. Crack. The sound of chewing sounded. Ling Yi's body suddenly shook, and immediately returned to normal. Recovered. He rolled over and stood up, looking at his hands, only to feel that his body relaxed a lot. What an amazing bean. However, there are only 5 now. Can I reach my goal in 3 days? Chapter 616_habit. At this moment, even Ling Yi, who had always believed in his extraordinary talent, began to doubt. This really seems like an impossible task. Only the training suit on the real ship can feel its terrible gravity, as if it can crush a person's bones. Just walking is already very difficult, and it seems to be carrying a mountain all the time. 5. Grasping the bag in his hand, Ling Yi pursed his lips and put it in his arms, with a look of determination in his eyes. No, I have to adapt. This has to be achieved. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and walked forward. A recovery from the limit of life and death made his physical fitness much better than before, and Shando was very helpful to him. This time, I took another step. Compared with the previous one, it was easier, but it was still difficult. Moving slowly, Ling Yi's body was dripping with sweat, and his eyes flashed with fierce light. This tenacious spirit immediately changed Saya's eyes slightly. This stingy aura is different. Muttering, Saya found a place, sat down quietly, and then stared at Field Ling Yi. Gradually, time passed slowly. Ling Yi fell down a total of 78 times in the next day, but he stood up tenaciously each time. He only used the fairy beans once during the 78 times. On the second day, his speed was much faster than before. Although looking at Saya's eyes, it is still slow like a snail. But he has come a long way since the beginning. The next day, Ling Yi was able to walk slowly. On this day, he did not rest for a second, and kept walking on foot. Compared with yesterday, this day's cultivation was even more difficult. It is easier to break the bottleneck at the beginning, but it will become more and more difficult later on. Compared with Saiyans, humans have a low start, and there are more bottlenecks that need to be broken. This is why it is difficult for humans to compare with Saiyans once they enter a realm in cultivation. They have too many bottlenecks. For example, Saiyans can span 10 meters in one step, but humans can only span 1 centimeter and 1 decimeter. This is a huge gap in talent, and it is difficult to make up for it. Hoo-hoo. At noon the next day, Ling Yi was lying on the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to blink. His heart, lungs, and internal organs seemed to be about to explode, and the cells of his entire body were shaking violently. Am I going to die? I can't move a little bit, and I can't hold the fairy beans. This time, I've reached the limit again. I seem to have overestimated my physical fitness. The strength to even move is completely gone. Ling Yi seemed to feel the rapid flow of life force in his body, but the strange thing was that he did not have any fear or tension. It seemed that this scene had already been experienced countless times in his mind. No, I'm not dead yet. I've been through this scene too much. Only this time, on the road to death, I've gone further. There is still a chance, I just need to turn back, on this road, back again, back to the bright and warm path. Buzz. His fingers trembled, and then he began to slowly stretch towards his arms. There was no movement in the rest of his body, only his hands were moving. Ling Yi is on the verge of life and death, breaking the limit of cultivation, has realized how to pour his whole body strength into his own body parts, enhance his own attack power or the use of power. This is not the same as Yang Qing's cultivation method, which allows Ling Yi to start another path of his own. With his right hand, he slowly took out the fairy bean, and then put it into his mouth. Crack. Controlling the cells of the whole body again to provide that weak and almost nothingness power, the teeth began to chew up and down, and the fairy beans were miraculously swallowed by him. Dong dong dong. The powerful beating of the heart came again, and Ling Yi was resurrected again. The next moment, he stood up slowly, his eyes shining brightly. After standing up, he lowered his head and counted the bags of fairy beans. 2 left. His eyes flashed, feeling the power that he seemed to have transformed, and a smile appeared on his face. Enough. He started to walk. This time, it was much faster than before, and it was close to the speed of a normal person. Immediately following, a smile appeared on Ling Yi's face, and he began to run quickly. Seiya looked at this scene, his eyes were a little surprised. This kid, he has adapted so quickly. Even if it's a Saiyan, it's probably not as exaggerated as him to increase his power. From the beginning to the present, he has been watching Ling Yi's progress. Every time he stood up again, Ling Yi became stronger. Maybe this kid is really as talented as the elder said. This time, Seiya also began to believe Yang Qing's judgment. One day passed quickly, and after experiencing the limit of life and death yesterday, Ling Yi crossed the bottleneck 15 times again. At this time, he was able to walk like a flying in the training ground wearing a training suit, and run as fast as a normal person. He has completely adapted to such a gravitational environment. During the process of running, he always had a light smile on his face, which seemed very casual. After experiencing the pain that was almost desperate at first, Ling Yi made progress. The goal of 100 laps has long been accomplished by him. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. At this moment, Ling Yi was standing on the field, wearing a training uniform, quickly punching, and closing his legs. The third day passed quickly, and Ling Yi still hadn't eaten the last fairy bean. He was completely used to this kind of gravity and was able to stand there and make any movements very easily. In the afternoon, Seiya finally blinked and walked over. The mountain-like figure blocked the light, and Ling Yi immediately noticed it. "Brother Seiya," he said with a smile. "Yeah," Seiya nodded solemnly, "you're almost used to it." "Well, I'm finally used to it." Ling Yi sighed, and only he knew how many times he had gone through the danger of life and death. Very good, go back and rest today, and we will set off tomorrow. Saya nodded. Where are we going? Ling Yi finally asked. He had only listened to Rising Stars before, but didn't know exactly where he was. Nova, the hometown of the Saiyans, a new world with many strong men. Saya's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice. Chapter 617_Nova Android. Ling Yi didn't know much about Xinsheng, but listening to Saya say this, then this place must be very unusual. His eyes flashed, with some anticipation and some nervousness about the unknown. Another day passed, and the next morning, Saya found Ling Yi. The two came to Yang Qing's room together. At this time, Yi Qi was reluctant to talk to Yang Qing. Well, it's not like I'm not coming back, what about you? To tell the truth, from the beginning of the two people's encounter, until now, their relationship has become more and more affectionate, and now they have reached the edge of the window paper, and they will break when they are stabbed. However, Yang Qing was worried and did not speak, and Yi Qi also seemed to be angry. If you have an idea, you don't say it, I don't say it, and it drags on like this. It's just that other people can see their situation clearly. How long will you be going this time? Yi Qi asked. I really don't know. Yang Qing was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Going to the new star this time, the first thing is to let the 5 apprentices quickly realize the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Secondly, he also needs to live there for a while. Seeing Saya and Ling Yi coming over, Yang Qing patted Yi Qi and the two separated. Are you all ready? Yang Qing looked at Saya, then glanced at Ling Yi and asked, how is he? Should be able to get used to the environment over there. Saya touched his head, and was a little unsure. You'll know when you go, as long as you can't die. Yang Qing nodded. Ling Yi had a black line on his head. Between what the two said, they underestimated him too much, right? Then, Yang Qing walked towards the two of them. Since everything is ready, let's go. Yang Qing said with a smile, put your hands on my shoulders, hold on tight. Okay, Saya said loudly. Reaching out and grabbing Yang Qing's shoulder, Ling Yi also put his hand on Yang Qing's other shoulder with a confused look. Yang Qing smiled at Yi Qi again, and then put her right hand between her eyebrows. Huh. The air twisted, and the 3 figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Qi watched the 3 of them disappear, but she was not at all surprised. She was already used to Yang Qing's mystery. New star. The planet that was once completely destroyed by albinos, after a period of repair and reconstruction at this moment, has become a magnificent emerging planet in the universe. There are high-rise buildings with different styles everywhere, and spacemen from various planets come and go. The green environment, the ocean, is also home to a variety of different creatures. Today's new star has completely got rid of the broken look at that time and transformed into a beautiful green planet. In a street, 3 figures suddenly appeared here. Arrived. Yang Qing just said it with a smile on his face, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned again. Isn't this a new star? I'm in the wrong place. Isn't it possible? I'm very familiar with the aura of a new star, so I can't go wrong. But where is this? Saya also looked at this place blankly. In his impression, Nova was a barren place. Except for the place where Saiyans lived exclusively, there were lush, dense jungles and monsters. It was impossible to have such tall buildings. The scene of high tech is displayed everywhere. The one who was completely different from the two was Ling Yi. This earthling suddenly changed his environment, and his face changed drastically. Okay, so heavy. His face was a little distorted, and he felt that the moment he came to this planet again, his whole body was about to be crushed. Much more than Earth's gravity. Ling Yi's waist was bent down, sweat dripping out. Not bad, you've gotten used to it initially. Saya nodded, also relieved. Different gravity, air pressure, and living environment are naturally different. Ordinary people suddenly change their gravity, and it is very likely that they will directly explode and die. Great Elder, it is the Great Elder. The guy standing next to the big elder seems to be Seiya. That's right, it's Seiya. At this time, there were bursts of excited sounds from afar. Immediately after that, a stream of light rose into the sky, or came from the roadside in the distance, or flew directly down from a high-rise building, bringing gusts of wind, and came to the front of the three of them. It's really the great elder. I read it right, ha 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 1 inch. Saiyans with long tails came to Yang Qing, with excitement on their faces, and shouted loudly. That's great, the first elder is back, that guy, I see how arrogant he is. Listening to the voices of the Saiyans and looking at the smiles on their faces, Yang Qing also showed a faint smile. Hey, I ask you, how did Nova become like this? Saya asked loudly. This. The Saiyans looked at each other and became embarrassed. Say it, Saya asked eagerly. This is a long story. The Saiyans looked at each other, and one spoke. Actually, we just planned to restore the new star to the way it was before, and we also went out to find many planets or races with advanced technology. In the end, I did find it, just. As he spoke, the Saiyan began to hesitate. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Speak. This time it was Yang Qing who spoke. He had already understood something from the face of the Saiyan present and the person's mouth. It's just that we are bringing wolves into the house. These technologically advanced planetary races are not as capable of individual combat as ours. Their battleships are as fragile as paper to us. After the initial negotiations, they are very obedient and serve us to transform our planet. Quote. But after a month, something happened. What? Saya asked eagerly. They got our genetic genes somewhere, and they actually created a group of artificial humans. Saiyan said angrily. What makes us helpless is that although this group of androids are still not as good as us in single combat effectiveness, they are numerous. After a battle, we Saiyans only fought a tie with them. Hearing this, Yang Qing's eyes flashed. The group of crazy scientists on Earth actually analyzed his genes and then created man. But according to what the Saiyans say, what this technological race has created is only a mere form, and only has the fighting power of the Saiyans, but does not have that kind of bottomless potential. Chapter 618_Logan. After a few more battles, to our shock, an extremely powerful android appeared among them. An android? Saya asked curiously. How powerful would an android be? This artificial human body seems to have a temptation called a perpetual melting furnace installed in his body. His energy is endless and his motivation is very strong. We Saiyans are singled out, and no one is his opponent. In the end, it was the combined efforts of the 5 Sons of Inheritance that defeated that guy, but did not destroy it. Because of this, they began to discuss with us to jointly develop this planet. After that, people from the universe kept coming to the new star, and after a period of time, it became like this. After silently listening to what the Saiyan said, Yang Qing's eyes became cold. Hee, that is to say, the hometown of the Saiyans was temporarily occupied by others. With a mocking laugh, the Saiyans present bowed their heads. Mad, where is that android? I'll kill him now. Saya roared angrily, and that race, all destroyed. The angry Saya involuntarily inflated the air in his body, the wind blew, and Ling Yi, who was uncomfortable beside him, was immediately blown by the wind and turned a few somersaults on the ground. The Saiyan people felt the power of Saiyan, with a look of anticipation on their faces. Yang Qing shook his head. No hurry, go to Stoyard and the others first. Hearing Yang Qing say this, Saya suppressed his anger and returned to calm. Next, everyone flew towards the 5 Stoyards. Yang Qing probably already understands the situation, but something like an android can't be careless. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. When Yang Qing and everyone flew up, the top floor of the tallest building in Xinjiang. How is it? Kurayat, can you transform? Your combat power has reached 120,000, so there should be no problem. Stoyat asked expectantly. It's not stable yet. I still need a month to get used to this look. Koryat nodded. At this moment his body was surrounded by golden lightning hair and also switched back and forth between golden and black, which means that he has qualified to try to transform into a Super Saiyan. Finally, after so many years of practice, the 5 of us are finally able to enter that realm first. Stoyat said excitedly. Next to Dodori, Ruolin and the 3 also looked at Koryat excitedly. If one person really transforms, it means that they will reach such a state one day. 1 month. It only takes 1 month. Great. Stoyart said happily. In another month, we will go and kill the android named Logan, and then we will eradicate all the androids in one fell swoop, and exterminate that group. Scientists, regain the possession of the Nova. Well, the new star will be guarded by us when the first elder is not there. This time, we were negligent, and we must make up for this mistake. Koryat nodded, his eyes full of grimness. After such a long time, all 5 of them have also grown a lot. At the same time, the other half of the planet, a building with a round top. Logan, your perpetual furnace, we have transformed him again, and he has become stronger. A horned, red cosmic man said. The android named Logan is 3 meters tall, covered in ice blue, with a ferocious face. The position of his stomach is shining with red light, which is endless, like the sun. After hearing the words of the cosmic man, he slowly stood up and opened his eyes. A pair of eyes are full of ruthlessness and indifference. So I'm stronger. That's right, you are 100 times stronger than before. The cosmic man said excitedly, destroy those Saiyans and dissect their bodies, we will be sure to make you stronger. Ha ha. Logan laughed, his eyes full of grimness, that's great. Then, he stepped out of here, leaving a very disdainful sentence. Saiyans, just a bunch of monkeys with tails. In a month, I will take action and destroy this race. They are nothing but nourishment for me to move forward. Soon, Logan's back disappeared here. Looking at Logan's back, the universe's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Very good. After a period of observation, we can determine whether this experiment is effective or not. At that time, Lord Shiro's will be able to become a perfect powerhouse without any shortcomings. These artificial humans are only the first generation, and they are not the most perfect. More experiments must be done. Vaguely, it seems that on the surface, there are more powerful guys besides Logan, a powerful man-made man. Yang Qing took everyone to the outside of the room of Stoyart and others. Elder, they are inside. After the last failure, the 5 sons of inheritance are cultivating frantically. A few days ago, there seemed to be an extremely powerful atmosphere in their room, but in an instant, no more. Saiyan pointed to the door and said, then stepped forward and knocked on the door. Stoyat, Koryat, open the door, the elder is back. When the room is empty, I am slowly crossing my knees. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Koryat, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, suddenly opened his eyes. Elder. The other 4 who were cultivating were also shocked, and their eyes flashed with excitement. In just an instant, the bodies of the 5 people had already reached the door. Then, Dodori trembled, shaking her right hand, and opened the door. The next moment, what caught the eyes of the 5 was that familiar face, a thin figure, a black martial arts uniform, and a faint smile in his eyes. This is their master. Big Elder. Master. The 5 of them cried out, their eyes filled with longing and joy. It has been an unknown number of years since Yang Qing left Xinqing last time. Dada, the youngest of the 5, has grown into a handsome young man this year. The world is full of vicissitudes, time is fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, the 5 of them are already so old. But as time goes on, their hearts miss the great elder more. For the 5, Yang Qing is more like their relatives. Teach them, protect them, in the most dangerous time, this person will always appear in front of them. Chapter 619 _ He seems weak. This thin man who doesn't look strong is their umbrella, a big tree that shelters them from the wind and rain. Even if one day, they really grow up and become stronger, but this big tree will still be there. Long time no see, how are you 5? The real eyes of the 5 people, Yang Qing saw clearly, and asked softly with a smile. We are all fine, the great elder is not here, we are all working hard to cultivate. Duo said happily. I heard you were in trouble. Yang Qing brought Seiya and Lingyi into the house and found that it was a spacious suite with a training room. He sat on the sofa and asked. It used to be trouble, but it's not anymore. Dadala said with a smile. Oh, what's going on? Yang Qing wondered, and Seiya looked at Dadala curiously. The half-year-old child before has now become a handsome young man, with a graceful appearance. I am afraid that he will be able to fascinate thousands of young girls. Brother Kalayat, he has already entered the stage of Super Saiyan, and he can succeed as long as he waits for a month. Dadala said. Yang Qing's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and looked at Kalayat, who also smiled and nodded. Yes, the period from Saiyan to Super Saiyan is very difficult. If you can become a Super Saiyan, you have already walked the road that others may not be able to complete in a lifetime. If you are free, you can try it out with Seiya. Seiya also touched his fists, staring at Kalayat, showing fighting intent. Saya. The 5 looked at Saya and asked, can he also transform into a Super Saiyan? I've been able to do it for a long time, but I have never been able to find a comparable opponent. Saya said with a smile, Kalayat, you can transform into a Super Saiyan, just in time for us to fight, let me see how powerful you are. Kalayat's eyes flashed, and then he said with a smile, of course, I won't lose to you. Now, let's talk about the remodeler. Yang Qing picked up the tea brewed by Duo and asked casually. As soon as the 5 people heard this sentence, the smiles on their faces immediately disappeared a lot. Speaking of which, it was my fault, Stoyart said. Yang Qing waved his hand and asked him to continue. When I was looking for other planetary races, I thought that a planet with advanced technology would definitely be able to restore the original appearance of a nova as quickly as possible. Stoyart said slowly, however, I didn't expect that when they saw Saya after the strong combat power of people, the idea of extracting Saiyan genes will come up, and then they will transform their subordinates and establish a powerful army of transforming people. Reformed people are different from Saiyans. Ordinary Saiyans still need a process of cultivation and growth, and gradually become stronger. But these reformed people, I don't know how they were created, they have a strong fighting power from birth. It's stronger than ordinary space warriors, and the stronger ones are already able to fight our ordinary inferior warriors. Formidable, such as Na Logan, his body has a perpetually moving furnace, which provides him with a steady stream of power. The power is very terrifying. Last time, the 5 of us went up together and could barely compete with it. Listening to Stoyart's words, Yang Qing thought a little. Is the one named Logan the strongest of them all? He asked. Yes, that Logan is their most powerful fighter at present, probably with a combat power of more than 200,000. Kalayat replied. More than 200,000, it is not strong to say, but they have not grown up, naturally they are not the opponent of that person. More than 200,000. Saya laughed. Give that guy to me, and I will beat him and his mother don't know him. After you transform into a Super Saiyan, your strength is doubled 50 times, and you can indeed defeat him easily. Kalayat nodded. I can also complete the transformation of a Super Saiyan, so he and I are not very good at it. Worry. Seiya looked at Kalayat curiously. What I'm worried about is whether the scientists behind the group have researched something strange to enhance the power of the man named Logan. No way, Dodori said incredulously. What can be researched that can increase the power beyond the transformation of a Super Saiyan? This may be. You must know that the inferior race, before, even an ordinary warrior of our clan was not an opponent. Stoyat said solemnly. Anyway, after I stabilize the Super Saiyan transformation, I will go to destroy Logan. Kalayat said softly, whether he is stronger or not, this battle must be fought no matter what. Quote, I need a fight to be a Super Saiyan. Listening to his 5 apprentices talking to each other, Yang Qing's eyes showed a touch of relief. These guys have clearly grown after a series of things. They are thoughtful, and they are indeed the safest right now. Then this matter is left to the 5 of you, but don't let me down. Yang Qing said with a smile. Master, don't worry, that Logan will not be my opponent. Kurayat said confidently. Yeah, Yang Qing nodded, then turned to Ling Yi, who had been suffering silently all this time. This is my new apprentice, Ling Yi. The 5 people turned their eyes to Ling Yi. Looking at the latter, their faces were a little strange immediately. Ah, Master. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. This junior brother seems to be in some pain. Dodori asked. Dadola also spoke at this time, hesitant. He seems to be very weak. The 5 were silent. In fact, they all saw that this young man was indeed weak and pitiful, and even the gravity on the new star seemed unbearable. Haha, he is very weak now, but I think he will soon become stronger like you. Yang Qing laughed and said lightly. In the future, he will practice with you and guide him more. Well, good. Stoyard and the others were stunned for a moment, and then said. After talking with a few people for a while, Yang Qing went to rest. At this time, the 5 people and Saya looked at Ling Yi. Is this kid too weak? Dadola asked. Ling Yi raised his head with difficulty and glanced at everyone, feeling very ashamed. He didn't expect that he changed his environment, and it was so difficult to even raise his head, and he finally understood what Saya said at that time. Chapter 620_New King. The gravity of this planet is completely different from that of the Earth, and it even exceeds the training uniform he was wearing at that time. From just now until now, he has been in a state of limit. Kurayat and others naturally saw Ling Yi's state. The 5 looked at each other, and Dadola walked over. Hey, you don't have to worry, it just takes a while, and when your body strength comes up, you will naturally be familiar with the gravity here. The room has a recuperation tank. If your body is injured, it only takes a short time to recover again. Ling Yi said with difficulty, thank you. But at the beginning, we definitely couldn't help you. Dadola scratched his head. You are too weak, you will be injured if you play against us. Ling Yi gasped for a moment, was this sarcasm or disdain? After saying these words, the 5 people in Saya went to learn and practice, and only Ling Yi was left to adapt hard here. For 3 full days, Ling Yi was in such a situation. On the 4th day, his eyes seemed to suddenly become clear, and his body was very relaxed. I'm used to it. Clenching his fists, Ling Yi said happily. He stood up and walked towards the 5 people, wanting to practice with them. At this time, Yang Qing opened his eyes. The eyes flashed with golden light. Yang Qing quietly bloomed his divine light, and in just a short moment, it covered the entire new star. Kurayat is right, Logan is really strong again. With such energy intensity, the combat power should be around 20 million. Artificial man, it's really interesting. These boys, I'm afraid we're going to run into trouble this time. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but Yang Qing was not very worried. Both Saya and Kurayat can transform into Super Saiyans, and they both have their own explosive means, which can instantly enhance their combat effectiveness. When the two are superimposed together, that power is actually stronger than that of Luo. The root is not much different. Moreover, Saya has been by his side for so long, and the combat power is probably 170,000 or 80,000 at the moment, much stronger than Kurayat. He has been in Super Saiyan for a long time, and he has a more complete grasp of the power at this stage. This time back, I also have my own business. With a sigh, Yang Qing began to exude his divinity again, heading towards the starry sky around Xinqiang. He seems to be looking for something, but there is nothing in the dark universe, but there is nothing. After searching for nearly 2 weeks, Yang Qing's whole body trembled, and a bright galaxy appeared in his eyes. I found it. I didn't expect that the divinity of Abinos was lost here. It's really easy for me to find it. That's right, he was looking for the divine light of Abinos during this time. Abinos is an evil god, and his status in the demon world is not too low. The light of divinity floats quietly in this void, as beautiful as a bright galaxy. Whether it is a positive god or a negative god, their divine origin is actually the same. By absorbing this piece of divinity, how much will my dimensional level increase? Yang Qing was looking forward to it. In fact, when his bloodline was drawn out, he already knew that Abinos' divinity was actually still there, and he already had this plan. During the time on Earth, he was calculating, trying to figure out how to absorb this piece of divinity. After the gods die, nothing is left behind. Divinity represents the understanding of the universe, and it will naturally be left in the void, but no one will absorb it. But Yang Qing was different. He really came up with a way to absorb the divine. At this moment, his divine body left and stood in front of this dazzling galaxy, his face flashing with excitement. No problem, being able to absorb them. Muttering these words, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and then he stood up and jumped. The next moment, his body swelled and grew larger, turning into a vortex of 5 colors, spinning at a terrifying speed. This vortex is also huge, in the galaxy, even bigger than the solar system, but in an instant, this vortex is close to the dazzling galaxy. Then, they collided right after. Boom! The violent sound came, and the entire starry sky was shaken, and then, something incredible happened. With the rapid rotation of the 5-color vortex, it was actually swallowing the huge galaxy. But the galaxy is like a dead thing, without any resistance, it is swallowed by this vortex little by little. And as the vortex devoured, it became larger and larger, and its colors and rays of light were even brighter and brighter. When the quiet universe is empty, no one notices this magnificent scene, even the gods are difficult to detect. In the distant horizon, on a planet, a man dressed in green, with the word, Jia, engraved on his robe suddenly changed his face slightly, looking up at the sky. What's wrong, Lord Realm God? The strong man in the same robe asked. Jabate, I feel a strange king's breath. The King of Kings said solemnly. Jia Wang, Jabate was stunned for a moment, then said incredulously, how is this possible? The real kings are all selected from below, and there is absolutely no possibility of superfluous ones. Moreover, it will make you feel unfamiliar, Lord Kaiwang. Quote. No, it's really unfamiliar. The dimensional level of this breath is definitely the level of the Realm King. The Realm King said with certainty, and, not at all. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It was any of the 5 Realm Kings at this time. This breath is still very weak at the moment, but he is growing at an incredible speed. Can you be sure where he is? Jabate asked. I can only sense it, but I can't tell where he is. This breath is too mysterious. The Realm King shook his head, frowning. Where did the unfamiliar Realm King breath come from? Could it be from another universe? No, it is impossible. This breath is very obvious, it is the 7th universe. But why has it never happened before? Not to mention that Yang Qing's devouring the evil god's divinity was already detected by the Realm King, but Lingyi followed Stoyat and the others to a barren desert. Wind roared, the sky was covered with sand, and the temperature was abnormally high. It was simply the worst climate environment. What are we doing here? Lingyi asked Dadara, who was about the same age as him. Cultivation. Dadara laughed. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 621 to 640. Chapter 621_Subversion. Cultivation. Lingyi was taken aback, here. In fact, he already knew that for the individuals in front of him, the ordinary climate environment could not help them at all. Although this desert is terrifying, it is only for him. What can it do to this guy? That's right, it's cultivation. Today, Seiya is going to fight and learn from Kurayat. Dadala said excitedly, it's definitely not possible in other places. Their fighting power is too strong. even if it is just a general release of power. A city may can't stand it, only this desert with a huge area can barely be used. Ling Yi was speechless. Is it so scary? The two guys mentioned seemed to have become gods. In the desert, the figures of several people slowly descended and landed in the desert. Quiet, it's been a long time since I turned into a Super Saiyan, and I haven't fought an equal opponent. I have been following the Great Elder all the time. His strength is too strong, and I have no chance at all. But this time, I didn't expect you to reach this stage, which surprised me and made me very happy. Saya said with a smile. Saya, I may not be your opponent now, but I, Quiet, will not admit defeat easily. Don't forget, I'm also a Super Saiyan now. Quiet was still smiling in the first half of the sentence, but in the second half of the sentence, his face was cold. You two, start quickly. We can't wait. Stoyard clasped his hands and shouted from the sky. They're all in a hurry, haha. Saya laughed, moving his hands and shouting loudly, then let's start. For a moment, both of them stared at each other tightly. It's about to start. Dadala's words made Ling Yi nervous, staring at the field. Both of them are extremely powerful. Ling Yi had played against Saya, and had a deep experience, but he had a hunch that it might be just the tip of the iceberg of the other party, and he had never seen its truly powerful strength. In the field, the two looked at each other, the wind whistled in their ears, and the grains of sand hit their faces. At this moment, the spirit of the two people condensed to the limit. Without saying a word, the atmosphere at the scene was strangely dignified, which made several people watching the battle nervous. The powerful physical body has brewed a powerful spiritual coercion. If you stand in front of a person with a strong body, he will give you an overwhelming majesty involuntarily. At this moment, Ling Yi was pulled in by the aura of the two, sweating nervously. Compared to the two on the field, his weakness is simply too much. Call. Suddenly, the breeze blew, and the grains of sand floated up and fell to the ground. When I looked again, the two figures in the field had disappeared. The next moment, only a loud bang was heard, and a huge airwave spread out from the place where the two touched. The desert boiled, and golden sand particles flew up in the sky, spreading in all directions. A distance, it was as if a huge desert made up of a desert was roaring and churning in an instant. My God! Looking at the sky full of sand in front of him, Ling Yi opened his mouth wide, speechless in shock. Dadala grabbed him and shouted, "Fuck me, let's go." Then, it rose toward the sky, and in a blink of an eye, it was out of the range shrouded by the sand curtain. Ling Yi and Dadara stood high in the sky and looked down. Because the sand covered them, they couldn't see the specific situation of the two. However, the desert was constantly spreading towards the periphery, and the bullet-like sand particles were clearly seen by them. It's just the aftermath of the fight, but it can cause such a big momentum. This simply subverted Ling Yi's inner understanding of a person's strength. He never thought that living things would reach such a terrifying state. Bang 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 bang. A series of sounds like muffled thunder came out, and shock waves continued to appear in the desert. Suddenly, a figure swept across the sky of sand and flew out. His tough and powerful body was not injured even if it touched the terrifying sand particles like bullets. After whistling for a full 3 kilometers, the figure suddenly stagnated and stopped in the air. Immediately after, another figure rushed out of the desert-shrouded curtain and reached the top of the previous figure's head at an extremely fast speed. Quiet, you are very nice. With a loud roar, the latter voice slammed down with a heavy punch. Quiet's eyes narrowed, and his hands slammed in front of him. Bang! A huge sound came out, and the desert below Quiet sank with a hum, and a large pit with a range of 5 kilometers appeared. After blocking the blow, Quiet also roared out in anger, and suddenly swung a punch towards the sky. With a loud bang, the two finished fighting again. The wind was howling, and electric sparks flickered between the two. The momentum was astonishing. Afterwards, they kept throwing punches, kicking legs, and quickly fighting with extremely high-speed movements. The two fought at close range, and the sound of bang 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 kept coming out, making the sky tremble and tremble. It's so scary. Ling Yi looked at all this, his heart trembled. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After fighting for half an hour, the two of them were more or less painted, but their faces became more and more excited. It's really hearty, Saya said happily. The warm-up is over. Now, it's time to see your true strength. Come on, I didn't expect you to be so powerful after being by your master's side for so many years. Kurayat said solemnly. Come on, let's see how big the gap is between you and me. Saya said loudly. After 2 sentences, the expressions of both of them became cold, and their momentum began to rise rapidly. I'm going to transform. Dada said excitedly. What? Ling Yi asked suspiciously. But Dara ignored him, instead staring down attentively. Seeing this, Ling Yi also stared at the bottom. Gradually, the sand particles floating in the sky seemed to stop, floating quietly in the air, pinched in the air by an invisible force. Ha! At the same moment, the two of them began to shout loudly. Just when this loud roar was heard, the huang sand that was still in the sky suddenly exploded and flew towards the sky. Chapter 622_Third Realm. Crackling. The fine golden lightning also began to shine in the air. The terrifying momentum rose from the bodies of the two, and the entire huge desert began to be restless. In front of Ling Yi's crowd, there were huang sand covering their eyes, making them unable to open their eyes. The two people who were staring at each other closely, began to surround themselves with fine golden lightning, jumping up and down. The intimidating aura pervaded this desert, causing countless tiny creatures to flee in panic. Ah! The two of them let out a loud roar at the same time, and the terrifying momentum slammed again. After the terrifying lightning flashed, they originally had black hair, their eyebrows, poof, turned golden, and their pupils turned pale green. A grim aura enveloped them. This. Ling Yi stood in the air, completely speechless in shock. This is the Super Saiyan. Daedalus said excitedly. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Saya and Kurayat below had already fought together. Their speed has completely surpassed the limit that other people's sights can accommodate. At this moment, the figures of the two have completely disappeared from their eyes. Boom! In the 5,000-meter high sky in the west, there was suddenly a loud crashing sound, and everyone's attention quickly shifted. After the transfer, there was another sound from somewhere in the east. The sound of boom 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 kept ringing, and their eyes kept shifting. The sky continued to appear distorted halos due to violent collisions, and layers of halos bloomed, bringing out huge airflow surging. Ha! Suddenly, a sharp sound sounded, and a stream of light descended from the sky, but in an instant, it collided with the ground, and there was a sound of rumbling, and the desert immediately began to shatter, and a large pit appeared. Immediately after, another stream of light descended, slamming into the big crater on the ground, making a violent collision sound. With a bang, the big pit was even bigger, followed by 2 streamer silhouettes. It was Saya and Kurayat. They moved quickly on the ground at a terrifying speed. Both of them were on their toes, and in just a split second, they had already retreated or advanced thousands of meters. The fists are constantly waving, the figures are staggered, and the speed is dazzling. In this battle, the few people who looked at the sky were very excited. This is a Super Saiyan. Daedalus murmured, too powerful, I must train to become a Super Saiyan. Secretly clenching his fists, Daedalus swore in his heart. Ling Yi had already been shaken so much that his whole body was shaking. Looking at these two people, he almost thought that these two guys were like gods. What is Piccolo? What is Sun Wukong? These two guys are terrifying and terrifying beings. In the face of such a strong man, I am afraid that the heart will not even raise the emotion of resistance. Huh! A dazzling light suddenly bloomed. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed, staring down. I saw that both of them stretched out and out with one hand, and the light blue qigong wave was formed in an instant, and then went towards each other. Boom! The monstrous flames swelled. Dagdara grabbed Lingyi, and the two lifted off again. The flames were overwhelming and developed into a mushroom cloud. The instantly formed qigong wave contained majestic energy, and it broke out with just a single introduction. The qigong wave formed in such a short period of time has such terrifying power. These two guys. Too powerful. Lingyi's heart was shocked. This was too terrifying for him. But even after hitting the qigong wave with the two people, in the next moment, a fierce confrontation was launched in the monstrous flames. Their fists slammed towards each other fiercely, making a bang 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 sound. These two are simply invincible warriors. They can survive in the fire. Their powerful nerves are terrifying, like the invincible god of war, not afraid of anything. In a battle, the two fought from morning to afternoon, and at the end, they fought for 7 or 8 hours before it ended with Seiya winning. Next time, I won't lose to you again. Kurayat fell to the ground panting, staring at Seiya. Seiya's face was also bruised and bruised. The two were evenly matched. He had used all his strength to defeat Kurayat. Hee, next time, I will be even stronger. Sai also said confidently. Lingyi, carry Kurayat on your back, it's time for us to go back. Seiya greeted. Lingyi was taken aback, and immediately ran over, carrying Kurayat on his back. Hoo. Feeling Kurayat's heavy breathing, Ling Yixin also understood. This guy who is as powerful as a god, also has such a weak time. A quarter of an hour later, Lingyi took a heavy breath after putting Kurayat in the recuperation tank. He walked to Seiya's side, who was eating heavily at this time. Brother Seiya. Suddenly, Lingyi spoke up. Huh, Seiya replied vaguely while eating. You're already so strong, then, that master. Lingyi asked hesitantly. In his opinion, Yangqing is really unremarkable, and it seems to be far worse than Seiya and Kurayat. But subconsciously told him that with such a powerful apprentice, Yangqing himself would be more. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Horrible. Master. Dudori came over at this time and laughed. Master, he is the #1 powerhouse of our Saiyans, at the same time. After a pause, Dudori adored again. Master, he is also the #1 powerhouse in the universe. Although he is not well known, in fact we all know that the Master's strength is already #1 in the universe. A few words shocked Lingyi, and his head went blank. Universe. First. Strong. I can't imagine that my master could be such a terrible person. This made Lingyi feel like he was hit by a huge stone. Oh no, he almost lost consciousness when he was hit. His mind kept replaying the thin man who always had a faint smile on his face, and he didn't even have the slightest breath. He still couldn't believe that his master was such a terrifying guy. Master is terrible, you won't understand. If our Super Saiyan is just the beginning of the first stage, then the master is probably on the edge of the third stage. Seiya drank the soup in one breath and said with a sigh. That's what he didn't mean to mention to me that day. Chapter 623_King Class. After listening to what Seiya said, Ling Yixin's shock has reached an incomparable level. So, you must cultivate well. Originally, based on your bloodline of Earthlings, it is impossible for you to cultivate to a level as powerful as our Saiyans in a lifetime. However, the Great Elder seems to have some way for you to break the limit and go further. Work hard, boy. It may be difficult to surpass me, but as a disciple of the Great Elder, it is still very easy for you to stand on the top of the earth. Seiya turned his head and comforted Lingyi. Secretly clenching her fists, Ling Yixin gave birth to an ambition called becoming stronger. Now that he has seen how big the world is, how could he give up so willingly? I can be as strong as them too. Gritting his teeth, Lingyi made up his mind. From this day on, Lingyi entered the process of crazy cultivation. And his next madness shocked Seiya and others. In fact, although their cultivation is hard, they will still rest. Only by combining work and rest can they make better and faster progress. But Ling Yi then completely gave up all rest time. When they are cultivating, this guy is cultivating, and when they are resting, this guy is still cultivating. Just being in a severe coma, they stuff the latter into the recuperation tank a full 83 times. But with Ling Yi's crazy cultivation, his progress is also obvious. He is making leaps and bounds every day, and the natural physical limits of Earth people are smashed by him one by one and turned into scum. Over time, he became stronger and stronger. In a quiet and deep void in the universe, there is a huge and incomparable vortex suspended. This vortex is complex in color and flickering with light. It is colorful like a crystal, exuding a mysterious light. His size is thousands of light years, and even hundreds of millions of light years in diameter, standing there like a galaxy, slowly rotating. After 25 days, the divine vortex of Yangqing's incarnation finally completely devoured Abino's huge divine nature. His divinity is as huge and grand as the Milky Way at the moment, exuding a majestic and intense pressure light. It was just hovering and spinning there quietly, but the surrounding void was distorted. This is a galaxy of gods, so gorgeous and beautiful that anyone can be mesmerized. Void, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Buzz. A large area of void began to collapse, and the huge beautiful vortex began to collapse and shrink in a large area, heading towards the most central point. This speed is very fast, as if within 1,000th of a second, and as if it is only 1,000,000,000th of a second, the magical transformation has been completed. The huge galactic vortex turned into a god emitting 5 colors of light. This god stands in the universe. It is not huge, but it is also as magnificent as a planet. It was Yangqing who stood in the void and slowly opened his eyes. A great pressure radiated out in all directions as his eyes opened and closed. King level. Devouring the divinity of Abinos, I have entered the world king level. Yangqing's eyes flickered and he murmured. Feeling his more condensed spirit, his whole body radiated a color like glass, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yangqing's mouth. This is an incomparably cohesive and powerful spirit. In the depths of his body, the blood of the gods seems to have bloomed countless brilliance, which makes his understanding of power and the universe more profound. Glancing at the surrounding void, he took a few deep breaths towards the front. A large piece of 5-color thin cloud-like things was sucked into his body by him, and assimilated in an instant, becoming his own power. Well, the divinity of Abinos has been completely digested by me. Come down, it's time to go back and see those boys. It's been a month. I don't know if their strength has advanced. Yangqing said with a smile, and then his figure distorted and disappeared here. In just an instant, Yangqing's figure appeared in front of Saya and others. When he appeared at the place where several people were, Yangqing's face showed a hint of surprise. In the middle of a dense forest, 2 young people are quickly shooting and fighting. Ling Yi, he is making great progress. Walking behind Saya, Yangqing said softly. Yeah, great elder, Ling Yi's cultivation during this period of time is just as desperate, and now he is not much weaker than the average Saiyan. Sai also nodded and said, and then reacted happily. Elder, you are back. Ha ha. Yeah, keep watching. Yangqing nodded. In the field, there were not many loud noises coming out of the battle between Ling Yi and Dadara, but the speed and strength of the two were extremely condensed. Especially Ling Yi's boxing technique, his mysterious ability to control gravity, gave Dadara a headache. 4 ounces of 1,000 jins. Looking at the field, Ling Yi drew Dadala's figure and strength away again and again, removed it, and transmitted it to the ground or the big tree next to it. Yangqing's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile. This kid has a really good brain. Yeah, he understands fighting better than many Saiyans. With his strength at this time, it is incredible that he can even tie with Dadala, who has exerted his 3-point power. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Karayat also praised. Haha. Yangqing smiled and pondered for a moment. Perhaps, this kid's breakthrough point can be based on his ability. The bloodline of the people on Earth is innate. there is no way to make up for it, but their potential is infinite, and their weakness means that their potential is strong enough. The weaker the race, if one day it shines, it will be much stronger than other races. Gravity, flesh, strength. Yang Qing murmured, his eyes flashed a ray of light and a smile appeared. This kid is destined to become a Super Earthman. In the end, will it be better than Super Saiyan? I am really looking forward to it. On the field, Dadara was thrown out by the 53rd time and hit a big tree. In the end, it was a teenager. Anger appeared on Dadara's face, and his breath was rising. Ling Yi noticed this and his face became serious. The right hand trembled, and the mysterious power suddenly became more intense. Chapter 624 I can't stand you. With all his strength, Dadara could not be his opponent, he clearly knew this. Just when the two were about to start a more intense collision, Yang Qing on the side spoke lightly. Okay, let's go here. When his voice came, Ling Yi and Dadara were immediately stunned, and then they reacted. A smile appeared on the face of Dadara, who was already angry, and he lowered his breath and walked towards Yang Qing. Master, you are back, hee. Yeah. Nodding, Yang Qing's voice seemed a little dull. How are you preparing for the next battle? Yang Qing asked the crowd again after turning around. At this time, Ling Yi had also walked over, looking at Yang Qing with a hint of admiration that had never been seen before. Karayat's eyes flashed, and the rest of the people nodded. Everything is ready and we can attack at any time. Other clansmen, we have already informed, as long as we give an order, we can start the counterattack immediately. Don't worry, Master, this time there will be 2 Super Saiyans, Karayat and Saya. There will be no problem. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and then said, this time, control the scope of the battlefield and try not to affect the entire planet. Karayat and the others looked at each other, then smiled and said, their base is on the other side of the planet, and we will control the battlefield there. Yeah, Yang Qing nodded. Then, he returned home with several apprentices, after resting for 2 days. Karayat came to his house, and the young man's eyes were full of fighting intent and excitement at the moment. Master, we are ready to launch a general attack. Karayat's voice was trembling and shaking, full of excitement. Go, Yang Qing nodded with a calm expression. The battle started at this moment, and after Karayat bowed to Yang Qing, he turned and stepped back. The moment he left Yang Qing's room, his face became stern and cold, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A group of weak ants dare to make a fortune on the head of the giant. I really don't know how to write the word, dead. Who is the ant and who is the giant long? It's very obvious. He flew up, and 3 minutes later came to a huge training ground. At this moment, there are a large number of Saiyans standing here, all with angry and excited expressions on their faces. The counterattack has finally begun, and the blood of these Saiyans has already begun to boil. Karayat and the other 5, along with Saiyan and Ling Yi, are standing at the forefront of all Saiyans. Not much to say, this battle will come sooner or later, and you all know it. This time, our goal is not to destroy the planet, so I hope you can exercise some restraint. Try not to spill over into our homes. The rest. Karayat paused, his eyes shining coldly. I hope you will not show any mercy. Kill. A scum who doesn't stay, trying to steal our family's genes, is unforgivable. Must be destroyed. With the last 4 words, Karayat suddenly roared angrily, and the sound shook, filling the entire training ground, making all Saiyans shocked. The next moment, their eyes flashed with excitement. Kill. Someone shouted out this murderous voice, and suddenly, the Saiyans boiled, and waves of noises broke out. 3 seconds later, Karayat led all the Saiyans, led by Saya and other 7 people, followed by about 3,000 Saiyans behind him, with a terrifying aura all over his body, heading towards the other back of Nova. In the past, large areas of this planet were occupied by powerful monsters. At this moment, their backs are another race. At this time, what they have to do is to destroy that race and take back what originally belonged to them. One after another powerful breaths swept through the sky in an instant, advancing at an incredible speed. Ling Yi was in these Saiyan worlds, and his eyes were also excited. He was infected, and his heart was beating thumping, and he was extraordinarily strong. The other side of Nova, when all the Saiyans are almost out. Logan, the Saiyans are all out and coming towards us. The spaceman came over anxiously and said to Logan. Logan, who was sitting on the chair in the deepest part of the palace, slowly opened his eyes. These wild monkeys are as restless as monkeys. With a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, Logan said coldly. If that's the case, then dispatch all the artificial humans and destroy them completely for me. I know. I have informed all the android warriors that they are preparing. We have 5,000 android warriors, and their ordinary clansmen are not enough. The main thing now is the few powers at their peak. Are you sure, Logan? The spaceman said worriedly. Don't worry. The last time the 5 of them joined forces, I only suffered a little loss. This time, the Forge of Perpetual Motion is 100 times stronger than before. Although I haven't fully grasped this power, it is easy to destroy them. Logan. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Said confidently. He believes that this is a huge power gap, and even if there are more Saiyans, it is impossible to really beat him. In addition, I have launched the killers hidden in the Saiyan tribe. Those Saiyans have given birth to a lot of new life in the past few years, and they cannot be allowed to continue to multiply. The spaceman said coldly. Every Saiyan, in their eyes, is a powerful enemy in the future, and must be cut down. Don't worry, they won't be jumping for a few days. Logan said coldly. Immediately after, Logan stood up abruptly and walked outside. Looking at Logan's back, the universe man's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Great, this battle will definitely detect the specific data of the perpetual melting furnace. As long as we have these data, it is possible to transform him again. At that time, Lord Shiro's will appear in the most powerful posture. Quote. Defeat that guy named Frieza and win the title of Emperor of the Universe, it's time for a Seth to rise. The more the cosmos thought, the more excited it became. At the same time, Yang Qing, who was sitting in the room, suddenly flashed his eyes, and there was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. It's really a nation looking for death. I can't stand you anymore. Chapter 625 5003. It should be quiet in the Saiyan block that had already set off and headed towards the other hemisphere. Only women and children were left behind, but at this moment, a large number of androids suddenly came out from nowhere. They were smiling coldly, shouting, and killing intent all over their bodies. These androids are not very powerful, but they are numerous. Densely gathered together, it looks very shocking. The women and children who were left behind immediately changed their expressions when they saw the artificial man rising into the sky. Saiyans are worthy of being a warrior nation, and every one of them is a warrior. At this moment, even the 5 or 6-year-old children, their eyes flashed with cold light, gathered the momentum of the whole body, and prepared to rush into the sky to fight these androids. Ha ha ha, Saiyans, today is your time to perish. The artificial people laughed loudly. They had an advantage in numbers, and there was a big enough possibility to completely wipe out the Saiyans this time. All the Saiyans who stayed behind were all ready to fight at this moment. Children, take up arms and let them know that we Saiyans were never weak. In the face of adversity, we will not back down. What we Saiyans do is always one thing. That's fighting. At this moment, countless Saiyans shouted up to the sky and told their children that there was a little more war and fearlessness in their children's eyes that were nervous and scared. Kill all these Saiyans. The artificial people began to descend from the sky with excited expressions on their faces. Fight, my countrymen. Among the Saiyans, a loud roar came out, and several streamers first rushed into the sky, followed by one after another, large or small, soaring into the sky. But at the moment when the two sides were about to touch, in the middle of the sky and the ground, the air suddenly twisted, and the next moment, a figure appeared there. This figure is not very stalwart, and it does not look very powerful, but the moment he appeared in the field, he suddenly became calm. The artificial people stopped the trend of falling, and the Saiyans also stagnated and stopped in the air. Immediately afterwards, the Saiyans shouted excitedly after seeing the figure clearly. The Great Elder! It is the Great Elder! The Saiyans present all recognize the identity of the person who came, their eyes flashed with light, and they shouted happily. The figure that came was undoubtedly Yang Qing. His face was cold at the moment, and his pupils were flashing with a cold divine light. He looked up at the large artificial human's eyes, full of killing intent. You all have to die. This group of artificial humans with obvious Saiyan breath in their bodies is simply an insult, humiliation, and defilement to Saiyans. This has touched the bottom line of the entire Saiyan nation, and it has also touched Yang Qing's bottom line. In any case, he will not forgive such a group of bastards who try to steal Saiyan genes. The artificial people were stunned when they saw Yang Qing, who suddenly appeared, but the combat effectiveness tester on the corner of their eyes began to sound rapidly. Drip drip. This guy who suddenly appeared, the combat power is 5003. Only 5000. Haha, he's really a dead man, come on, kill him. You are so weak, and you dare to rush out and pretend to be a wolf with big tails. It's just courting death. After the artificial people thought they had found out Yang Qing's truth, they were relieved, and then they rushed towards Yang Qing in large numbers. The dazzling rays of light began to flicker one by one, and a qigong wave with huge energy appeared in the hands of each artificial person. Seeing this scene, the Saiyan children floating in the air below felt the violent energy fluctuations in the wind, and fear appeared in their hearts. Mom, I'm a little nervous. Are we going to die? Countless children asked, their eyes full of worry. Don't worry, child, the elder is there. As long as the Great Elder is there, we are the safest. In contrast, the other slightly older Saiyans who stayed behind looked confident and relaxed. They believed that under the powerful power of the Great Elder, all enemies would be beaten into scum. After the children heard it, their nervousness eased a little, and they peeked at the sky. The figure of the rung on the heads of all Saiyans, at this moment, seems to have become a big tree that can shelter the entire Saiyan nation from wind and rain. As long as he stands there, no strong enemy will break through. There won't be any rain dripping and wetting their clothes. Ha ha ha, die, Saiyan. A group of wild monkeys are not qualified to survive in the universe. The artificial people laughed loudly, and the qigong wave in their hands suddenly threw out. Hush shish. At this moment, countless breaths rushed to the ground, piercing the air, and the airflow began to surge wildly. But at the same time, Yang Qing's eyes became even colder, his hands were placed on his waist, and he slowly pushed out, aiming at all the androids in the sky. Turtle tilde tilde pi tilde tilde chi tilde tilde gong tilde tilde wave tilde. His voice was very rhythmic, but it was also very fast. A brilliant light blue qigong wave appeared quickly in the hands around his waist. There was no breeze around him, and there was no surging air flow around him, and he seemed silent. But this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It is such a qigong wave, but the artificial humans in the sky are all sinking at this moment, as if they are being stared at by a wild beast. Invisible pressure enveloped their whole bodies, so that their foreheads appear involuntarily. Sweat. Drip drip. At this moment, the combat effectiveness tester on the artificial people's eyes began to flash and chirp rapidly. In less than a second, the sound of crackling burst into pieces, and countless combat effectiveness testers shattered into pieces. Him. At that moment, the combat power increased crazily and exceeded the limit measured by the tester. Who the hell is this guy? Buzz. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be shaken, and all the androids were extremely frightened. They looked at the bright light blue long rainbow from the bottom up, but it rushed out of the man's hands in the blink of an eye. Then, in an instant, it swept all the androids floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, what was originally standing in the air was vaporized into nothingness by the high temperature carried by the Qigong wave. The splendid Changhong streaks across the sky, disappears in the blink of an eye, and rushes into the universe, never to be seen again. Chapter 626 Marriage Problems. In the sky, the densely packed humanoids disappeared. The blue sky and the warm sunshine seemed to be the same as before. There is only a chance that the blue smoke will slowly drift away, showing just how uneasy it was. No, it's gone. All disappeared. What's going on? Did the elder do it? Looking at Yangqing, who is still standing in the sky at the moment, keeping his hands facing the sky, many Saiyan children said incredulously in their eyes. Most of them were born in recent years. After Saiyans came to Xinqing, men and women who liked each other would naturally form a family, and then a new life would appear. These children have never experienced the period when Yangqing shines and shows his invincible strength, and they have never seen Yangqing's strength. On weekdays, they just listen to their parents or elders and talk about a powerful legend among the Saiyans. That is an invincible existence. No one in the universe is the opponent of that person. He is the patron saint of the Saiyan family, known as the Super Saiyan God. Ordinary Saiyans are them, and further up, is the legendary Super Saiyan, and at the apex of the Super Saiyan is that person, the Super Saiyan God. At this moment, the Saiyan children finally saw the power of their family of gods. It was a kind of trembling power that seemed to be light, but powerful, and no one would be his opponent. Too powerful. In a blink of an eye, their previous fear and tension disappeared, and they turned into worship and awe for this great elder. Whoa! At this time, the androids who were still hidden in the building before saw the terrifying scene, and finally couldn't help but start rushing to the sky and fleeing. That man is terrible. Run away. Run away. My God, why are there such powerful people among the Saiyans? In an instant, 4,000 or 5,000 artificial humans were all wiped out. That person is too scary. A few streamers bloomed in the sky, and flew away in all directions at a rapid speed. Standing in the void and waiting for Yangqing, he did not let these people go. He stretched out one hand, aiming at the fleeing backs, and trembled violently. Shish! One after another dazzling Qigong waves slammed out of his palm, but in an instant, they hit the android flying ahead at an extremely fast speed, and then a violent explosion occurred. The sound of an explosion of 30 or 40 times in a row came from the sky, and a large flame spread out and fell from a high altitude. When it was about to fall on the ground, it slowly extinguished, turning into blue smoke and dissipating. Closing his eyes and feeling that there is no more disgusting anthropomorphic breath in the Saiyan territory, Yangqing slowly opened his eyes and retracted his right hand. Then, with a smile on his face, he turned his gaze downward. After more than 10 breaths, Yangqing stood in front of all the Saiyans. Don't worry, all the androids have been eliminated by me, there will be no problem with me here. The remaining Saiyans at this time were all weaker women or children. After leaving Star Vegeta, Nova took child protection measures. Saiyans are protected from birth until they are 14 years old. During the process of cultivation, they are not allowed to enter the battlefield. This method, without the ruthlessness and cruelty of the past, has a little more teaching, which is more beneficial to the development of the Saiyan nation. It was proposed by Yangqing that no one would object, and it was naturally implemented in this way. Elder, with you here, we must be relieved, hee. Elder, you are so amazing. I admire you so much. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, can I do it? If I can't, I still have many sisters. Yes, Elder, you look so young, but sooner or later we Saiyans have to get married. Here are all the women of our Saiyan race. You can do whatever you like. The danger passed, Yangqing was among these Saiyans, and after a few words, he was actually embarrassed. Most of them are young girls or women who have married. The Saiyan family advocates strength, and Yangqing is the most powerful and handsome. On weekdays, many women winked at him. This time, when he appeared in front of others, it naturally made these women active. A powerful and handsome elder, which girl doesn't want to achieve good things? I don't think about it yet. After a long while, Yang Qing said it. How can we not think about it? We Saiyans get married at the age of 16. We have children at the age of 17. Our family is already small, so we have to give birth more, and give birth fiercely. Especially if you are as powerful as the first elder, you must have more children. First elder, don't ignore this. Your marriage problem is the biggest problem for our Saiyan family. That's right. You can marry anyone you like, elder. We won't mind as many as you want, right, sisters? Yes, I want to marry the great elder. Female Saiyans, every word you say to me, the old man Yang Qing blushed a little. Listening to what these people meant, it turned out to be encouraging him to open a harem, which really made him laugh or cry. After more than an hour, Yang Qing squeezed out of these female Saiyans helplessly. It's so warm, I can't stand it. Shaking his head, Yang Qing wiped the saliva from his face. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He was very helpless, hiding and hiding, but was attacked several times by these rushing guys, making his face wet. Hearing that he was leaving, the Saiyans were naturally reluctant, and immediately more than a dozen girls rushed to kiss him to the death, making him hard to guard against. When Yang Qing finally pushed all the female Saiyans back into the room, the warriors of the entire Saiyan clan were the other half who had already arrived at Nova. The densely packed Saiyans all had cold faces, and their faces were full of murderous intent. They stood high in the sky, looking down at the architectural style that was obviously different from the Saiyans, and the brutal blood was revived at this moment. Get ready. Kurayat couldn't bear it anymore, and they didn't need to endure it either. The Saiyan nation has always been simple and rude. Only fists are the biggest truth. Throw me an artificial moon. Today, completely destroy this place for me. The honor of the Saiyans cannot be desecrated. Chapter 627 Collective Transformation. Shish. With a loud roar from Kurayat, several streamers immediately emerged from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into round moons, hanging in the sky, exuding a strange light. At the moment when these rays of light appeared, the Saiyans standing in the air shrank their pupils and their hearts throbbed violently. Destroy everything here. I don't need any compassion, just destroy everything for me. Remember what I said. Roaring loudly, Kurayat's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his body was full of brutal and bloody artistic conception. This sudden big change immediately made Ling Yi's face change, and he was a little overwhelmed. What's the matter? What happened to these Saiyans? He couldn't help but take a few steps back and muttered. All the Saiyans seemed to be enchanted at this moment, staring at the countless moons in the sky. Their whole bodies were shaking and shaking violently, their pupils were full of blood, their faces became hideous, and the tail behind them swinging vigorously. This is the unique transformation method of our Saiyan nation. It does not need to be transformed like Kurayat, but it can also increase our combat power tenfold. But the only thing to pay attention to is that the bloodline is not pure enough, and the willpower is not strong enough, and will lose consciousness and become a gorilla who only knows how to kill and kill. Dadala's eyes were red, his body was powerful, and he was swelling violently, but he was still able to stay awake at the moment. Actually, there is such an incredible thing. Ling Yi was shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why the Saiyans were called the Fighting Nation. Such a bloodline, such a violent aura, simply exists for the sake of fighting. At this moment, a fierce roar suddenly came out. Roar. Bang bang bang. Finally, a Saiyan has successfully transformed into a gorilla. His original short height no longer exists. Instead, his clothes are stretched out, and the inch by inch begins to grow up quickly, only less than 10 seconds. At the same time, a huge orangutan with a height of several hundred meters had appeared on the spot, with red eyes, roaring up to the sky, hammering the position of his shong mouth, making a sound like a muffled drum. Hoa ho ho. Immediately following, as if a chain reaction, the Saiyans roared up to the sky, their bodies began to swell, and in a blink of an eye they became a violent giant orangutan with bloody red eyes, falling from the sky and falling heavily on the ground below. The buildings were directly smashed into pieces. Countless Seth people ran out of the room in panic, looking at the gorillas around them, full of panic and fear. My God, what is this? Gorilla, where did this gorilla come from? Run, run. Boom. The brutal gorilla awakened the most brutal and bloody character in the depths of the Saiyan blood. At this moment, the wanton destruction began. Compared with the giant orangutan, the Seth people on the ground were as small as fragile ants. They raised their feet or palms, and just slammed them down. They were blood and flesh. And the large buildings were destroyed by their irritability. At this moment, the territory of the Seth family was mercilessly destroyed by the Saiyans. In the sky, several gorillas have also successfully transformed. Their eyes are blood red, looking down. It's just that, unlike the orangutans below, these gorillas' eyes are blood red, but it can be seen that they have obvious consciousness. Ling Yi, stand on my shoulders, the battle begins, be careful to be killed. Sai Ya's voice became much heavier and thicker, and the buzzing sound made Ling Yi's ears hurt. The dozen or so giant orangutans next to him also looked at Ling Yi, because it was not what he was, and Ling Yi didn't know who was who at the moment. Stay closely with us, the people below, some inferior warriors, are unconscious after transforming, and may accidentally kill you. Kurayat's voice sounded, making Ling Yi feel a chill in his heart. If this is killed by one's own people, it would be so unfair. Let's go, it's time for us to act too, quickly destroy everything for them. The gorillas nodded, and then fell directly from the sky. The whistling wind was blowing wildly, and their falling speed was very fast, but in a short while, their feet had already stepped on the ground. Boom! A large area of the ground was sunken, a violent earthquake began to spread, and the buildings of the Seth tribe were destroyed in a mess. Large swaths of the tribe died, and the ground was covered in blood and stumps. Brutal Saiyans, showing their ruthless side at this moment. Hey! A crimson qigong wave was brewing in the mouth of the gorilla, and then he opened his mouth and launched it towards the distance. Boom! The ground shook again, flames shot up into the sky, and countless screams rang out. Thousands of gorillas jumped up quickly in all directions. Their huge bodies could span several miles in one step, smashing the ground with one foot, and the qigong wave was countless times stronger than the original combat power. At this moment, the destruction, almost no one can stop it. What is even more frightening is that in the middle of all the gorillas, there are still 6 most. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. For the bulky guy. These 6 gorillas, with clear and cold eyes, looked down at everything in all directions, and roared at the unconscious gorillas from time to time, clearly directing them. In a blink of an eye, the gorillas, who were brutal and unconscious, became a powerful and organized army. In a building of the Sai, the all-round attack of the Saiyans has not yet threatened here. The Saiyans are attacking. The spaceman said anxiously to Logan in the palace. I underestimated this group of wild monkeys. I really didn't expect that they would dare to attack first. Logan stood up suddenly, with no panic on his face. Come on, our clansmen will be killed soon. The Cosmos man said anxiously. HMPH, that group of weak ants will die when they die, and they can create more when they die. What a pity, Logan said coldly. That's what it says, but it's our clansmen after all. The universe said humanely. Let the android army hurry up, they are useless guys. I heard that the androids lurking in the Saiyans are dead. Logan first ordered, then turned his head and asked again. Chapter 628_Logan shot. Yes, according to the camera records installed on their detectors, an exceptionally powerful Saiyan appeared, and all the androids were wiped out with just one blow. The universe man said solemnly, that Saiyan's the combat power, even the combat power tester can't test it, the combat power is at least over 100,000. Really? Logan's eyes flashed, then turned his head and said, I went out to clean up the group of Saiyans first. It's ridiculous that a bunch of monkeys who don't know the sky and the earth also want to destroy us. Then, Logan strode out of here. Along with Logan, there were countless cyborgs with powerful combat power. The Saiyan attacked very suddenly and without the slightest precaution. In almost 3 minutes, 2/3 of the Seth's territory was completely destroyed. Only 1/3 of the core area remains, which has not yet been attacked by war. But it is this third of the territory that hides the most powerful power of the Seth tribe. Nearly 20,000 or 30,000 androids rushed out of the nest at this moment, rushing into the sky densely, and attacking the gorillas that the Saiyans turned into. The dazzling Qigong wave bloomed, rushed out from the hand of the android, and then collided with the bodies of the gorillas and exploded. Roar! The gorillas ate in pain and became more furious. They waved their hands angrily, and the huge force brought a gust of wind howling, and then slammed into the void ahead. Bang! In an instant, the huge force caused a dozen androids to burst into blood mist. Compared to the transformed Saiyan, the android's combat power is still not strong enough. It is not the opponent of the Saiyans at all. The dazzling red light is constantly blooming. On the territory of the Sai, there are flames everywhere. But the androids were outnumbered, and for a while, the two sides were evenly tied. It's just that with the passage of time, the gorillas transformed by Saiyans became more violent, and the androids were quickly eliminated. Like a tiger entering a flock, a huge orangutan is enough for dozens or even hundreds of humanoids. They are huge and fast, and their bodies contain violent energy fluctuations. The fragile androids are not the enemies of these guys at all. In the heart of the battlefield, more than a dozen huge orangutans stood there, constantly scanning around. The androids are not our opponents at all, they are being eliminated quickly. Koryat said in a deep voice. Is the guy named Logan here? Seiya asked. I haven't found the figure of that guy yet, but it will come out sooner or later. Referring to Logan, Koryat snorted. Last time, they were all 5 together to be able to become opponents with each other. But this time, he turned into a Super Saiyan and no longer feared that guy. Now, Koryat even wants to see the guy right away and fight him. Quickly destroying these androids is the greatest insult to us Saiyans. Dirty and failed work. Seiya strode forward, his right hand continuously sent shock waves, and large explosions began to sound, and pieces of artificial humans were destroyed. The Saiyans formed a huge circle at this time, with the unconscious gorillas on the periphery, and Saiyan and others on the innermost layer. With such a formation, they continued to spread out, quickly clearing the territory that occupied the Seth tribe. So far, the war is going very smoothly. The Saiyans who turned into gorillas are simply battlefield harvesters. They are unconscious, and their minds are full of violent destructive psychology. Everything in front of them will be quickly destroyed by them. In just 10 minutes, the Sai were about to be completely destroyed and wiped out under the violent attack of the Saiyans. At this moment, on the edge of the battlefield, a tall figure appeared here. His eyes were red, and his face was full of indifference and ruthlessness. After striding here, a trace of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face. It's really a bunch of ignorant wild monkeys. I'm sick of seeing it. Lord Logan, hurry up, the brothers can't stand it anymore, these wild monkeys are really powerful. Behind him, there is an artificial man anxiously said. The 20,000 or 30,000 androids had already been destroyed in half by the opponent at this time. And as time goes on and their numbers decrease, the speed of this eradication will only be faster. If Logan doesn't take action again, it is conceivable that the android won't last long. At this moment, standing on the edge of the battlefield, they could even clearly see that the huge orangutan flashed with a slap. A lump of meat. There was even a gorilla who seemed to be fanning a mosquito, and with that one fan, an artificial man was shot several kilometers away, hit a tall building, raised dust, and stopped moving. I have to admit that these hairy Saiyans are indeed muscular. In the universe, some races rely on their brains to eat, while others rely on their muscles to eat, and Saiyans are undoubtedly the latter. HMPH, I will naturally take action, what a bunch of useless waste. Logan snorted coldly, and walked towards the Saiyan's range. Watching Logan leave, the android who spoke before showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. And, isn't it your luck that you have been transplanted with the best furnace? The power is unlimited, or you can count. It's just a piece of junk whose combat skills haven't even surpassed the 5th floor. Although the Sai are a technology-based nation, they also have internal wars. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Fighting is divided into sections, and the fighting skills are divided into sections, and Logan has not passed the 5 stages of combat skills. Such people, in the Seth clan, are known as the low-level end with the least talent. Of course, Logan's luck was overwhelming, and he counterattacked. Even if the others were Duan, they couldn't compare to Logan's finger. This naturally made many Seth people jealous and hated this guy. Especially after gaining power, Logan's character swelled and became moody. He was no longer the silent and unknown guy he used to be. He was always high profile and cruel. People hate it. Not to mention these, when Logan strode into the Saiyan's range, several gorillas immediately discovered this tiny guy. Roar. The violent roar came out, bringing out the strong wind, and immediately swept away towards Logan. Chapter 629_Battle. The wind roared, and when the gorilla roared, the dynamic potential energy brought out, the majestic energy fluctuations immediately impacted, and the sound of the wind could even blow away an adult. However, at this moment, Logan had an icy look on his face, without a trace of fear, and without the slightest feeling of wanting to avoid the strong wind. He just stood there abruptly, withstood the wind. Wild monkeys are wild monkeys, getting bigger. It's also a wild monkey. Disdainful words spit out from Logan's mouth, and the angry gorilla slammed down as if he heard his voice. The wind grew louder, and the air pressure driven by the huge force moved towards Logan. In an instant, this punch fell on Logan's head. Suddenly, Logan's eyes sharpened, and he threw a punch towards the top. In front of me, you're just trash. Bang! The huge shock wave spread out, driving a large piece of dust, and after the first contact, the gorilla's pupils shrank, the whole body trembled, and his eyes showed a look of horror. The originally unconscious gorilla, at this moment, seemed to feel the existence that he was born invincible, and began to fear and panic. Buzz! Time seemed to pause with a punch, and then, the huge body of the gorilla rose from the ground, and the next moment, it flew away into the distance. With 2 punches to bang, the huge gorilla couldn't resist, and was directly knocked into the air by Logan. After hitting 13 buildings in a row, the gorilla vomited blood, and then his body began to shrink. Weak. Really weak. Logan watched this scene with a mocking smile on his face. Afterwards, he jumped up into the sky and attacked the gorillas everywhere. Bang! He punched the other gorilla in the stomach, and immediately, the latter was shocked, flung up, and fell heavily to the ground, returning to its original state. A foot fell from the sky and hit the gorilla's head fiercely. Suddenly, the gorilla's head slammed into the ground, knocking the ground into a deep pit. The gorilla trembled violently a few times. Returned to its original state. Logan moved forward from the edge of the battlefield, and no gorilla could stop him. There was a scarlet qigong wave coming towards him. Logan clenched his fist and threw a punch. With a bang, the scarlet qigong wave was directly distorted and dented, and then was knocked back and flew back. With a sound of boom, the flames of the explosion rose into the sky, and the orangutan was seriously injured and returned to its original state. There was no Saiyan who could stop Logan from taking a step. The former was like taking a leisurely walk in his own backyard in this dangerous battlefield. He strode forward, very fast, and many Saiyans attacked him, or waved their fists, or leapt over, thinking of him sitting down heavily, or opened their mouths and spat out a terrible shock wave. But they were easily evaded by him, followed by another counterattack, which eliminated the Saiyan who attacked him. At this moment, more than a dozen gorillas in the heart have already noticed his existence. Logan! Daedalus shouted, roaring, and jumping towards the black spot in the distance. That's Logan. Saya's eyes narrowed, his heart was boiling, and he ran quickly. At this moment, everyone took action. Ling Yi, find your opponent yourself. We're going to fight, we don't care about you. Saya said quickly while running. Okay. Ling Yi didn't hesitate at all, and he jumped off Saya's shoulder and floated in the air. For so long in Xinxing, he had already mastered the air dance technique, and even the use of qi, he also understood one by one. It can be said that compared to when he was on Earth, Ling Yi was much stronger at this time. The speed of Saya and others was very fast, and it took almost only a short 10 seconds, and the huge orangutan had already surrounded Logan in his heart. Logan! Stoyart roared angrily, the momentum was amazing. Oh, you 5 guys, are you also turning into gorillas this time? Logan's eyes appeared playful, he glanced at the 5 people, and was stunned when he saw Saya. No, is it a person this time? I will kill you, Saya said coldly. Then, he launched the attack without a word, jumped up suddenly, and the huge figure drove a large shadow, and a punch suddenly slammed down. Saiyan's punch is no better than other unconscious Saiyans. His power is not what it used to be. Even in his original state, his combat power is already amazing, not to mention the tenfold increase at this time. After the punch was swung, Logan's face changed immediately, his figure distorted and disappeared. Boom! The earth shook, and a large pit with a radius of 1 kilometer appeared directly. Here. At the same time, Kurayat also roared, twisted his waist, kicked his back foot, and went straight to the top of Saya's head. Saya's eyes flashed and he immediately lowered his head. Bang! In the next second, Logan's figure appeared above Saya's head, his right leg was raised high, he slashed down fiercely, and collided with Kurayat's right foot, and a terrifying shock wave surged out. The remaining 4. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. People were all blown away by the huge airflow and took a few steps back. You guys back off. This guy is extraordinary. Saya's face changed, and he said coldly. In just a short contact, he discovered that the opponent's strength was indeed terrifying. And, vaguely, it seems to have exceeded the intensity previously described by Kurayat and others. Saya, be careful, he's stronger than before. Kurayat said solemnly. Ha ha ha, yes, you too, Kurayat, you are stronger than before, it seems that something happened. As for you, where did you come from? It seems that I haven't seen you. However, it doesn't matter. Logan laughed out loud, his figure floating in the air, and after laughing, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Anyway, you're all going to die. Don't be ashamed. Saya roared and attacked again, his fists quickly attacked and swung towards Sora Logan. But after more than 1,000 punches, Saya's face became even more solemn. He didn't even hit the opponent with a single punch, and the opponent's speed was too fast. You are too slow. Logan mocked lightly, and the figure disappeared suddenly. Chapter 630 _ Strongest State. Be careful. Kurayat roared and moved suddenly. Bang! The 2 fists collided on Saya's back, and the air wave rolled, and Saya's body was pushed forward 2 steps before it stopped. Kurayat, ha ha. Logan looked at the person standing in front of him and smiled. Then, his figure flashed, and he attacked Saya again. Don't try to attack me. Saya roared, a qigong wave appeared in his big hand, and the high-temperature energy surged violently. It seems to be very strong, but for me, it is still far from enough. In the next instant, a qigong wave appeared in Logan's hand, and he greeted Saya. Bang! The explosion spread at the moment when the 2 hands collided, and the flame and high temperature appeared between the 2, but did not cause any change in the expressions of the 2. Kill. Kurayat also attacked at this time, the huge arm waved, the wind whistled, driving the giant force, and pressed it towards Logan. The latter had a casual expression and raised his hand to meet him. Boom. With a quick collision again, Saya followed closely. Boom 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 boom. A series of banging sounds spread in an instant. The three people started fighting, the ground beside them kept exploding, the dust was raised, and they moved quickly. Under the rapid attacks of Seiya and Karayat, Logan kept retreating, and his attack rhythm was completely suppressed by the two of them. But even so, Logan's expression still did not change in the slightest. He looked like a fish in water, and he was incredibly flexible. The attack of the two did not cause him any damage. A full 3 minutes later, the three of them collided with each other even more massively, and the ground in a radius of 5,000 meters was dusty before they quickly separated. You Saiyans, you idiots, you are killing yourself by relying only on your muscles. The bigger the body, the bigger the goal. Don't you understand such an easy-to-understand truth? Logan opened his mouth with a sneer, causing Seiya's expressions to change slightly. Changed into a gorilla state, it seems to be much stronger than before, but it is corresponding. You're just getting better at hitting. Don't believe it. You'll find out soon. With a sneer, Logan radiated a dazzling crimson light, and his aura suddenly rose. The next second Seiya stared at each other, Logan's figure suddenly disappeared. His speed was completely beyond the limit of what the two of them could observe at this moment. Their huge pupils were wide open, but no matter what, they couldn't see any trace of the enemy. Disappeared. No, he was too fast. The two searched quickly, but to no avail. I said, your goals are too big, and the flaws are everywhere. A gloomy laughter came from behind Karayat, and Karayat's expression changed immediately. He was about to turn around and attacked his back, and the sound came from behind him. Bang! However, just before he could turn around completely, a strong force had already slammed into his back, causing his whole body to roar and tremble. The sound of clicking seemed to be unable to support this monstrous force. Karayat! Seiya roared, his body moved, and he attacked Logan. But just as his huge fist was swung out, the latter smirked and twisted away. It was only at this moment that Karayat's huge figure just got up from the ground, fell towards the front, and rolled all the way for nearly 10,000 meters. Buzz! The air trembled, and Karayat recovered from his gorilla state, panting and slowly changing into his original appearance. The huge gorilla disappeared, and Karayat stared at Logan floating in the sky with his hands clasped and his eyes full of ice. You're right, the Saiyans turned into gorillas, and the total amount of strength and chi has indeed increased a lot, but correspondingly, their huge bodies have also become flaws. If that's the case, then I will use my strongest state to completely exterminate you. After slowly saying these words, Karayat's breathing calmed down, and then he said to Seiya, who had also returned to normal. Seiya, next, don't shoot. This is my fight. Seiya was startled, then nodded seriously. Interesting, after you have transformed through special means, you are not my opponents. Are you now delusional to fight against me alone? Logan's eyes showed a disdainful smile. He didn't care, and continued to quietly look down at Karayat below. Then I'll see what kind of surprise you can bring me. After Karayat said those words, he closed his eyes and ignored Sky Logan's words. Gradually, the 2 breaths' time passed, and an inexplicable aura suddenly rose towards Karayat's body. His expression became cold and cruel, and at the same time there was an anger that could be clearly perceived by others. It is a monstrous anger that can make the enemy fear. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Breath of anger. Ah! Suddenly, Karayat opened his eyes, and he let out a loud roar. Buzz! The air trembled, and golden lightning suddenly flashed away, surrounding Karayat's body, and an invisible cyclone spread out in all directions with him as its heart. The surging breath that made the ground tremble and the void trembled was transmitted from Karayat at this moment, and everyone on the side was shaking violently. Poof! A slight sound came out, and Karayat's hair and eyebrows turned golden, and his pupils turned coldly green. At this moment, his face was full of coldness and cruelty, accompanied by unspeakable rage. Logan, this is my strongest state. We Saiyans have a legend that he is the strongest symbol that comes out every 1,000 years. Named Super Saiyan. The me now is when I am the strongest. The incomparably cold words spit out from Kalayat's ears and spread through the air. With his pupils shrunk, Logan looked down at Karayat below, and his heart felt a little dignified. The overwhelming aura, even from a distance, he could clearly perceive it. You mean, you have now become a legend of your family? Is that a Super Saiyan? Chapter 631_to lose. That's right, Logan, I am now the strongest transformation of our clan, Super Saiyan. Suffer to death. Karayat shouted, his eyes bursting with endless killing intent, his knees slightly bent, and he flicked toward the ground, and the next moment, the whole person rose to the sky. It turned into a stream of light, with lightning all over his body, swept through the void, and approached Logan in the sky at a terrifying speed. At this moment, the speed of Karayat's explosion was 10 times faster than before, and his voice was fierce and terrifying. In less than 2 seconds, Karayat's figure was already in front of Logan. Bang! Logan's eyes shrank, and he threw his fist down fiercely, and Karayat raised his fist to greet him. Huge shock waves spread out in the sky, halos spread out one by one, and bursts of thunderous sounds continued to sound. Boom boom boom. The two started a terrifying battle in the sky. Their speed and strength reached the limit of the human body, as if two behemoths were colliding. Punch, block, kick, intercept, quick transfer. Their figures kept disappearing, appearing, and quickly confronting each other. When their fists were swung out, a gust of wind erupted, driving thunder and lightning. Crackling. Gradually, Karayat's eyes changed slightly, and he noticed that the opponent's strength was comparable to that of himself after he turned into a Super Saiyan. Strengthened again. The pupil constricted. This was an expected result, but I didn't expect it to come true. Haha, how's it going, Saiyan? Logan laughed while throwing his fist. If it weren't for the upgrade of my power furnace, this time it might not be your opponent. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, you are at least 50 times stronger than the last time. I am really surprised. Death. Karayat became angrier, and the power on his fist became heavier. Boom boom boom. The collision between the two made the sky tremble. Below, Seiya looked up at the battle between the two, and his eyes kept turning. This Logan is really strong. With a heavy heart, Seiya dignified. Just based on the battle with Karayat, he was able to find out. From Karayat's transformation into a Super Saiyan until now, the opponent has still performed well. But, Saiyan, you underestimated me. This is doomed to your failure. Logan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Senleng's killing intent came out from his body, covering Karayat's body, causing the latter's complexion to change. Do you think I only have so much power? You are wrong. After the two sentences were finished, Logan suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared, and the violent air flow spread out from his body. The majestic energy fluctuations burst out in an instant, and the perpetual motion furnace of his body was boiling continuously, blooming red. Colored light. At this moment, Logan's power swelled up, as if it were inexhaustible. Karayat's sturdy body immediately collapsed 500 meters by the violent air current. The latter looked at Logan in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. More powerful than the last time. How is this possible? How is that possible? Logan laughed when he heard Karayat's words. Thanks to you Saiyans. If it wasn't for your genome, which gave us a revelation to the Seth group, how could those scientists have researched this perpetual melting pot and thus made me cheaper? The figure suddenly distorted, and Logan disappeared in front of Karayat. You are too weak for me now. He threw his fist and slammed into Karayat's stomach. But the next moment, something that surprised Logan happened. In front of him, Karayat, who seemed extremely fragile to him, roared suddenly, and the breath on his body swelled again, reaching the level of his realm. Fun. Bang. The fists of the two completed a collision again. At this time, Karayat's face was solemn and serious, while Logan had a hint of playfulness. Below, Seiya looked at the two people in the sky, his eyes full of bad. Exploding gas. Did you use a trick so quickly? In this way, Kurayat is definitely not a match for that Rogan. He clearly saw the situation of the field. Logan was an artificial man with a perpetual motion melting pot in his body, and they were also very clear about what this permanent motion melting pot was. Compared with the Saiyans with limited physical strength, the androids with furnaces are simply unlimited power. Their stamina is amazing, and the power output by each punch is extremely average, which is simply the data of the battle. Facing such an opponent, the best way is to overwhelm the opponent with strength, otherwise, it will be extremely difficult. While Seiya was thinking, two dazzling rays of light bloomed in the sky. Turtle School Qigong Wave. A loud roar came out of Kalayat's mouth, a dazzling pale blue light shone, and then a long rainbow rushed out of Kalayat's hand and rushed towards Logan, who was on the opposite side. Saiyan, you surprised me. This blow actually boosts your power again. Yahahaha. Logan's expression changed when he saw Turtle School Qigong. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It was a slight change. At the same time, a dazzling light radiated from his hands, and a huge Qigong wave was formed in an instant. The next second, he violently pushed out the Qigong wave of his hand. However, if you are angry with me, you will lose. The boiling crimson light continued to flicker, and the power furnace in Logan's body was running extremely violently at this moment. Ah! As if going crazy, Kalayat transmitted all of his breath to the Qigong wave he started, and pushed it forward. The two began to stand high in the sky and began a showdown between energies. The wind whistled, and dense lightning surrounded the two of them, making a crackling sound. One side is crimson, and the other is golden, forming two opposing camps. Kurayat's last move. He's going to lose. Seeing Kurayat, who was almost desperate in the sky, Seiya's face became even heavier. Turtle-style Qigong was taught to these 5 people after he came to Xinsheng. Compared with the rough method of using Qigong waves that he had mastered before, the turtle-style Qigong waves were obviously more energy-saving and had the effect of increasing their power. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, and then boosting his burst gas again, Kurayat's original combat power has been increased by 150 times. Coupled with the turtle Qigong wave, at this moment, Kurayat, without a doubt, used his full strength. Chapter 632_3 Punches. And at this time, Kurayat still unreservedly released it with all his strength. He didn't take into account the remaining energy and physical strength of his own, and he leaned out crazily, with a desperate posture. I have to be ready, or he will be killed. Seiya's pupils were sharp, staring at Logan in the sky. There was an invisible wind, and Seiya's hair changed between black and gold, and it seemed that he could transform into a Super Saiyan at any time. At this point, Seiya was amazing when he transformed into Kurayat, no doubt much stronger. Although he didn't reach Yangqing's full power transformation, he was close to it. In addition, at the time of cultivation, Seiya's combat power has already surpassed the level of 200,000. In the last time with Kurayat, Seiya was far from using his full strength. After the explosion, I was able to crush his power at this time. Eyes flashed, Seiya stared at Logan in the sky fiercely. The explosive gas increased 3 times, that is, 150 times. At that time, Seiya's combat power had reached a terrifying 30 million. Such combat power will be the most terrifying nightmare for Logan, whose total combat power is finalized. Shish. At this time, a sharp whistle sounded in the sky, and the Qigong wave showdown between the two seemed to have reached the final moment. Ah! Kurayat let out a frantic roar and outputted it forward, but the sweat on his forehead kept flowing out and dripping onto the ground. My total energy level is far inferior to his. I lost. At this moment, Kurayat's heart was shocked, and when he realized this result, he couldn't help but feel a huge shock. Ha ha ha, Dai Saiyan, you're done. Logan laughed, and the Qigong wave in his hand swelled again, attacking Koryat quickly. It's over. Seeing that the energy of his hand was quickly occupied, and then came towards him, Koryat was shocked. On the ground, Seiya's pupils narrowed suddenly. I have to do it. Just a slight, poof, Saiyan's hair and eyebrows turned golden, and it has become a Super Saiyan mode. Following Yangqing's fall in love with the bookstore, there are many ways to become stronger. For example, when you are in Super Saiyan 1, you should try to maintain this state as much as possible, which can speed up your familiarity with Super Saiyans, and can also enhance your physical strength and strength in disguise. His speed was much faster than that of Kolyat, and he had reached the rear of Kolyat almost in an instant. With a sudden pull, Koryat was already dragged behind him. Then, Seiya shrank his eyes and pushed forward fiercely with one hand. Buzz! The violent qigong waves, fluctuations and distortions spread, and Koryat's face changed and he shouted loudly. Seiya, don't! Get out of the way, you are not his opponent. He has personally fought with Seiya, and naturally he knows how much Seiya's fighting power is. And in his consciousness, Seiya, who is not Yangqing's apprentice, may not even have mastered the means of exploding gas. Such Seiya is really not Logan's opponent. Logan was taken aback when he saw that there was a sudden change of person, and then he laughed again. Are you going to stage a scene where your companions save you? Do Saiyans have times when they are so affectionate? It's really touching. The qigong wave in his hand continued to advance at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, it had reached 3 meters in front of Seiya, and it only took at most 2 seconds to devour the 2 people on that end. This battle is a winner. Rescue. Seiya laughed. No, I killed you. Scum. The tone changed suddenly, and Seiya's expression became extremely cold. He shouted loudly, and the momentum on his body rose instantly. This burst of airflow was so violent that there was an uncontrollable feeling, and this majestic aura made Kara standing behind Seiya. At's face changed greatly. Seiya, you. At this moment, Seiya's terrifying aura completely stunned him. Exploding. The cold words were spit out from Seiya's mouth, and the breath suddenly swelled 3 times again. The qigong wave on his one hand suddenly lifted towards the sky, and in a short while, a long rainbow twisted and went towards the depths of the universe in the sky. 2 seconds later, a beautiful fireworks burst out. Logan's whole body trembled, looking at Seiya who easily lifted his maximum power qigong wave, his pupils kept dilating and shrinking. After 3 seconds, he laughed. It really surprised me, Saiyan, that there is still a person as powerful as you. Seiya's eyes were cold, and the killing intent was soaring. I'm not here to listen to your nonsense, I'm here to kill you. Buzz. Suddenly, the void where Seiya stood was distorted, and his figure disappeared. Logan's pupils shrank, and he felt a needle stick in the neck behind his back, and his heart immediately accelerated. So fast. Die. Seiya's roar came out at this moment, and his elbow hit his neck hard. Click. As if the sound of a broken cervical vertebra sounded, Logan plunged his head down from the sky and slammed into the ground. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The smoke and dust were everywhere, the explosion sounded, and a 10,000-meter-long ditch and gully formed in an instant. However, after Seiya's blow, it was not over yet. His figure distorted again and disappeared in place. On the ground, Logan's head was bent, and he stood up with difficulty. He was about to twist his cervical spine back to its original shape, but at this time, a figure had already appeared in front of him. 3 punches. I'm going to blow you up. Seiya's icy words were extremely cold, and at the same time, he took a step forward. Punch, punch hard. Bang. Logan's body was bent, blood swill spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person was brought above Seiya's fist and suspended on the ground. Slowly withdrawing his fists, Logan knelt on his knees, his forehead pressed against the ground, his face full of pain. 2 punches, just 2 punches, just like dispersing the spirit and energy of his whole body, making him extremely weak. Da da da. The sound of footsteps rang in Logan's ears, and the latter raised his head with difficulty, and what he saw was Seiya's incomparably cold face. You. He finally spit out vague words, as if in fear, as if in shock. If I'm not mistaken, your strength comes from that red glow in your body, right? Seiya lifted it up and said coldly. Logan was shocked, and then he seemed to have a premonition and shook his head in horror. No, don't. Chapter 633 _ We gotta get stronger. Don't. Seiya's eyes showed a mocking look, and he raised the ladder high without any hesitation. Die, you. Then, with a violent force, he threw Logan towards the sky. Huh. A stream of light then lit up, and Logan was thrown out without resistance. Boom. The dazzling light blue light shone, and Seiya stretched out one hand, and a brilliant Shanghong Qigong wave was emitted. After 2 seconds, a bang sounded through Logan's body. Boom. A huge explosion sounded high in the sky, large flames flew out, and mushroom clouds bloomed. The powerful Logan was easily blown up by Seiya. Poof. Seiya returned to his normal appearance. His face was a little pale, but he recovered quickly. At this time, Kurayat's eyes were full of shock when he looked at Seiya. Okay, so powerful. Is this his real power? It turns out that he hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle. In an instant, Kurayat's face became complicated. Next, Logan was eliminated, the battlefield was very fast, and the high-quality harvest of the Saiyans was shocking. Everything in the Seth clan was easily wiped out, leaving no trace. However, they didn't notice that at the moment of Logan's disappearance, a small spaceship quietly flew up, flashed a ray of light, and quickly headed out of space. This spaceship is not large, with an area of 30 to 40 square meters. At this moment, in the space of this spaceship, more than a dozen scientists of the Seth tribe are communicating rapidly. How's Rogan's data collection going? After all the collections are completed, there is still a problem with the perpetual motion furnace, but no problem, this time it will be overcome. In addition, we have already collected the energy data of the 2 Saiyans, as well as the battle data. Especially the guy after that, whose data we have collected is the most detailed and is still being analyzed. The perpetual motion furnace is still unstable. It cannot be manifested, and it can be easily destroyed. In addition, the energy it can hold in it is still not enough, and it has too many limitations. Can you find a way, like the 2 Saiyans, without showing the slightest on weekdays, accumulating energy, and bursting out when fighting? You mean, will the perpetual motion furnace be graded? Yes, grading can save losses and improve the stability of the furnace. What's more beneficial is that we can make the size of the perpetual furnace smaller and fuse it with the body of the Seth family. In battle, it will not be easily destroyed. Quote. This method is feasible, go back and test in this direction. I have a hunch that this time, Lord Shiro's of our Seth clan will definitely become the strongest in the universe. That's right, with the perpetual melting pot, plus the data of the Saiyans, Lord Shiro's will definitely be the most powerful. Come back and destroy this group of monkeys. The universe belongs to our Seth family. With excitement, the scientists quickly left Nova and headed for the planet of the Seth tribe. Seiya and others didn't know that although they occupied Nova again, a bigger disaster was about to come. The Saiyans who have obtained the complete data of the perpetual motion furnace must be able to become powerful again. Besides, who is that mysterious Lord Shiro's? All of this is a mystery, and it will affect the entire Saiyan in the near future. After winning this battle, the Saiyans packed up the battlefield and carried their wounded companions to go home. At this time, they had expressions of pride and joy on their faces. The powerful Saiyans once again proved themselves in battle, proving that they are the most powerful race. On the way, Kurayat looked at Seiya with a complicated expression, and the other 4 who were standing with him were staring at Seiya with a very strange expression. What's wrong, you? Seiya asked suspiciously. Ling Yi looked at both sides curiously. He also had many scars on his body, which were all injuries he suffered during the battle with the androids. Compared with the Saiyans, although the artificial people are not as good, for Ling Yi, they are formidable opponents. For Ling Yi, it is a huge challenge for everyone to create a human. How many things did you get with the bookstore? Yes, you are much stronger than before. The 5 people's hearts are very complicated, especially Dadara, who has personally played against the latter. That time, Seiya wasn't even his opponent. But after a while, Seiya has become so powerful at this moment. Don't say it's him, it's the other people who are not Seiya's opponents. Life's ups and downs, nothing more than this. To be surpassed by someone who was inferior to me before, this feeling is really uncomfortable. The elders taught me how to become stronger, bursting chi, turtle qigong, understanding of martial arts, and feelings about the surrounding environment, etc. But it's... Seiya paused for a while, and his right hand touched the long sword behind him. The most powerful thing the elders taught me was swordsmanship. Speaking of this, Seiya's eyes flashed a sharp light. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Indeed, his greatest strength is swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. Several people then looked at the long sword behind Seiya. In fact, after Seiya returned for so long, they had never seen the latter use this sword. With this sword, my strength can be increased again and become stronger. Seiya's indifferent words shocked several people. As a result, their hearts also swayed in circles. Is this the result of following the great elder's cultivation? Stoyard and the others looked at each other, and they all understood what each other's eyes looked like, and they nodded to each other. This time, when I go back, I will pester the elders and let them train us. Soon, all the Saiyans will return. Because he transformed into a gorilla's combat power booster, he didn't suffer much damage in the face of artificial people, only a few Saiyans were seriously injured, and they were all able to recover after being placed in the recuperation tank. Therefore, this time the battle can be said to be a complete victory. Saiyans, immersed in the joy of victory, celebrated each other. Master, we have to become stronger. At the same time, the 5 Stoyards also squeezed in front of Yangqing. Their faces were serious, and their eyes were full of seriousness and perseverance. Chapter 634 Master-Apprentice Battle. Looking at the eyes of the 5 people in front of him, Yangqing didn't know that these guys were stimulated, so he couldn't help laughing. Want to become stronger? Yes. When the 5 heard Yangqing's words, they immediately became excited. Master, Seiya has been with you for so many years. His power has improved too fast. We have been practicing alone for so long. You must teach us for a while. Duodoli complained a little, her tone full of envy that Seiya was able to follow Yangqing's side. Hee, I came back this time to let your strength keep up. Yangqing nodded and said with a smile. He carefully glanced at the 5 people, and observed them one by one, from the surface to the inside of the breath. It's not bad, you guys have a solid foundation, and it will be much easier to do next. After a few glances, Yangqing was also very satisfied with the 5. These 5 guys are all talented people in the Saiyan tribe, with kindness in their hearts. Over the years, the 5 people have also cultivated diligently without any delay. Let them lay a solid foundation, and now the strength has not risen, it is only because of the bottleneck. It can be said that they have accumulated a lot, and as long as they break through this bottleneck, they can completely achieve a qualitative leap. I'll teach you for a while to get all 5 of you into Super Saiyan state. In addition, I will also teach you some unique martial arts. Yangqing's words brought smiles on the faces of the 5 people, very happy. Excellent. The 5 people looked at each other with joy, and finally they looked at Yangqing expectantly. Shaking his head and smiling, Yangqing was also a little speechless about these 5 impatient guys. In that case, come with me. Afterwards, several people left here and went to an empty area. There are no trees in this place, it is very flat, but there is no edge in sight, and it looks very secluded. It's right here, just enough to spread. Everyone fell on the ground one after another, looking at Yang Qing curiously, wondering what he was doing to bring a few people here. The bottleneck is stuck and there is a way that is the best and the most efficient. As soon as the 5 of them landed, they heard Yang Qing's indifferent words and couldn't help but look at him. Pressure, infinite pressure. The bottle tightly plugged by the stopper may be difficult to open from the outside, but as long as the pressure inside is strong enough, it may even burst the bottle. Yang Qing's tone was suddenly cold, his hair and eyebrows turned golden with a pop sound, and his pupils turned pale green, becoming extremely cold, which was the Super Saiyan mode. All 5 of you shot at me. In the battle, let you see the pressure and let you break through the bottleneck. For you, this is the best way. The eyes of the 5 people suddenly lit up. Fighting against a strong man like Yang Qing is the wish of every Saiyan. Every time they fight, they will definitely be able to get a lot of things. It's better to use all your strength, otherwise, you will die. In battle, I will never show mercy. Yang Qing's voice became even colder, and the huge pressure instantly enveloped the bodies of the 5 people, causing their faces to change. This is an aura that is difficult to describe in words. He seems illusory and has no substance, but it does exist. Infiltrated into their bodies, making them tremble all over. Go ahead. The faint words came out, causing the pupils of the 5 to shrink, and Karayat roared and transformed into a Super Saiyan under conditioned reflex. The other 4 were also under the agitation, and the momentum of the whole body swelled up. However, after raising their aura to the limit, facing Yang Qing's terrifying and seemingly endless arrogance, the 5 of them were startled at the same time, but they didn't dare to make a move, and the fine sweat on their foreheads seeped out. Tense body muscles tense. What? Don't you dare to take action. Yang Qing laughed, paused, changed his tone, and murderous intent bloomed in his eyes. Since you don't do it, then I'm welcome. At the end of the sentence, Yang Qing's figure distorted and disappeared in place. Be careful. Karayat roared, his eyes full of tension. Bang. At almost the same moment, Dadara's face changed greatly, and a mouthful of blood was spit out from his mouth. Boom boom boom. A series of voices came out, and Dadara hit the ground for an unknown number of times, leaving countless potholes on the ground, and then spit out blood, dazed in his eyes, and passed out. Dadara. The expressions of the other 4 people changed greatly, looking at Dadala who was lying nearly 10,000 meters away, with nervousness and worry in their eyes. The 5 of them spent countless nights practicing hard. For the 5 of them, they were the closest siblings to each other. I said, don't think that I won't kill you. It's a fight. At this moment, Yang Qing's faint voice came over, which shocked the 4 of them, and anger appeared in their eyes. They all saw it. If they didn't pay attention, Yang Qing would really kill them. The killing intent shrouded their whole bodies. It was so real that everyone felt. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It was trembling and trembling. At this moment, they looked at the thin black figure that was only a few dozen meters away from them. Fear, tension and pressure appeared in their eyes. The infinite pressure is not only given to them by the opponent being stronger than them, but also a coercion from the soul, as if the former has completely suppressed them in terms of the height of life and the blood of the race. You are so disappointing to me. If that's where you are right now, then today, you will surely die. Yang Qing's ruthless voice rippling out, and in an instant, his figure suddenly disappeared. The cold and ruthless words entered the ears of the 4, making them tremble at this moment as if they were facing a desperate situation between life and death. But in the next moment, their eyes suddenly turned blood red. Can't die. I don't want to die. And Dadara, he was beaten like that by you. Even if you are our master, we will never forgive you. The 4 of them roared loudly, and the aura on their bodies swelled up again, and their fear of Yang Qing actually dissipated a little. Chapter 635 Facing the scene of the 4 apprentices, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye and turned cold. At the next moment, Duo Li, the most delicate and angriest of the 4, clenched her fists and attacked Yangqing. On either side of her, the other three were staring at his every move with red eyes. Koryat was even more focused at this moment, ready to launch a fatal blow to Yangqing at any time. Too weak. Yangqing snorted coldly, dodged Duo Duoli's fist with ease, then grabbed his right hand, grabbing Duo Duoli's right hand, and then suddenly exerted force. Bang! The earth shook, a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Duo Duoli was directly fell by Yangqing, and was printed on the ground. A large mouth of blood spurted out of her mouth, and her spirit was completely dissipated by the fall, fainted. Following closely, Stoyart and Ruolin also attacked. Yangqing's figure flickered slightly, two fists stuck out, and he quickly fought with the two of them, making a continuous sound of bang 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 bang. After only a dozen punches, the faces of the two were painful, and the bones of the punches were all broken, and they could no longer support it. At this moment, the most powerful of the five, Koryat, finally roared and attacked Yangqing. "You're just fine." He smiled, his tone cold again. "But, it's still too weak." Koryat's punch was at the right moment. After Yangqing's punch reached the limit, it was difficult to launch it at the moment of counterattack. In his mind, there was no way this punch could be dodged. However, just a moment later, when Yangqing's figure suddenly strayed and disappeared in front of his eyes, Koryat's face changed greatly. What? Impossible. He couldn't believe that even he couldn't see Yangqing's figure clearly at this moment. The same Super Saiyan, how could it be so different? With a bang, Koryat's body was directly blown away. His jaw was twisted, blood bloomed and fell from his mouth, and the whole person was thrown out quickly, flying out nearly 10,000 after a few meters. It slammed into the ground with a bang, and dragged it for nearly a kilometer again before it stopped. With just one punch, Koryat's face was pale, and he was a little shaky when he stood up again. Looking at Yangqing with an icy expression in the distance, at this moment, Koryat's heart was under immense pressure, and he deeply realized Yangqing's strength. This is simply an invincible existence. Who can defeat such a great elder? He punched Koryat. Yangqing turned around and walked towards Ruolin and Stoyat again. Seeing Yangqing shift the target, the two people changed color at the same time. They quickly stretched out the other hand that was still intact. A qigong wave of boom converged, and then quickly moved towards Yangqing. Huh! The harsh sound of breaking the air sounded. Yangqing narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth showed a trace of disdain. Suddenly, his figure accelerated, without evading the qigong wave coming towards him. A fist slammed out. Bang bang. Two explosions came out, and in an instant, Yangqing had rushed out of the flames and came to the two of Stoyart. Just this level, it doesn't work for me. Suddenly, two arms stretched out at the same time and grabbed the necks of the two, causing fear and panic to appear on the faces of the two. Boom. The next second, Yangqing slammed both hands towards the ground. The dust was raised, and the two were directly planted into the ground, with blood spurting out from their mouths, and there was no trace of fighting power. In less than a dozen seconds, the five most powerful warriors among the Saiyans were directly knocked to the ground by Yangqing like the autumn wind swept the leaves, without the ability to resist. It has to be said that Yangqing has really stood on the position of the strongest combat power in the universe after experiencing the Battle of Abinos. Even if he went to look for the King God, it would be very difficult for him to find his opponent. With the same dimensional level as Kaiwang, combined with the full power of Super Saiyan 2, his power is not much different from Kaiwang God, and even, faintly, he has surpassed at this moment. When he touched the third stage of the Super Saiyan again, at that time, his power was far beyond the current supreme god of the universe, the King God. Unless some old guy like Destruction comes out, no one will be his opponent. Too strong. How can it be so powerful? Standing in the distance, Koryat, who was trembling and trembling all over, looked at Yangqing at the moment, almost speechless. He thought that after so many years of hard training, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he had narrowed the gap with his master, but where did he expect that after the real battle, he was shocked to find that even at the same transformation level underneath, the strength of the other party is almost thousands of times that of himself, and it is simply a power that he cannot understand. Kurayat finally understood that while he was strong, his master was advancing at a more terrifying speed than him. How can I beat him? No, how many more punches can I take? Feeling the unbearable pain in the cells of his body, Kurayat's whole body trembled. When Yangqing turned around and stared at him, Kurayat trembled again. You have disappointed me so much, Kurayat. The harsh words rang in Kurayat's ear, making him confused. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Shocked, he realized in a blink of an eye. No, I shouldn't be afraid. Even if I die in battle, I shouldn't be afraid. I am a proud Saiyan. Raising his head again, Kurayat's eyes flashed fiercely. He suppressed the pain in his body and let out a loud drink. Exploding. With a boom, the golden arrogance on Kurayat's body boiled again, 3 times stronger than before. I want to fight. With another roar, Kurayat rushed towards Yangqing. His violent aura and terrifying speed instantly drove the gust of wind to roar, and golden lightning and flames surrounded him. At this moment, he was as imposing as a rainbow. Oh, interesting. Looking at the suddenly strong Kurayat, Yangqing smiled. Gently, he clenched his fists. Let you see what despair is. Your pressure will be even greater. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Kurayat was already close to him, and in the roar, he frantically threw his most powerful punch. At the same moment, Yangqing suddenly punched. Chapter 636 7 Super Saiyans. The power carried by both fists can instantly destroy a small mountain, swept through the air at this moment, making the void hum and tremble. Vaguely, you can even see that the void in front of their fists is twisting, spinning, and layers of cyclones are spreading out towards the outside. This is a reaction driven by the power being too powerful to the extreme. Huh! 2 sharp voices came out, and at the next moment, Yangqing's fist came first, as if it surpassed the space, and directly arrived in front of Kurayat's eyes, causing the latter's pupils to shrink and his heart to beat violently. So fast. His fist is very powerful, and his speed has reached his peak. However, it is still not enough. In terms of hard power, he is too far from his master. Bang! The dull voice sounded, and Kurayat's extremely fast body froze suddenly, stagnating in the air. His right hand still kept swinging, but a fist on his cheek had hit it hard. Buzz! After this punch, the ground with a radius of 1,000 meters was suddenly shaken, and dust was raised. Immediately following, you can see that Kurayat's body, which was rushing forward before, suddenly retreated again. Boom! The ground trembled again, and Kurayat slammed into the ground, kicking up dust. A terrifying energy shot out, forming a body shape around him. Cough cough. Blood was continuously spitting out of his mouth, and the breath on Kurayat's body suddenly wilted and became weak. In the head-on collision with Yangqing, he did not lack courage, but he lacked powerful strength. He is far from Yangqing's opponent. He has hard power and many complex joints. Glancing around, looking at the 5 apprentices who had been dealt with neatly by him, Yangqing returned to his original appearance. Ling Yi. He called out, and soon, Ling Yi, who was shocked and speechless, landed quickly. You bring these 5 guys back with Seiya. After speaking, Yangqing got up and flew, floating up. Tell them the next fight is in 3 days. Ling Yi's eyes widened, watching Yangqing's figure disappear quickly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. These 5 guys, some of them suffer now. Seiya also landed from the sky at this time, looking at the 5 people who fell to the ground and passed out collectively, with gloating on his face. Haha, do these 5 guys really think my strength is for nothing? There's a good show to watch now. The 2 lifted the 5 people against their shoulders, brought them back, and put them in the recuperation tank. It wasn't until 3 days later, when the 5 of them just woke up, they were informed that Yangqing was already waiting for them at the previous place. In an instant, the faces of the 5 people turned blue. "Master, are you really going to kill us?" Daedalus said in fear. He couldn't forget the fatal blow. Just one punch would cost him half his life. If it wasn't for the recuperation tank, I'm afraid he would have died and couldn't die any longer. "Let's go. Didn't you realize that your strength has increased after this defeat?" Stoyart squeezed his fists and said coldly. "When you say that, it seems like it's true." Daedalus was stunned for a moment, then felt himself. "My combat power has increased by about 10,000, my god. So stop talking nonsense and go." This time, the 5 people had expectant expressions on their faces, because they found that after being beaten, although it was painful, the improvement in strength was incredible. This time, the battle was still quickly resolved. But after being resurrected again, the fighting power of the 5 people increased again. This cycle continued until half a year later. The strength of the 5 people had all reached more than 100,000. The most powerful Kolayat has a combat power of 170,000 or 80,000 at this time, and it is only a little worse than Saya. On this day, everyone was still in the area where they fought for the first time. The wind was howling. Yang Qing took one side. The 5 people stood together, staring at Yang Qing. Compared to the first time, at this time, what flickered in their eyes was no longer fear, but excitement and anticipation. In the 6 months of fighting, their progress has been very fast. In addition to being spiked at the beginning, the further back they went, the longer they persisted. And every time they persisted for a long breath, it represented a huge leap in their strength. By this time, they had been able to fight with Yang Qing for a minute with 5 people together. This is not to say that Yang Qing let them, but the 5 of them go together, and they can indeed fight against Yang Qing for a short time. Today, you don't have to fight. From today onwards, the 5 of you, except for Kolayat, the other 4 will try to transform into Super Saiyans. Yang Qing said lightly, and then he looked at Kolayat again. You, transform into a Super Saiyan, and when you can't hold on, cancel your Saiyan state. In daily life, also maintain the state of Super Saiyan. The indifferent words surprised all 5 people, especially Kolayat. He knew in his heart that although Super Saiyans are powerful, their burden on the body is extremely heavy, but now, the Great Elder actually let him use Super Saiyans in his daily life. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The 5 did not object to Yang Qing's order. 3 days later, Stoyat was transformed into a Super Saiyan. Another day later, Dodori succeeded, followed by Dadara successfully transformed, and finally, a week later, Ruolin also successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan people. By this time, Yang Qing's 5 apprentices have all been able to complete the transformation of Super Saiyans, and their strength has taken a qualitative leap. On the other hand, Kolayat is undergoing difficult training, transforming into a Super Saiyan, doing some extremely meticulous work, such as moving tables and chairs, eating and so on. What surprised everyone was that in the state of Super Saiyan, he couldn't even complete these most meticulous things. Super Saiyan, suddenly increase your power nearly 50 times, powerful power, but you can't control it. Right now, what you're training for is to master this power completely. Yang Qing explained softly, so that Kolayat and the other 4 also understood. The 4 of you, the next training is the same. Immediately after, he said to the 4. And Seiya, who has been watching dramas for a long time, is also serious at this time. He has also tried this training method, but it is not over yet. Chapter 637 Birth. I once heard Yang Qing mention that this is the training that must be experienced to enter the first stage of Super Saiyan consummation. If you can't control any of your own power perfectly, it's difficult to enter a higher level. With a poof, Saya also transformed into a Super Saiyan state, and his cultivation is far from over. As time went by, Yang Qing taught several of his apprentices every day. Their strength is rapidly improving, and at the same time, everyone is starting to step out of their own fighting style under Yang Qing's reminder. At the time when Xing became peaceful and his strength rose rapidly, on a azure planet in the far edge of the universe, an incredible thing was going on at the moment. Drip drip drip. The cold mechanical report sounded quickly. In the basement, a group of scientists in white coats had solemn and serious expressions. They acted quickly and were busy anxiously. Today is the moment when he was born. Be alert and take all protective measures. Tanis said sternly. He arranged the important points one by one according to the important points listed in the book. In the cultivation room, 467 fully automatic gun barrels and 1,300 automatic rifles are all ready. The underground laboratory covers an area of 3,000 square meters. It has been completely covered by lasers and can protect against all unstable attacks. Even if an army comes to attack us, it will not be successful. All the indicators of the mother's body are normal, and the baby in the body is not yet conscious at this time, and is still sleeping. In our laboratory, more than 300 scientists are all ready. As long as you give an order, you can start delivering babies immediately. The mother's body has endured to the limit, and it may give birth at any time. The mixed voices in the ears kept ringing, and Tana's eyes flashed, thinking quickly. Xing is not there, and there is a lack of someone who can accurately compare, but this side can't delay any longer. After frowning and thinking for a minute, Tanis stroked his thoughts again and checked all the preparation procedures. Then, his eyes narrowed and he waved his hand. Start preparing. New life form, deliver. In an instant, the entire laboratory was enveloped by a tense atmosphere. The scientists walked back and forth quickly, and there were people staring at the computer testing data, watching without blinking, not daring to miss the slightest change. In the cultivation room, 6 people immediately walked into the room, wearing masks and hoods, and began to work towards the mother body. Head, I have seen the head. Strength, force, it's about to be born. Do all the measures, and new life will come out. Tanis looked at everything in the cultivation room through the glass cover, and his expression was also very nervous. This is a big step for science. If this time is really successful, it will represent a huge step forward for human genes. From now on, even if there is no Saiyan gene, then the Earthlings are likely to rely on his experiment. Data, on the road to become stronger. This is an attempt by a god. It is a test for mankind to embark on the road of becoming a god. I named this experiment Becoming a God. All the scientific staff on the side were anxiously and seriously staring at the delivery process. Slowly, the head came out, then the body, and finally the legs and the legs. The whole process, the mother's pain is very, but no one cares. Because they know very well that as long as the baby is separated from the mother's body, then his so-called parents will surely die. The process lasted for about an hour. When the baby came out, there was no cry, which surprised the whole laboratory. What's the matter? Why didn't you cry? Tanis roared angrily. Did this test fail? After so many years, how many resources were spent, how long it took, and after countless deductions, it was obvious that it was successful. Did it fail? Tanis, the test was successful. This baby, he has life and consciousness. At this moment, another blonde old man who was holding a newborn baby in the breeding room said, trembling and shaking, his eyes were full of excitement. What? Tanis was shocked, and then looked at the person beside him. The man reacted immediately and controlled the camera to point at the blonde old man holding the baby in the laboratory. In an instant, the appearance of the newborn baby was seen by Tanis, and then he also trembled all over, and couldn't help being excited. The black and white eyes are as clear as a river, and the pair of smart eyes are moving around, as if they contain curiosity, interest, and all the thirst for knowledge in this strange world. In addition, what surprised the scientists was that the baby's hair was a strange mix of red and black. This is his natural hair body. After being separated from the mother's body, it grows out quickly, and then the hairstyle is fixed. Behind him, there is a long tail, swinging around, looking very cute. Success. At this moment, the scientists in the laboratory were a little sluggish and excited. Someone quickly typed the next line on the computer and recorded the new baby. The hair is black and red, the pupils are black and white, smart and witty. He weighs 2 pounds and 5 tails, is 70 centimeters long, and has a tail length of 40 centimeters. His body is well proportioned, close to the golden ratio. After Tanis fell into endless joy. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Then there was a trembling voice, letting the blonde old man carry the baby out. Quick, hold it out for me to see. Be ready for everything to test his fitness. At this time, Tanis still did not forget to instruct others. A scientist nodded immediately, turned around quickly, and got the machine ready. When the blonde old man heard Tanis' voice, he immediately prepared to take the baby out. But at this moment, the baby he was holding in his arms suddenly burst into a circle of bright red light. Immediately afterwards, the current in the entire underground laboratory began to become unstable, and the sound of crackling continued to come out, but in an instant, a series of fine explosions sounded unexpectedly. The explosion caused everyone to panic, but the strange thing was that the sound of the explosion only lasted for a dozen breaths before disappearing. What's the matter? Tanis yelled angrily. Voltage and electromagnetism are affected, and we are still looking for the source. Soon, a response was received. Chapter 638 Weird. Tanis's eyes flickered, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. He turned his eyes sharply and looked at the cultivation room. The voltage and electromagnetism in the laboratory have always been very stable. In terms of experiments, they are very serious, and they will never allow any mistakes. For 5 years, there has been no such problem, but just now, when this baby was born, such a bizarre thing happened. This could not help but make Tanis suspicious, and at the same time, everyone else thought of this and turned their attention to the baby in the laboratory. My God, what is this? A cry of surprise came from the mouths of the scientists, and all the people present were stunned and stared at the situation in the laboratory, unable to believe it at all. In the laboratory, the baby that was originally held by the blonde old man actually floated up at this time, floating in the air like a ghost. What shocked everyone present was that they saw a curious expression on the face of the newborn baby. Generally speaking, newborn babies are unconscious, and it is impossible for them to show such an expression at all. But unfortunately, everyone present can understand the expression of the baby at the moment. The baby's body was surrounded by red light, like a layer of hot flame wrapping his body. And he just floated like that, looking around, and there was a maturity in his eyes that didn't belong to a baby's mind at all. Slowly, a smile appeared on the corner of the baby's mouth. Immediately after, he floated forward and came to the front of the glass mask. The smart eyeballs rolled and looked at the scientists who were watching him outside. The baby gently stretched out the fingers of his right hand. After 2 breaths, his light and thin fingers touched the glass cover. Crash! At the next moment, something that shocked everyone present happened. The solid glass cover shattered with a slap and turned into smashes. This scene shocked countless people to retreat, and there was a trace of fear in Tanis' pupils. He clearly remembered that the glass cover was strong enough to be bombarded hundreds of times by the rocket launcher without a single crack. It was produced by the most advanced technology in the entire Earth. This is not the crispy glass of ordinary families, but a special one. It is worse than diamond, but it is countless times stronger than steel. However, this clear scene was clearly displayed in front of him, which made him completely bewildered. Glass can't go wrong. Then, the weird thing is this newborn baby. Giggle cluck. A finger pierced the glass cover. The baby seemed to feel a little happy, and actually laughed. Go up and catch him. Tanis trembled in his heart and waved. There is a huge weirdness in this baby, but he still doesn't believe that the other party has the power to damage the glass that the bazooka can't destroy. It's just a baby after all, and with the power they've shown before, he's completely able to control it. Following Tanis' words, 5 or 6 people stepped forward immediately. Children, come to my arms, don't run around. Uncle has candy, come to my arms, look, such a big lollipop. You're going to get hurt, come down quickly, darling. People stepped forward to catch this weird baby, but they were easily avoided by the latter. Moreover, the baby seemed to think that it was a very interesting thing for him to hide and others to catch him. He was having a lot of fun, flying around, but the person who caught him kept bumping into things. Seeing this, the baby laughed again, as if it was very interesting. Prepare the sedative gun and keep him under control. Seeing that more than 10 minutes have passed, and there is still no way to hold the child, Tanis frowned and waved the order. Immediately, there were more than a dozen men in security uniforms, all wrapped tightly around their bodies, armed to the eyes, and walked in with guns. Their guns are not live ammunition, but anesthesia for narcotics. The amount of this anesthetic is also a fixed amount determined according to the previous deduction. Just good enough to put a fussy baby back to sleep. At the moment when more than a dozen guns were aimed at the baby in the air, the latter turned around suddenly as if he had eyes on his back. The face that originally had a smile turned out to be extremely cold and gloomy at this moment. Hey! The corner of his mouth crooked, and this smile had a cruel feeling, which made the people present shudder. Aimed, request to shoot. The voice rang out, and Tanis waved his hand without hesitation. Dozen figures suddenly pulled the trigger, and the sound of bang 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 came out in an instant. At this moment, the baby in the air suddenly flashed a coldness in his eyes, and his short arm also slammed out. The crimson light suddenly spread, forming a dazzling rainbow barrier in front of him, blocking all the shells attacking in front. Buzz! As if everything was stopped, when all the shells touched the barrier, they stopped in the air and could no longer move forward. This scene shocked everyone present and swallowed their saliva. It was unimaginable that a newly born baby would have such an ability. And Tanis' heart shook violently, and his eyes were full of shock. I'm sure he's just a newborn baby, that is, all his actions at the moment are. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Instinct reaction. And his inability to respond is so terrifying. What kind of monster have I created? Just when he thought so in his heart, the baby in the sky, the red light around his body swelled again, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Faintly, as if everyone present heard two words. Die. Boom. The dazzling red light shone, and a small qigong wave was formed on the baby's fingertips, showing a reddish color, radiating hot rays of light to the outside. After a while, before the eyes of all scientists, the air began to twist, the high temperature expanded, and flames were born from nothingness. Their faces turned panic and fear in the blink of an eye, because they were shocked to see that when that little redness hit the ground, a terrifying explosion began. Everything in front of him was being destroyed, and a scorching explosion swelled out. The explosion was not big, but it devoured the entire laboratory in a blink of an eye. Chapter 639 Destroy Him. The skyrocketing fire engulfed the entire underground laboratory in an instant. The sound of crackling kept ringing, and panic calls came one after another. Indistinctly, among these voices, there is also the gloomy laughter of children, which is creepy. Thick smoke billowed out from the vent, and was immediately seen by people on the ground, causing a burst of exclamations. What happened there? That's the Yi family's yard. Could it be on fire? At the same time, Yi Qi's expression changed immediately when she saw the thick smoke and thought of the underground laboratory. There, it's an underground laboratory, is there something wrong? In the blink of an eye, Yi Qi immediately walked towards the place where the underground laboratory was located. She had to see for herself what was going on. It was about Yang Qing, and she had always been very concerned about it. In the underground laboratory, the fire had receded at this time, and a large area was scorched black. The explosion seriously injured more than 60% of the people. At this moment, they fell to the ground and screamed. Tanis hid behind a larger machine and looked at the weird baby still floating in the air. His pupils contracted and his whole body was shaking slightly. He was afraid. This strange baby, the powerful force, completely shocked him. He never imagined that such a big baby could be so powerful. Just a ray of crimson light bloomed from the fingertips, and the entire scene became a ruin. What the hell is that? Tanis couldn't believe that just a mere organism could launch such a terrifying bomb wave. No, that's not a bomb wave, but more like an energy wave emitted from a biological body. But how can a biological body contain such a powerful energy? This seems to be beyond the scope of scientific explanation. Just as he stared blankly at the baby in the air, the baby suddenly smiled, let out a hee-hee laughter, and flew towards one of the computer operators. As he approached, the computer operator let out a terrified cry and kept backing away. Giggle giggle. Gloomy laughter came from the baby's mouth, and the computer operator sat down on the ground with a fart and a face full of fear. And, indistinctly, the baby seemed to express his disdain. His fingertips aimed at the computer operator again, and a crimson ray bloomed. With a poof sound, the ray had penetrated the man's body, causing him to lose his life. Then, the baby sat in front of the computer like that, as if he understood what it was, and his young hands kept tapping on the keyboard. Accompanied by his percussion, a series of words, sentences, and pictures appeared on the computer. And this weird baby is actually constantly imitating the words in these sentences, making ambiguous syllables. Tanis looked at the baby in the field in horror, completely dumbfounded. He could see that the baby who had just made a sound was actually learning the language of the Earthlings. Although the syllables he uttered were vague, they were still close to the original syllables, and as time passed, the baby's syllables became more and more pronounced. The more standard. This is the monster. He finally discovered that what he created was not a god, but an evil and terrifying monster. The abnormality and strangeness of this monster has far exceeded his comprehension. Because of the long-term experiments and countless experiments, Tanis has a very good understanding of this guy's abilities. Therefore, as he recalls, his body trembles and trembles more violently. I, him, you. The baby is still seriously learning the language in the computer. At this moment, his syllables are very standard, but they seem a little mechanical. But even so, this terrifying learning ability made Tanis even more frightened. After all those DNAs are fused, it seems that a more terrifying change has taken place. Tanis's hands were shaking so much that he couldn't control it, and his forehead was sweating. If such a terrible and strange baby walks out of the laboratory, it is unimaginable what kind of disaster it will cause to the world. Tanis, we forgot one of the most important things. At this time, the blonde man who had begun to carry the baby also came over. His right hand was bent, his face was full of sweat, and he was enduring a huge cry. What, Doran? Tanis couldn't help asking. We forgot to let him recognize his master, and we didn't set how to control his organs or core. This is our biggest mistake. Doran said quickly, followed by a grim voice. Tanis, we must destroy him. Otherwise, this world will be destroyed by this guy. They have also studied the strength data of the great demon King Piccolo, but comparing the randomness shown by the baby just now with his age, there is no doubt that this guy is much more terrifying than the great Piccolo. Can't imagine what this guy will be like when he's an adult, or for a long time. At that time, I am afraid that no matter who, can no longer control the situation. Tanis's expression changed continuously, he was hesitating. Tanis, don't hesitate, this guy has no control, it's uncontrollable, it's too dangerous, it's a dangerous work, we have to destroy him. While he is not at his peak at the moment. Doran said anxiously. At this moment, the baby sitting in front of the computer can already pronounce it clearly, and the yin-yang slams, which is no different from ordinary people. In this short time. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. In it, he has completely mastered the language of the Earthlings. Destroy him. In the end, Tanis' eyes became cold, and he said coldly, but there was a touch of reluctance in the corner of his eyes. After so many years of research, discussion, and deduction, the first successful case was about to be destroyed in his hands. Daolun clutched his injured arm, said excitedly, then turned around and quickly stepped back. Immediately afterwards, after he ordered some scientists who were not seriously injured to act, the doors in the laboratory were all closed. This is to prevent unnecessary disasters from spreading out. The vents of the underground laboratory, the gates leading to the outside, are all locked at this moment, and no one can enter or go out. There is bound to be danger in the experiment, but this danger can only be limited to them. Yiqi just walked quickly to the door leading to the underground laboratory, and was about to enter, but found that the heavy door was closed tightly with a hum sound. Immediately, her expression changed. Chapter 640. My name is Shaya. Something happened. At this moment, Yiqi finally determined that something really happened in this experiment. He is also very clear about the emergency regulations of the laboratory, and naturally knows that the only door is closed, and there must be a major incident below. Before starting the experiment, these plans had already been placed on his desk. Each item is implemented after detailed discussion and decision. The big thing is bad. Inexplicably, Yiqi's heart was a little flustered. She quickly took out a pitch-black card from her waist. This card had been prepared for a long time. If the laboratory entered the key alert, when the door was closed, only this card could identify the entry. Quickly brushing above the door handle, the door made a beep sound, but did not open. Suddenly, Yiqi's face became even more ugly. 3-level alert, it has been locked inside. It's over. There is only one explanation for this situation, that is, what happened inside is completely beyond the control of scientists. They have embraced the belief of mortal and prepared everything to ashes. In the basement laboratory, Tanis held the walkie-talkie with a grim face and asked softly, "Are you ready?" "Everything is ready." Daolun's voice came, which made Tanis' eyes flash, and after 3 breaths, he said coldly, "Let's get started. Destroy him." At this moment, the eyes of the old scientist burst into endless crazy light. After several years, he created a new creature, but it was not under his control, so that he had to do his best to destroy it. At this moment, the scientist's heart is not feeling well. In another secret room, after Doran heard Tana's voice, red light seemed to flash in his eyes. "Action, mobilize weapons, and directly destroy him." His voice made the scientists in white coats quickly operate. The sound of crackling on the keyboard, in the inconspicuous corners of the entire laboratory, on the ceiling and on the walls, countless black cannon barrels suddenly appeared. These cannon barrels are usually hidden, but at this moment, they are all revealed. At first glance, it was completely impossible to calculate the specific number, which made the scalp tingle and the heart trembled. Even Tanis didn't know that there would be so many cannon barrels here. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time, there shouldn't be any more accidents, right? Muttering, Tanis kept paying attention to the baby in front of the computer. Adam, Eve. Giggle, forbidden fruit. Hee, my name is Shaya. Giggle, the name is really nice. Nice. At this time, the baby's voice was clear. After he mastered the language of the Earthlings, he even gave himself a name. Combine the names of the legendary human ancestors to celebrate their birthdays. At this moment, the newborn baby, claiming to be a new life, showed an expression of joy. Suddenly, Shaya's face changed, a light green appeared in his pupils, and he turned around abruptly. As soon as he turned around, countless pitch-black barrels appeared in his eyes in all directions, making his cold and cruel aura even more terrifying. Want to kill me? You are courting death. The icy and ruthless voice came out from Shaya's mouth with a trace of deep disdain. This baby's words are sharp and penetrating. Just as Shaya finished speaking, in the secret room, Daolun roared suddenly. Shoot! Boom 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 boom. The pitch-black barrel turned red in an instant, and countless shells were brewing, and then suddenly swelled and rushed out of the barrel. All the barrels were aimed at Shaya, who was sitting in front of the computer, and countless streams of light bloomed quietly at this moment, carrying endless flames of destruction. In front of the computer, Shaya's face suddenly became extremely cold. You are courting death. Kill, I want to kill you all. You ants. Because he just mastered the language, Shaya's words were still a little unfamiliar, but his meaning, the indifference in his eyes, was clearly expressed. At the same time, a scorching light shone out from his fingertips, and a terrifying energy fluctuation came out from it. Boom. At this moment, the rays in Shaya's hands converged with the countless streamers in front of them and collided together. At this moment, the entire laboratory began to vibrate violently. The invisible air waves spread out in all directions, destroying everything that was blocked on the way. This air wave seems to be able to destroy anything. No one can stop it. No one can stop it. Swish. The huge machine vaporized directly, the walls melted directly, and Tanis hid in the incomparably solid secret room. At this moment, he felt the vibrations of everything around him, and his heart skipped a beat. Boom, boom, boom. The shells are too many. At this moment, it slanted out like rain, and waves rushed towards Shaya. At this moment, the latter's pupils are also wide open, the scarlet light around his body expands, and an invisible air shroud covers his entire body. That terrifying flame, air waves, was actually. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Completely infiltrated into his mask. Under the blow of a large number of shells, Shaya did not have a trace of scars on his body, but the coldness on his face became more and more serious. Anger began to burn in the heart of the newborn baby. Shoot! In the thunderous roar, Dowloon's roar came again in the secret room, which seemed to be heartbreaking and hysterical. Because he clearly saw that under the first wave of intensive artillery fire, the strange baby was not injured in the slightest. While this made Doran fearful, his thoughts on eliminating this terrifying baby were also heavier. Such a strange monster must not be allowed to live. Boom, 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 boom. A series of cannonballs poured out again. Shaya's eyes did not change, and the crimson qigong wave in one hand kept rushing out. The qigong wave collided with the cannonball, forming a continuous explosion, but the strange thing was that Shaya was not injured at all. Keep firing. Looking at Shaya, who has never been hurt, Dowloon's face became extremely solemn. Waves of shells were tilted, the barrels became more and more red, and white smoke had begun to emerge. Gradually, Shaya's young face began to change color.